All right, we're ready. All right, let's do this. Hello, everyone. Even though no one is here yet, saying hello for the folks who start the stream late or after it is over. Hello to you all. Welcome to 12 Tribes Only Tuesday stream. God bless you all who are a part of my kindred people of God. I hope all of you are well. So I don't have an exact topic in mind that I wanted to talk about tonight. Basically, I wanted to run the chat for a while and just let you folks hop in and say hi and say things, and I will respond to you folks for the most part. Excuse me. And so there are some things I could bring up to kind of kick us off. One of them being one of the things I just posted in the community post earlier, where several white people were viciously attacked by random, envious female boon tonight or today. One of the first ones she attacked, or I don't know if it was the first one or one of the first ones, but at some point during her rampage, she found a white lady with her little 3-year-old white toddler girl named Julian Hood, I believe her name was. Or no, Julian Wood. Her name was Julian Wood. Bless her heart. Rest in peace, sweetheart. They were walking out to their car from a store, and this envious boon who was out on an anti-white, hate crime, racist, mass murdering rampage found this helpless, defenseless white lady and her defenseless little 3-year-old white toddler girl, and she stabbed her in the face and in the shoulder and other places, stabbed her to death. Right there in the parking lot, broad daylight, middle of a Tuesday, just going to the store to get a couple of random things for the house, and you're attacked by any random, worthless, envious, should not be in our country critter. And she wasn't illegal for the conservatives. She's been here 5 generations. So it doesn't matter how long a non-white's been here, whether they're legal, which is just J-ish permission to be here, or not. They're all here unlawfully. And because they're here unlawfully, you have exactly what happened today to multiple white people who are defenseless, who are weak because they've grown up into, they were born into a glorious white built society where their ancestors did without and struggled and suffered and sacrificed to create such a magnificent place that they were born and have lived their whole lives not having to fist fight anyone for defending themselves or to save their life or anything. They've never had to fight anyone. But now suddenly they're surrounded on all sides by these vicious creatures that from the minute they're born, they start being punched, they start being slapped, they start being kicked and attacked, and they learn to kick and fight and slap and punch back. From the minute they're a toddler, they watch the more grown-up versions of them committing crimes, attacking people, stealing things at every opportunity. They grow up their whole lives looking around at all the magnificent things white people have created, and they watch white people out in public and see how we act, and they just can't comprehend what could possibly be going through our minds. And so, over time, being surrounded by all the magnificence that white people have created, knowing that their kind has not and will not, it drives them to act out. And they lash out at white people for their envy, for their anger at white people that they themselves don't get to be white. And we end up with all the horrific things happening to our people and children and elderly and defenseless that we do. There goes the sound of probably another white person who's been attacked by one now. And of course, the media, the Janus, they reported it as a random attack. And then they found the dumbest person they could interview and asked the dumb person, what do you think could have motivated this person to do such crazy things? And the dumb person goes, I have no idea. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? Angry black female attacking nothing but white people, stabbing white children to death in open broad daylight. Who knows what it could have been? Who knows? It's a huge mystery. It's a huge mystery, y'all. Who knows? Just a random attack. Now, she had just got out of an arraignment. She had just got out of a court arraignment for another crime she had committed, probably against white people. And here she is, just days after an offense she had committed, just days after a crime she had gotten caught for. Who knows how many she had not been caught for. Who knows how many times she's attacked people and it's not been caught, not been reported. Nothing was done about it. It was swept under the rug. The charges were dropped. Let me jump in the chat here real quick before I get too far ahead. Stan Hutchins chimed in first. Hello, Stan. Welcome. And he said, we white people are being singled out and targeted. Watch your back, people. Keep your Second Amendment on you at all times. It's a very dangerous time we live in. It's a very dangerous time we live in. Agreed, 100%. Solid comment there. Deborah McGee is here. Hello, dear. She said, hey, God bless. Hello to you, and God bless you as well, dear. Welcome to the 12 Tribes Only Tuesday stream. Wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do one tonight or not, but it turns out that everything worked out. So here we are. Tom Meadows is here, and he said, I'm from New York City. Even economically stable blacks have poor impulse control. Correct. It doesn't matter the environment. It doesn't matter how much money you give them. It doesn't matter if you put them in the newest house. You give them a brand new chariot to roll around in of the finest German quality. It doesn't matter. You give them the most brand new shoes Whitey has thought up. It doesn't matter. They're not here to be like us. They're not here to follow our lead. All right? That's the big problem that conservatives and leftists have. They both have this idea that they're just going to lead and the bees are going to follow. And blacks are not interested in following us. Blacks just want our cool things. All right? And our women's. That's what they want. Ultimately, they want our women's. They'd get rid of everything else. They'd even give up shoes if they had to. And you know how much they love our shoes. But they'd even give shoes up if they could have white women's. So the whole idea of trying to, get them to cuck to us is ridiculous and stupid and retarded, and they're never going to do so. They're never going to. You can't decorate animals up in white people clothes and then pretend that they're white people. It's just never going to work. Tom Meadows also said, and the highest sexual drive of any race. Well, every race has high sexual drive. I'm sure that theirs could perhaps be higher, but I don't like to give them any type of attributes of any type. You know what I mean? To give them even what we think of as a negative attribute, but the highest of it, the most of it, the whatever of it, all that does is in their brain gives them, they'll turn it around in some way in their mind and be like, yeah, that's right, because we got the most testosterone, because our melanins, you know, and they'll just turn it into something else. So I avoid saying any extremes about them, where they have the top this or the most that, or the, even if it's a negative thing, even when it's being said to prove negative attributes about them, because all they'll do is they'll turn those things around into a positive. You know, that's the J-ish way, is turn the frown upside down, you know. And so they'll take whatever extremes you give them of any example and turn that into being a benefit they have over you. You know what I mean? Same thing they're doing with their concept of melanin. You know, the whole envy they have is that they're not like white people. They wish their skin was lighter, you know, and all that. But yet, they've taken the whole idea of, since they're stuck with it, and the Jays have taught them to turn that frown upside down, and so now they claim, oh, the more melanin you have, meaning the more black you are, the more powerful and more magical properties and more homeostasis and all these crazy things they've come up with to pat themselves on the back about it. That's what they'll do with it. So I don't give them even top negative attributes like that, but I totally get what you're talking about, and I'm not in disagreement with you or anything. I hope I don't mean to make it sound that way. I want us to be careful how we talk, you know, about online and about our enemies. I've actually wanted to have a discussion with all of you folks about that already before, but maybe we'll get into that here in a little bit. Let's get back to the chat and see what y'all are saying. Deborah McGee said, we had a 15-year-old immigrant kill 2 recently. Yeah, so, and then she corrected herself a little later on. Precision Netica has chimed in. I hope he's still here. I hope you're still listening. And he said, thank you for showing charity unto me with the prayer. Oh, good. You did hear me get to say that to you, that I had said a prayer for you. I wasn't sure if you actually ever heard me say that, or if you had already left the stream that night before I mentioned it. But God bless you. I'm glad that you did get to at least hear me say that, so at least you knew. But and I hope the Lord smiles on you as soon as possible, as soon as it makes him happy to do so, of course. And I hope that he gives you strength in the meantime to long suffer with him until the appointed time. Tom Meadows chimed in just now, and he said, well, a 15-year-old black kid told me right on my stoop in Manhattan how he and his friends kept 10 to 15 girls living in his project pregnant at all times to group distribute the child welfare proceeds. Oh yeah, I've actually I can confirm that firsthand knowledge. I have also heard and been told directly by way of bragging by the blacks themselves out of their own faces that they were doing those exact things where I was living. I'm sure I live in a totally different state, and probably definitely did back then than you do, but it was happening in my state then, and we're talking, I heard them bragging about that 25 years ago. So definitely that is a thing, and that has been a thing going on since welfare started. It didn't take, you know, what's funny is we're all, you know, on this channel I tend to give off the appearance that I'm constantly ragging on the blacks and whatever. What I'm really doing is I'm just trying to be the counter voice of all the anti-whiteness that is spewed into the world every day by the blacks. And so I want to be this opposing voice, you know, even if I'm just a lone voice out there, which I know I am not nowadays. I know that there are other folks out there who are speaking out. But I at least started my own attempt, you know, several years ago with this channel, focusing it specifically on white people and our interests only, and to clap back, if you will, at the blacks with all their anti-white nonsense. Because to reiterate, like I have mentioned in other videos, blacks are aware that white people did not own them as slaves, okay? All of you white folks listening right now, you need to be aware of this fact. Blacks are highly aware of the fact that Jews are the ones who owned them, that Jews are the ones who bought them in Africa from other blacks and brought them here, and then owned them here using white people's names. They're aware of all of those things. All blacks are. There isn't some black walking around going, I really believe that white people, they're the ones that owned us and beat us and raped us and all this stuff that we're told. No, there's no black that believes that. They all know that it's just a grift against whitey, that the Jays have assigned to them because the Jays are the ones that own them. And you would think, oh, well, then why wouldn't the blacks be hating on them and attacking them all the time and all these things? Why would they work for them in the rap industry? And why would they turn gay to be famous rappers and all these things? Well, because of fame and money. They don't care about, you know, they care about themselves when it comes to having no opportunity. But if they're given an opportunity where they can be a sellout, if you will, to their own race and become a gay rapper for fame and money, they're going to do so. And the other thing is, they're not interested in Jays. They're not interested in Jayish women's, all right? They're interested in white people's women. And so there is no reason for them to grift the Jays, even though the Jays, they know for a fact, are the ones who owned them and bought and sold them and pretended they were white people while they were doing it. They know that Jays are who gave them white people names. They know Jays are lying to them and telling them in school, oh, the reason you have the last name Jones or Johnston or whatever is because some white slave owner with that last name used to rape your grandparents and da-da-da, and that's how you ended up here. Meanwhile, blacks are black as can be. They have no white person anywhere in their ancestry, all right? There's no white person anywhere in a black's ancestry. They don't have some white slave owner granddaddy from the 16 or 1700s. There's no such thing as that, because if that was the case, they would not be black themselves. They would have been a descendant of mulattoes, mixed with mulattoes, mixed with blacks, mixed with mulattoes. Even if a mulatto mixes with a black, the offspring's going to come out not fully a mulatto. It's going to come out not fully black and not fully a mulatto. It's going to be like kind of a blend, but it's not going to look like a solid just black from Africa, right? And that's what all blacks are in America. They're just solid blacks, straight up, just pure blood blacks from Africa. All of them are. None of them have a drop of white people ancestry in them, especially from only several hundred years ago. And so, otherwise, they wouldn't have their pure black African traits. You know what I mean? And so, it's comical that white people still think that blacks actually believe all that. Blacks have known for many decades now that Jews are who own them and brought them here and own them here and the whole thing. And they also know that white people are who ended slavery, but they don't care because, again, they know Jays don't create any cool things. They know Jays don't create shoes and big rims and engines and cars, Chevys, guns, big speakers for their boom car, all these things that the jewelry, you know, Jays don't create anything, and blacks are aware of this, so blacks only want to grift whitey. But the main reason is white women's. That's why, white women's. So if everything else, if white people didn't produce anything and white people weren't amazing and didn't have all this awesome infrastructure for them to live in and air conditioning and plumbing and sewage and all these things for them to enjoy, as long as we had the white women's, they'd still want to live among us, to have the ability to prey upon them when they want. Truth Freeze has chimed in earlier, and he said Kalergi plan. Correct. Absolutely, that's what it is. That is what we are living under now. That is what has been ramped up to full throttle almost against us as we are speaking right now. Dagburn. Johnny Gobble said, hello, sir. And he said, blacks don't care about logic, just dominance. Correct. And hello to you, Truth Freeze, since I didn't say hello. Apologize for that. Correct, sir. That is the only thing blacks know, is force and dominance. That is all they're concerned with. I don't know if you've ever been to a zoo or you've went on a safari, but when you observe other animals in the wild, if you've ever watched Nat Geo or perhaps Mutual of Omaha, you would have seen that in the animal world, the number one thing is dominance, and really everything else just kind of falls beneath that, whether it's, food or whatever, or longevity of survival, preservation without injury. All those things fall to the wayside when it comes to dominance of a territory or of females of a pack of some food that's been killed. So totally true, 100%. And white people want to pretend that we can convince blacks to just chill out. Just chill out, bro. Just chill out, bro. Just smoke this doobie with us, bro. And just hang out, man. We're listening to Bob Marley anyway, bro. He's like your race and stuff, man. That's the idiotic approach that white people have. They think that they're just going to be cool and be nice until these untamable creatures decide to just suddenly calm down, like a wild bucking bronco. You see the cowboy, he stands in the middle, got the rope on it now, and the thing's running around in circles, trying to decide how to escape the cowboy. He's got a hold of it, and he's just standing in the middle, watching the thing run around. And eventually the horse gives up. He gets tired, he gets frustrated, and it's like, you know what? I'm just going to stop running, I'm just going to stand still. And then the cowboy ends up getting to touch him. And all the white people are like, oh, see, we can do that with blacks too. But no, you can't do that with other upright bipeds. God created them to use as weapons against us. Adam's job in the Garden of Eden was to guard it. It's called a guard. A guard. Guard Eden. Right? Eden was the name of a location of purity. All right? A location of a spot in America. Created perfect and pure. Made perfect for white man, Adam, and his wife. Made from his bone of his bone and flesh of his flesh, skin. To live in perfection in. All right? Now, God knew they would mess it up because he knew the end from the beginning. But he started them off this way as a perfect gift so that he would have the right to be upset once they offended him. Okay? And so that's a longer story. I don't want to get off on that. But yes, dominance, to digress all the way back, dominance is all that other critters know. That's all they function by. And so for white people to pretend that we can decorate up, we don't put white people clothing on giraffes and then try to have giraffes hang out in the office with us and drive our taxis and cook our food in the restaurants and be our police officers. So why do we do it with any other non-white or any other not white creature? It's just stupid and idiotic and suicidal. But anyhow, let's see what Truth Freeze said next. He said, they don't all know. Public schooling, fluoride, etc. Well, you know what? Maybe not all of them. Let me say, in this case, not all actually applies. And perhaps you're right. Because some of them don't even pay attention to the word that gets around in the hood like lightning. Perhaps there are some that don't know, but I assure you that 90+% of blacks, which means mostly all blacks that you ever run across, all know for a fact that whitey is not whoever owned them. They can see in white people's behavior that white people would never want to own blacks. Every time blacks move into our neighborhood, it starts ruining it and we have to move out and we move somewhere else. Okay, white flight wouldn't be a thing There would be no such thing as white flight. There would no such concept of that at all. If anytime we had access to blacks and we could figure out a way to boss them around and kind of make them still our quasi-slave, even though we don't officially own slaves no more, but hey, maybe we can trick them into mowing our lawn, or maybe we can get them to weed eat our ditch every time he's weed eating his. And next thing you know, we got him basically doing work for us without him realizing it, because we're so superior and smart over them and all these things, like we're always being accused of our thought process being about them. Well, if that was true, there would be no such thing as white flight, you know? And so blacks see white people's behavior, and they see how white people cuck to them and pander to them. And they go, man, there's no way these weak, soft, non-fierce, non-constantly wanting confrontation creatures were whipping us around and owning 20 and 30 of us at a time and bossing us around and telling us what to do. They ain't no dang way. And anywhere some, nog goes and he looks around at white people, he knows there ain't a white person there that could own him and 20 more just like him, or even 2 more just like him. He knows that that's an absurd concept. So they know, though, that Jays are not cucked about them, and that Jays are not cucked about anyone. Jays are all about Jays, and they put no one else before Jays. They put no one else equal with Jays. And so Jays are always going to, they'll do things to put the blacks in being grateful to them. Like they'll give them money, millions of dollars. They'll give them fame. They'll force them into all our corporations where they don't belong. They'll make them judges and justices of our government where they don't belong. They'll invite them everywhere where white people used to enjoy, to ruin all the white places, just to pander and get them to be in gratefulness to the Jays. The blacks always know that anywhere they finally have access to that they never did before because they don't have any business being there, they know it's the Jays who put them there. All right, anytime you see a dinghy boat showing up on the shore of Italy or Britain or wherever, okay, and it's got 12 or 15 Nigerians on it running on the shore to the mainland, all right, and it says Israel Aid right on their freaking jackets they're wearing, or their life jackets they're wearing. I mean, they know dang good and well who's bringing them to white countries. They know who is buttering their bread. So they're not going to rebel against the ones who give them the green light and the opportunity to come here and prey upon our women and children and grift our people. Stan Hutchins chimed in and he said, "I'm just sick and tired of being labeled a racist just because I'm white. That I have white privilege. It's just not true." Well, the problem there comes in understanding, and also in multiplicity, because when they say white privilege, Sir Hutchins, they actually mean 2 different things. They want you to think they mean one thing with it, but deep down they're actually being very open about their envy of your existence and your position. What they mean by it, for you to believe they mean by it, is they want you to believe that you don't have to worry when you get pulled over by a cop. You know what I mean? They'll tell you all these things that, oh, you don't have to worry about being pulled over by a cop because the cop will notice you're white, and then you won't have to worry about being shot, and all these little lying grifts they have that you're aware of already. So there's no need for me to list all the others, but they have a whole slurry of different reasonings for your privilege. It has nothing to do with the fact that you have to get up every day and work your whole life and bust your ass and pay taxes only to barely have a little bit left over to struggle with. They don't care about any of that crap. They don't care about any of that. They don't want to hear your sob story. They don't care. All right, because for them, it's just to grift you out of money and acceptance of allowing them into your neighborhoods and all these things where they can prey upon your daughters. They don't There is no such thing as a black that will finally be like, oh my gosh, you serious? You actually have to get up every day at 5 a.m. and then go work all day, and then oh, you mean the Jays take your money from you too, and then like you don't even get to spend all of it on your kids and your family. It has to be given to us so we can survive. Oh, poor you. I guess you don't have privilege after all. No, there's no such thing as that. So every time you say all these things to them, or not you, but any, say, conservative is saying that in the comment sections about, or hoping blacks will read it and have a change of heart or a change of mind about white people. It's just never going to happen. It's not the case because, like I already mentioned earlier, they're already aware of the fact that Whitey never owned them as slaves and all these things. So Whitey has no reason to feel any kind of need for pandering or retribution to them for that. And B, they are here just to grift you. They're not here for anything else. They know the Jays have given them a green light to come here and prey upon you, all right, as criminals. And so they're here for that. They're not here, and they use white privilege. They just use that as a political attack on you. It has nothing to do with whether you had to bust your ass your whole life and you grew up with nothing and poor and da-da-da. They don't give a crap about any of that. You're white. You're white. And they don't get to be white. They're not white. They don't get to be white. You're white, and they don't get to be white. And that is how you're privileged. That deep down, but in the open, in your face, is them admitting to you, hey, we are envious of you because we don't get to be white. And it has nothing to do, even though they want you to believe, it has everything to do with the fact that you don't have to worry when you get pulled over by a cop and all this other crap. What it really is them openly telling you, hey, we wish we were white. You are. We aren't. We're pissed off about it. And you're the only person we have physically that we can take it out on. So we're telling you that you are privileged. You're privileged because you get to be white. It has nothing to do with whether you have to bust your ass your whole life or whether you're an unattractive version of white people. You're not even like some pretty example, or, because we have some, slightly unattractive types of our people, lots of them, It don't matter about any of that. Okay, they would trade everything they've ever had, experienced, and everything in their whole life just to be white. Just to be an ugly white person. So, that's how you're privileged. And that's what they mean, really, in the open, but deep down inside, but also out loud in the open. That's what they really mean about your privilege. They're not going to say that. They want you to think it's because of the police situation and how employers are more inclined to hire you, supposedly, than blacks, even though the total opposite is the case nowadays with diversity hiring and tokenism, which has been the case since the 60s, by the way. So tokenism and diversity hiring are not a new thing. It's just there weren't a lot of blacks existing yet in America. Back then, blacks were only 3 or 4% of our population. And so in the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s, we were cucking to them and pandering to them like hotcakes, but there was only one every now and then. And there were also 100 million more white people in America than there are now. Okay, we used to have 200 million white people in America. And since 1990, our race has been on the decline, while we've been paying for blacks to multiply like hotcakes. And the Jays have been flooding our country with non-whites from every country, every non-white type. Arabs, Indians, whatever, So you combine it all, white people have went down 50% of our population to now we are only about 100 million, probably less. And non-whites are over 200 million in our country. You may not want to believe that, but that is the fact. They just keep them concentrated in enclaves and in cities. So if you live out in some rural area where you're around mostly white people, or you live in some random rural area that still hasn't had a brand new neighborhood start being built right there near your rural area, well, consider yourself lucky for the moment, or fortunate for the moment. But A, it's coming. Don't think they don't have your rural area locked down to send millions of your new neighbors to. But B, just because you're not seeing it where you are doesn't mean that they're not already here outnumbering you 2 to 1. Okay, for every white person here, there are 2 non-whites here already. Deborah McGee said, and she was talking to Truth Freeze, and she said, we have public schools in my area, black students, black teachers, with 9th graders reading on a 3rd grade level. They don't know a lot of things. And he agreed and said hello. Unknown showed up, and he said, what's up, stay white. Hello, Unknown. If you were still here, God bless you and welcome. Truth Freeze said, South Africa during Mandela, white farmer genocide. Yes. Yeah, and we'll get into that whole topic one day coming up soon. That was a horrible, terrible thing that happened to white people. Many, many tens of thousands of white people. Tom Meadows chimed in, and he said, and Wild Kingdom. Precision Netica said, Christopher Langan, the man with the highest IQ in the world, said when he applied for a civil service job in New York City, they hired a black guy instead of him, who bragged that they, quote, pay him to have kids, end quote. Yep. See, the thing is, they know the grift. You know, we're always, to go back to what I started off saying earlier and didn't complete my point about how it may appear as though my channel is just to poke fun at blacks or whatever, but that's not the case. It's really just to clap back at their anti-white rhetoric, but also it's to show the absurdity of their claims, you know, and also to show that they know dang good and well that they are full of crap, that they don't really believe all of this stuff. They don't really believe they're Hebrews. They don't really believe that they are the Nation of Islam. They don't really believe they created Japan and Britain, and that they were the first samurais, and that they were the first native, well, there's no such thing as native Indians, but they were the first feathers, you know, from Siberia that came over, and all these things. They don't even know that feathers are Siberians that came over from Siberia. They actually think they're natives, so that's why they're trying to steal their position. And so, you know, blacks basically want to steal every single thing, every single position, every single other creation's history, whether it's whites, Chinese, Asians, Arabs. Of course, they already been claiming they were the first Arabs. They claim they were the Moors. They claim they were the Egyptians. They also claim they were space aliens, and that they built the pyramids when they was space aliens, that they flew them here, that those is they spaceships. And they just don't know how to turn them on no more because they lost their ability to figure out how to turn their melanin into vibraniums through homeostasis. Now, I don't know if you've ever watched my Training Day Part 2 video, but they go into detail. I show you. I take you many places in the hood where experts detail to you the nuances about melanin and about homeostasis and about their vibranium and their connectivity to their cosmic ancestors. So they do all that through, you know, they have to do it late at night. They have to make sure TV's off. They have to make sure they're in darkness. There are a lot of stipulations to it, and they also have to eat certain herbals, as they call them. And it's a whole process. It's hard to explain. It's a long story, but basically they know that they're full of crap, you know. And so my channel is to not only expose the absurdity of their claims and debunk their claims by showing you and showing the fellow future white people who come after us, if they stumble upon my video, say a post-apocalyptic time happens, right? But then they find this random cell phone and they manage to figure out a way to charge it, and it turns on, and wouldn't you know, it's got one of my videos saved on it where I'm explaining these things out, right? Then children of the future will have just blips and bits and pieces here and there. I mean, we find books and diaries and things from people written hundreds of years ago that survived on paper for hundreds of years. You know what I mean? Should have been ruined 300, 400, 500 years ago, but there it is, still legible. And here we are hundreds of years later, and we're able to read it and see back in time what those people back then were experiencing or seeing or believing or thinking or doing. And so that's why I made the channel, was to have a message that hopefully will reach the white children of the future, who are children now, who are unborn yet, but who will hopefully and eventually find these videos in the future and learn that they were not the owners of blacks, and that they didn't bring blacks here and own them as slaves, and so they shouldn't have any type of, remorse or feel any need for paying them back. No such thing as reparations should be going through their minds. The only reparations that should be going through any white person's minds should be what the J's and B's owe us in trillions of dollars of damages and murders and loss of life. And loss of quality of life, by the way. And think of how far along mankind, white people, would be if for the last 300 years we weren't having to deal with the Black Plague and the Jewish Plague. Think about that. Think about it. Imagine if the 1980s, imagine the 1980s with no Whitney Houston, with no Michael Jackson, with no Sammy Davis Jr., with no Jeffersons, with no Sanford and Son, with no Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, with no Michael Jordan, with no any of that crap. Imagine how amazing the 80s were for white people with all of that mixed in. Now, imagine removing all of that, how amazing the 80s would have already been. We would have already had flying cars in the 80s. Then, imagine having none of that to deal with from the 80s when we were already in utopia, regardless of the 3% of them around us that we cucked ourselves and pandered ourselves to. But imagine going all the way to now from the 80s, all right, with none of that to deal with. No $13 trillion stolen from us to keep them alive and keep them reproducing against us. No billions and billions of hours of court. No millions and billions of dollars of money spent to feed them and air condition them and clothe them for, their whole lives in our prisons. And all of our white children in the schools who've been surrounded by them for the last 30 years now, on all sides. Those white children can't learn properly. Okay, they're too busy trying to win the respect of these lesser types surrounding them on all sides in hopes that they won't be attacked by them. So what does that do? That puts pressure on them to become a wigger. That puts pressure on the blonde to cut her hair off and make herself ugly, so that all the black chicks won't keep wanting to beat her up because of how pretty she is. And how they notice all the black dudes are salivating at her all day instead of paying the black girls any mind. You add all this up, this is why they don't belong here, y'all. You have to understand, God only uses them. He only intends on using non-whites as weapons against us for when we misbehave him, for when we disobey, for when we start stepping on our Sabbath like we have for the last couple hundred years now, at least 100 anyway. And we've been, back to miscegenation, back to accepting that, and back to accepting homosexuality, back to accepting multiculti hellholism. We didn't accept all that crap until just 30 years ago. And don't be caught being one of these cucked white people that blames boomers. Our boomer grandparents are the last ones that said nigger openly and didn't care if anybody called them a racist after they said it. And our ancestors locked arms while the Jays put our own people with rifles, National Guard, held to their foreheads. And they forced the blacks into our freaking schools. Our boomers weren't some cuck idiot pussies like we have now that call the boomers the problem and blame the boomers for all our problems. The boomers are the ones, they were tricked by the Jays. Yeah, they were tricked by the Jays into conquering Uncle A. That's true. But they're also the ones who at 15 years old would run out and sign up. They would lie and say they were older just so they could sign up to go to war. While everyone in our generation now, even if we had a government who did support the people, who were patriotic for the people and did put America first and only, white people first and only, well, I guess we would probably be way supportive still. And we would still be joining the military like hotcakes at young ages and all those things. But we don't have that kind of military anymore, so what do our white kids do? They avoid the military now. And I don't blame them. Who wants to go work for some Jays? And who wants to go die for some, fat banker that hates your people's guts and hates your God and Lord and Savior's guts? And hates your entire race's guts and would stomp your infant's face to the mud and crush her skull if he could. And you're going to go die for that, dude? For a paycheck? For a college degree? Because you couldn't figure out something better to do with your life? No thanks. I don't blame them. I wouldn't sign up. And I knew back when it was in, when my age had come where I could enlist. I was watching my government do things I didn't agree with back then. And so I'm like, my self-preservation as being a based alpha person was like, I'm not going to put myself in harm's way for people who don't give two craps about me. I didn't know they had an agenda and hated my guts and wanted me dead yet and wanted my whole race dead yet. I didn't know all that at the time. But when I was in high school, I could tell that they had flooded our schools with blacks purposely to ruin us. I could tell with my own eyes. I could see it with plain as day. Everybody could. That there was no benefit to forcing blacks into our schools. There was no benefit. The only person excited about it in the entire school was the coach of the football team or the basketball team. That's it. No one else was excited. Not the principal, not the vice principal, not the deans, not the teachers, not the students. And rightfully so, because our life turned into a living hell instantly. You can't just set wild animals loose in a civilized building and then be like, oh, and put your hands on over your ears and be like, oh my gosh, what is all this chaos happening? Who could have thunk it? And white people just live in this state of stupor. They are so Jew-cucked now that they live in this state of absolute cuckery. All a nog has to do is put on a MAGA hat. And that's it. Oh my gosh. It's time to start quoting the guy. Put him on TV. Interview him. And now he'll be the person speaking on behalf of white people's interests. Exactly like every leftist does. Conservatives are no different than leftists. So, and that's the big problem, is conservatives are not on our side. We feel like they are. We wish they were. We want them to be. We see all the camaraderie they have among themselves as Trumpers or as Q-tards or whatever their deal is. But the most obvious thing in the entire world, and they shun it as hard as they can. I don't see color. I don't see color. Well, then you're an idiot. Because everyone sees color. You literally identify snakes by their color and pattern. You identify whether an animal is dangerous or not by its colors and shapes and patterns and behaviors. You identify spiders and all other manner of insects by their color and the patterns on them of color. And their shape, and their design, and their behavior. Why can't white people do that with blacks? I don't understand it. Or Jews, for that matter. All of our white people in the past were able to identify the Jays immediately and kick them out. 109 countries, y'all, have had to kick them out 1,031 times. And I just got the word yesterday through a chat, I think it was Elijah's chat, that some country just banned them from being able to immigrate there. So there has actually been a 110th country now who has officially banned the Jays. So now we can't be saying USA 110 anymore. Now we got to start saying USA 111. So I'm going to have to change my Rumble handle to USA 111. And from now on, that's got to be our mantra, USA 111. You know? Because somebody has finally stepped up and had the testicular fortitude, allegedly, to publicly ban the Jays from immigrating there. Now, isn't it an official ban where they kicked them out? I don't know. So maybe they aren't going to kick them out. And if they don't kick them out, then they don't technically qualify as the 110th country that's kicked them out. So we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But as of now, we'll give them the 110th title. Let's get back to the chat here real quick and catch up with you folks. And Deborah McGee said that's probably true to unknown. And she said third is as low as the news would admit. Truth Freeze said blacks are not the enemy. Rather, like Islam, the weapons. Or maybe he meant their weapons. Right, they are. The problem is that makes them the enemy, because if you think about what an enemy is an animated creature against you. All right, if you have a predator animal against you chasing you in the woods, for that moment, in that instant of time, that's your enemy. You got a mountain lion out on your tail, whatever, that's your enemy. All right, it's an animated thing, it's coming for your ass. However, a weapon is an inanimate thing. It just sits there. You probably got all kinds of things in your house that could be used as weapons. None of them ever jump off the wall and attack you. You sleep there every night. None of them take advantage of you while you're asleep. So, weapons, while they are the Jays' weapons, that is true. They are also our enemies because they enjoy being the weapons of the Jays. Much like I was explaining earlier, they're very well aware of all these things, that the Jays are who own them, that white people never did. And so therefore, they already know that white people are completely innocent. All right, that we're completely innocent people. And that not only are we completely innocent people who owe them nothing, but also they know that they owe us massively because we put an end to their slavery and ownership over them in white countries. And so they know all of that, yet they still attack us every day out of envy. You have to understand it's not because they think you were a slave owner or that your ancestors used to rape their great-great-great-grandmammy. It's because they're envious that you get to be white and they do not get to be white. That is all. There is no deeper explanation to any black hate crime against white people like happened today, probably hundreds of times, but the one we were talking about that we know about that happened today, that's the explanation for all of them. And the explanation never goes any deeper than that. That is the full 100% totally explained out, totally reduced all the way down, bottom line. That's the explanation, period, dot. There is no other explanation. There is no add-on explanation. They are envious that they don't get to be white. And so any white person they see minding their own business, walk into their car with their little 3-year-old daughter named Julian Wood, they walk up and attack them with a knife viciously with the intent of killing them right then on the spot. And they curse them while they kill them, and you guarantee you they say the word white while they kill them, or some other word they have for us, but most likely they do end up saying the word white because it's on their mind. You gotta understand, the word white is spinning around in their heads 24 hours a day. Why do you think everything that they buy, they want it to be white? They want white cars, they want white walls on their tires, even though tires are supposed to be black. They want white shoes, they want white clothes, they want white hats, they want white suits, they want white women's. They went all the way, everything. Why? Because that's the word, that color spins around, that word white spins around in their head 24 hours a day. They have multiple wheels in the back of their smooth brain that spin all day with the word white in it. White people, white people, white people, white people, white people. And all they do is compare themselves to us every day, everywhere they go. And they have moments where they don't think about us. They have moments where they can just be black and they can just do their thing and they can kind of pretend, they don't think about it. And they may go, who knows, a couple of days without having some type of, thought about white people and rage and stuff. Pretty rare, though, I imagine. But eventually, within an hour, or within 10 minutes, or within 2 hours, or within a day, or within half a day's time, all of it comes back, and those wheels start spinning again, and they stay spinning permanently. So, for us to just allow them to live among us and pretend that we're never going to have, or that we're eventually going to convince them to behave. It's just never going to happen. It's stupid to think so. Oh, there we go. It's stupid to think so, and it's just, we're just pissing in the fan. That's all we're doing. And it's getting it all over us. It's blowing it in our face. It's blowing it back in our mouth. It's shooting it up our nose. It's getting it all in our hair. And we're just like, we don't see a problem. We don't see color. Well, you're an idiot. If you don't see color. Let's see here. Unknown said, I support TND for Africa. I don't know what that is. To control and centralize its wealth, minerals, steel, oil, and other material. Truth Freeze said, even Jays are deceived by the imposter Zios. Well, as much as I'd like to be agreeing with you on that, it's actually not true. Unfortunately, that's not the case. There are only two kinds of Jews, my good friend. There are the kind of Jews who follow the Talmud plan to eliminate whitey openly and loudly and happily. And then there are the type who pretend to oppose it. In other words, there's no such thing as Jays that don't know the Jayish Talmud plan, and there's no such thing as Jays who are opposed to the Jays Talmud plan to eliminate whitey and have full control over the entire world of non-whites. That is the plan of the Talmud, and there is no such thing as a Jay or a group of Jays or an entire whatever of Jays that do not agree with that plan and do not hope for that plan. So again, the two types are the types that, the first type, who openly and loudly pursue that plan of eliminating all white people, and therefore they can then rule the entire world of non-whites. And then there are the type of Jays who pretend to oppose that. That's the only two types there are. So there is no Jay that's being duped by Zios into being imposter Israelites. They know they're imposters. That's just the bottom line. All Jays know that they are imposters. There's no Jay alive anywhere that doesn't know that they are imposters. There's literally not one. And the reason why there isn't one is because Jays are extremely, I don't want to use the word based here, because based means pro-white only. That's all it's for. We created that word for us. It only means us. Just like the word Swedish or German or American or anything else. It only applies to white people. And so, based means pro-white. And it doesn't mean anything else. But Jays are their own version of based. Ultra based. Uber based, beyond your wildest dreams based. Okay? 100 million trillion times more based than white people have ever been. And that is a fact. And we know this for a fact through all of our written history. White people have been battling each other from area to area over, resources and territory and power and all these things. So, meanwhile, the Jays are extremely homogenous amongst themselves and excuse me, got a little burp here built up, and about themselves, okay? Jays put Jays first and only and always. They don't even have to say Jays first because there's no second. There's Jays only. That's all Jays think about. That's all Jays focus about. And even when a Jay or a group of Jays gives blacks or a black millions of dollars or fame or whatever, they're only doing it for the benefit of Jays. To ruin white people benefits Jays. By bolstering any black, all the dumbass wigger white kids go listen to it, go to the concerts, whatever, bolster that black, and then that keeps white girls sleeping with blacks. That keeps our white boys acting like wiggers and turning into drug addicts and ended up in prison. Let's see. Tom Meadows liked the idea of giraffes in taxis, or he liked the example of it. I'm glad you did, bro. Truth Freeze said, after South African genocide, the people went hungry and asked European whites to come back and farm again. Same thing happened in Haiti. And so that's going to be a repetitive thing that just keeps happening everywhere where white flight happens. I mean, we just saw it happen in this place there, and where is it? Louisiana? Is that the state that did that? Yeah, Baton Rouge it was. So we just saw that there, and we're going to see more of that, where you're going to see lawsuits pop up. Al Sharpton's going to be down there with all the other anti-white grifting blacks. Jesse Jackson, all them, they're all down there just rubbing their hands, knowing they're going to start filing lawsuits against Baton Rouge, against the county there, over that city, against the state of Louisiana, and against the U.S. federal government for not intervening with the state's behavior about it. And it's all going to be because these white people packed up and white flighted out of the area because they welcome too many blacks. You can't welcome one. You welcome one, they all come. So white people cucked them into their area, trying to be nice and let Billy bring his black friend home to hang out and play ball in the driveway. Well, that turns into Billy having friends come, and then eventually Billy's friends come meet the parents, go, wow, and then the parents are like, oh, y'all should totally move into this neighborhood. There's no crime, which they basically just told that black mama that there's no blacks there. So now the black mama knows, dang, I come move in here, then my black boy, everybody be just kissing his butt, and he'll get access to all these white women's. You have to understand, black females know that they are producing soldiers of their race for the Jays to eliminate white people. They understand this. Not only does a black female benefit by living in a white area and being the only black in that neighborhood because all the whites will cuck to her, but they'll cuck to her son. And her son will have all these opportunities around the white people because the white people pandering to him that he would never have if he grew up in the hood. And so, they're not dumb. They know where to go. And so even though my channel may seem like we poke fun at them as though this channel thinks that they're dumb, I actually don't think they're all that dumb. I realize they have the low IQ thing and yada yada, but they still have instincts. All right, they're still a critter that has instincts, and if you leave food laying out for them, they're going to memorize where that is, and they're going to come get it. And they're not going to be ashamed. They're not going to feel bad for you or themselves or anybody that they came and done it. They're going to come get it. And then you leave more food out, and they're going to come get that. And you leave them a shelter, and they're going to start staying in it. And then they're going to start expecting you, and they're going to come every day expecting you to leave that food. And so it's the same thing when you pander to any type of critter. Okay, it's going to start expecting it. It's immediately going to grift you and start grifting you from then on every day for it. All right, just like my feral cat here. All right, he just showed up. He's here to grift me for food and milk. All right, he has no intention on being my full-time cat. He's just here because I'm dumb enough to give him food and milk as far as he's concerned. And he's a grateful little cat. He gives me thanks and stuff and grinds on my legs and lets me pet him a little bit and stuff. But then he's out of here. And he goes and does his thing. And that's the same thing non-whites are here to do. They're here to do their thing. They're not here to be American. They're not here to pray to your God. They're not here to be Christians. They're not here to pledge allegiance to our flag or honor our founding white fathers that created this country. They're not here for any of that garbage. All right? To them, that's all garbage. And that's why our government wipes their ass with our Constitution, because to them, that's just something a bunch of our old white men wrote a long time ago when they were evil racists, when our country was a Christian fascist nation. And that's why they all demand that white people be anti-fascist, by the way, which proves that conservatives are idiots when they call the left, they call their own opponents, the left, they call them fascists, just like the left calls the right. The right should be going, yeah, we need to be fascists. We're supposed to be a fascist country. But instead, they're cucks. So they go, no, we're not fascists. You're the fascists. You know, all the while they don't realize that our country was founded as a white Christian fascist nation. Because they don't have any idea what the hell fascist means. To them, they're repeating the leftist anti-white conservative terms, you know, or definitions like, oh, the state has a means of production and blah, blah, blah. It has nothing to do with any of that. Fascism means your God of your people's laws are the laws of your country. In other words, our 10 Commandments are the laws of our nation. We used to have the 10 Commandments on display, big display, in every courthouse across this entire country. And guess who demanded that they be removed from our courthouses? The Jews. Who else? Our country is supposed to be a white Christian fascist nation. So don't be calling any opponent of yours a fascist. And don't be speaking about fascism as though it's bad. Okay, because that's what this country was founded to be. And if you're against fascism, it's only because you've been cucked by your own enemy who wants you dead into hating fascism. Because if your God, if our God of our Holy Bible's laws are the laws of this country, then guess what? Jays have to go. And so do all the non-whites. So you think they're going to be cool with you being down with fascism for your country? No. That's what they've spent the last 100 years removing from our country, was the fascism. And they'll tell you that, by the way. They don't mind admitting to you that our country started off being Christian and fascist, because they use that, knowing they've cucked you into thinking it means baddie. They use that to shame you, and to shame the creation of this country, and to shame the founding framers of the country. So don't be cucked into saying things like fascism is bad, or calling your opponents Nazis or fascist. Why would you call your opponent a white Christian German who was grateful in the 1930s? You know, that would be stupid. White Christian Germans of the 1930s were grateful, happy, white Christian people. The opposite of what you should be hating on. Who in fact tried to save us from all this hell that we're going through right now, and have been going through with the blacks and everybody else for the last 30 years. Actually, since 1965, because if they had won all the way back in the 40s, if they had won, we would have never had the Civil Rights Act in America. We would have never paid for blacks to multiply and quadruple their population or quintuple their population in just 30 years' time. We would have never had Jays staying in our government all this last 100 years. Instead, they would have been ousted out of our government all the way back then in the 40s, once the Germans would have come over here and took control. They would have ousted the Jays, They would have been like, what the heck is up with all these non-whites here? Get them out of here. And that would have been it. And our country would have been restored on the dot. And General Patton understood this. Truth Freeze said, Haiti was encouraged to kill all whites not long ago. American blacks, way different than those from African Middle East. They are openly hostile. Yes, well, all of them are openly hostile. I mean, it doesn't matter. You pick a Nigerian, Sudanese, Haitian, whatever, Jamaican, whatever. They're all violent. They're all opportunist predators. Okay, it doesn't matter who pretends. They could pretend to be friendly for an entire year around white people before they finally chimp out one night and attack a white woman. But they will. It's only a matter of time. They're just a ticking time bomb. Having a black around you, doesn't matter where they're from, doesn't matter what country they came from, doesn't matter if they were born and raised in America, don't matter if they came fresh off the boat from somewhere else, doesn't matter. They are a ticking time bomb around white people. Period. Dot. They're a ticking time bomb no matter who they're around. If they're around nothing but blacks in their own country, they're still a ticking time bomb. All of them are just ticking time bombs. Standing there, have you ever seen an alligator pit? You know? And now at any moment, they're all like, you know, they're all capable of extreme destruction on each other. So they all just kind of chill there. But once in a while, one just decides to chimp out. And then they all start thrashing at each other. Well, that's the same deal. Okay? It doesn't, they're ticking time bombs no matter where they are. So each one you have roaming around in your country, you just have ticking time bombs all over the place. It's like having landmines, you know, with a timer on them. And you have no idea when the timer is going to go off on any particular one. You have no idea which one's trigger is more sensitive than another. Which one's already been worked up to the point where they're ready to attack a white women's. Or whether they're ready to attack a little white toddler just to kill one that can't do nothing back. So they get an effortless kill and then go on with their day feeling better. Unknown said, and is dreadfully third world when back in the day where it was first world on regionally conserved territories with industrial and manufacturing superpower. I'm going to scroll back and see where he was picking up from. I support, the thing about Africa. Yeah, I mean, Africa used to have their own, I don't want to say their own. White people had to set everything up over there that Africans have ever had. Africans have never created a company or built any buildings or built any factories or started any mines or done any type of enterprising whatsoever. So anything over in Africa that exists in Africa that blacks are using now are just leftover things from that are probably 50 to 100 years old that white people created when they came over there and used for 30, 40, 50 years, and now they've abandoned and left to the blacks to use. And that's the same thing you see in India and other places. Anywhere white people have been, we created things all the way back 100 years ago, 150 years ago, 60 years ago. Now we bail out of those places, and those third worlders are still using those same 80 or 100-year-old trains and vehicles and things that we left all those years ago. Look at Cuba. They still drive 60, 70, 80-year-old cars that we left 60, 70 years ago. All the third world places that white people have ever went, we leave behind things and they just start using them. And this is why I try to explain to conservatives that, and like Longo, Narco Longo, that the feathers did not create any of the things that they utilized. Like there's no such thing as feather burial mounds or sacred burial grounds of the feathers. All right, and you hear the conservatives and you hear historians and you hear people who just don't understand yet. You hear them say that all the time, that the feathers had sacred burial grounds, and here's the feathers burial mounds, right? Mounds all over America and stuff. And meanwhile, feathers didn't bury their dead. Feathers did not bury their dead. They wanted animals to eat their dead so that their ancestors would live on in the bodies of animals like wolves and other predators. They thought it to be an honor to be eaten by a powerful predator so that their family member could then continue on in the afterlife, but in a new life as a powerful animal of the animal kingdom in their world. So they didn't practice burial. All right, and you have all these cucks calling, burial mounds. They call them feathers burial grounds, and it doesn't belong to the feathers. White people are who bury our people. White people are who created all the ancient mounds that exist here in the United States, because the United States is the Garden of Eden. And so, before Noah's flood, the United States of America was Whitey World. This is the very first. If you're in America, you are standing on the very first continent that Whitey existed. Now, America used to be much, much bigger than it is right now, because our oceans were much, much lower than they are right now. So, our country was much, much bigger. Huge compared to what it is. But it was not shifted far away from another part and broke off and all of that. It was just bigger. It's always been in the same spot. It doesn't move across the world. Didn't break off from Africa and move across the world, or none of that horse crap. It's always been where it is. It's just that when the flood came, after the flood receded, the oceans did not recede all the way down to their original level. They only receded down to the level that we know them at now. And that decreased the amount of land that was on the earth greatly. And so that is what our new established map and borders that we know of as land masses are now. But in pre-Noah flood times, from Adam and Eve all the way to Noah's flood, white people lived on the continent of North America. Let me get back in the chat because I am getting way behind. Truth Freeze said, what % mayors are black now? In major cities. I think is why he put major there. I would say probably 75%. Wouldn't you? I mean, Detroit, Chicago, D.C., Baltimore, L.A. Well, L.A. may have, no, I think they have a black mayor. Any major metropolitan, just like you put there, major. Yeah, any major one is going to be blacks. And really, only the small districts now are still kind of mayored by white people and stuff. And even a lot of those have been cucked away to Hispanics and different things. Truth Freeze said, transatlantic slave trade, yet papal Rome, Jesuits tie in, covering their crimes by blaming Jews. No, actually, that's actually the opposite. You got it kind of reversed of how it goes. Rome obeys the Jews. The Jesuits and Rome and the Catholic Church have been controlled, and actually the Jesuits were created by the Jews, but the Roman Catholic Church has been in control of, the Jews have controlled the Catholic Church since 40 AD. Okay, so that means basically the entirety of the Catholic Church's existence, it's been under 100% control by the Jays. And they are who created the Jesuits. So Rome and Jesuits and all that, they bow to the Jews. The Vatican, the Pope, they bow to the Jews, not the other. All right, I lost connection there. You can look it up right now. Pope bows to the Jews, And when the Pope bows to them, they do not bow back to him. They stand there and look at him like the slave he is. So, yeah. It's definitely the other way around. Let's see. Truth Free said, whites are primarily Christian and creative. Reason why whites are the main target. Germany, World War I, World War II. Correct. German means genuine. It means the genuine Judahites. So, in a weird twist of irony, the ones that everybody thinks are the Judahites, that were the Judahites over there, the Jays, they are not Israelites in any way, shape, or form. They are Canaanite mongrels who descend from Esau and his 2 Canaanite wives. And so they are no part of Israel whatsoever because they don't descend from Israel. Only white people, Europeans as you know them, Americans, Canadians, all the ones you know as white people, real white people. We are who descend from Israel. Jays descend from Esau, and Esau defied God and Isaac and mated with 2 Canaanite wives. And so that is who created, and then you got the 2 types. You got the Sephardic and Ashkenazi from those 2 Canaanite wives. Let's see here. And also the Catholic Church murdered 60 million white people who refused to quit keeping our 7th-day Sabbath, who refused to quit honoring our God's 4th commandment along with the other 9. And they did so because the Jays had been in control of them since the entirety of the church, since 40 AD, since all the way back in the beginning of it. And that's why the Christian Crusades were not Christians going around murdering non-Christians like the story narrative goes. Just like everything else you've been taught in your life that was a lie, that was a lie also. The, quote, Christian Crusades meant the anti-Christian Crusades. It was really the Catholic Church Crusades. It was really the Jewish-controlled Crusades. And what they did is they went around murdering any white people they caught with any scriptures at all. You could just be caught with one verse. Nobody could afford a whole Bible. You had to be a king to own a Bible. You had to be like an ultra wealthy person to own a whole Bible. So most poor people, if they had any scriptures at all, it would just be one verse written on a piece of papaya, or it would just be one chapter of a book of the Bible. And when they caught anyone with any scriptures at all, they would drag them out in the middle of the neighborhood and murder them in front of all the neighbors. And they would also do so if they caught anyone keeping the 7th-day Sabbath. And they performed this for about 1,260 years very aggressively. And over that period of time, they basically forced most white people to stop keeping Sabbath. It didn't work in the end because God made a way through with the Reformation. And so through the Seventh-day Adventist Church, our people have still been keeping Sabbath all the way to this day. But the problem is the Seventh-day Adventist Church, the Jays know, that they were a problem and knew that they were the remnant of our people keeping our God's Sabbath. So they injected themselves into it many decades back. And now it is a multi-culti, third world cucked, thing just like all other Christianity. But we could take over the Seventh-day Adventist Church, which is what I've been entertaining the idea with you folks about. We could take over the Seventh-day Adventist Church if we all just join different branches of it, and then we find ones that are already an all-white church just by default of where they are located in a rural area or whatever. Those churches where we don't have to say, hey, you got to make those blacks over there quit coming here, that's going to be really hard to do in those churches. But if you find an all-white church who's already been able to freely discuss all the things happening against white people in their church without thinking of themselves as pro-white, they're going to be much more accepting of your message, of your explanation of the Holy Word, of our Bible. And it will make sense to them because they see all these things happening to our people. They've probably already been discussing it in their church since they don't have any non-whites there to be worried about talking about it in front of. And so those are the churches of our people that we should try to find. And the reason why is because they already understand Sabbath. So they're the perfect people to try to, all they have to do now, the only final step is for them to realize that we are Israel. And that's why they're supposed to be keeping Sabbath. So once we get them to realize that, and that Jays are not Israelites, boom, we basically have our own massive church already taken. It's like a turnkey mega church that spans our entire world. Every white country has Seventh-day Adventist churches. If we just take over Seventh-day Adventist church, it will split, okay? Because there will be some that are cucked so hard that they will say, no, we are not letting the SDA church become a whites-only church. We don't care what you say. We don't care if the Bible does prove that white people are only white people are Israel. We already have all this people coming to our church, and they all claim that they believe in Jesus Christ. And really all it is they don't want to give up that offering money, and they don't want to be called the scary R word, and they don't want to be sued for the scary R word. So that's the only 3 reasons they really don't want to. They'll really put up the fight of becoming a pro-white church. But that will cause a split, okay? And so there will be the original SDA church, and then there will be the new Reformed SDA church, which will be ours. And we will take such a massive bulk of their white population from them that we would have a massive turnkey church worldwide as it spread like wildfire through the church's inner circles. So I still say that's our best approach, because if the more of us, and keep in mind, if we take over Seventh-day Adventist Church and then it becomes the pro-white church with all of this anti-white attacks happening to white people, then guess where white people are going to turn to? The pro-white church. They're not going to go to the Baptist church that's pandering to the blacks who are attacking us every day. They're not going to go to freaking the Presbyterian church where Trump's going and watch them pander to blacks all day and invite them to the White House and tell them they built our country when they're out attacking us by the millions every day. Instead, they're going to notice, wow, the Seventh-day Adventist Church has openly went pro-white. I'm going there. And my Bible, they'll start seeing. You can show them right away. Look, your Bible says right here, Sabbath, 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 millions of times over and over again. And it never says Sunday, ever in it. It never gives a crap about the first day of the week, except one measly time. And they didn't even do anything on that day that was notable. So it's not like it changed from Sabbath to that day. They just picked a random first day of the week to do a few things, and that was it. And they weren't big time notable. They weren't earth changing. They weren't God's fourth commandment changing. They weren't any of that. Sabbath, 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 all through the Bible, from the beginning to the end. And in the new earth, Isaiah 66:23, he says he sees a new earth and a new heavens, and that every 7th day and every new moon we will all gather together to celebrate Sabbath and worship God. So it's never going away in the future. And all the godly men of our Bible kept it in the past. Why would we think that right now we shouldn't be keeping it? The only reason we don't is because for 1260 years, the Catholic Church, the Jewish-controlled Catholic Church, used the Catholic soldiers to murder any white people, 60 million total, who refused to quit keeping our God's 7th-day Sabbath. Let me catch up with the chat here. John has chimed in. I hope you're still here. Welcome. And he said, brother, do you think we will ever fix this? I believe we are being flooded like the Bible says. God says Jacob will be saved out of our trouble, but I just don't see how. Well, like I've mentioned in other chats, or in other streams, which you may not have caught, we are already at the point where it will now take a miracle of God. Just like it took a miracle of God to free us from bondage in Egypt. White people could have never freed ourselves from bondage then. God understood this. And so God reminds us all through the Bible over and over again that He is the God of us, Israel, who freed us from bondage in the land of Egypt. He reminds us of that over and over again because it's the one of the few times when Whitey was so conquered that we were never going to be able to free ourselves. Never. Never in all the whole 6,000 year trial God has laid out for us would we have ever been able to have freed ourselves of bondage from them. And so once they would have perished, we would have perished with them. We would have perished before they perished, and then they would have perished. So we were in such a dire straits that we could have never saved ourselves, and it took a miracle of God to come save us. And that's why He reminds us of it over and over again. So in the same scenario as that, the magnitude of that, we are in the same situation now, just different, where it will take a miracle of God for us to rid ourselves of this invasion. They are already here. Truth Freeze, to go along with what I'm replying to you here, right beneath you, said at least 30 million illegals. I hate to tell you, brother, but there are 200 plus million non-whites in our country. And it doesn't make two craps whether they're legal or illegal. There are 200 plus million non-whites in our country right this instant, right now. Not 2 weeks from now or a couple months from now or a few years from now. Right now, there are over, not under, not almost, not right at, over, beyond the number of 200 million non-whites in our country. So, there are only 100 million or less white people in our country. This means that there are 2 non-whites for every white person in our country. All right? And the bulk of the non-whites in our country are fighting-age males. And we do not have a bulk of fighting-age males of our white population. Okay? A huge portion of our white population are elderly folks. They're not going to help fight. A huge portion of our white people are women. We don't want them fighting. A huge portion of our white people are our children. We can't have them fight. So, the only fighting age male section for white people is a very small percentage of our people. Now, out of that small percentage, you have, I would say, 65% who are soft and cucked. All right, so take 65% of the available, possible at all, fighting age white men away who will refuse to fight, who are homosexuals and just be willing to blow them instead of fight them, who welcome the invasion and help the invaders, help the non-whites kill white people because they're just narcissistic cucks. Who are just flat out afraid to fight. You know, maybe they are angry about the whole situation and maybe they're pro-white and everything, but they're just afraid and they just are afraid to fight. They've never shot a gun, never had to fight anybody. They don't want to participate, so they flee. Well, now you've reduced it all the way down to maybe about 15 to 20% of the possible, available fighting age white males, fighting age white men. We are not males. That's what the non-whites are. Men in our country. In any of our countries. But in this country particularly. So, that is... So now, if you rework the ratio, knowing all of that, there are actually about 5 to 7, perhaps up to 12 non-whites for every one white fighting age male who's willing to fight, capable of fighting, and will fight. Okay? For each one of you who exist, there are at least 8 to 12 non-whites that you're going to have to take out without you being taken out. You see? And remember, life is not like the movies, like Rambo, where the one white guy with 2 guns, one in each hand, and he just goes around and just mows all the freaking enemies down. That's not how it works. They're going to be shooting back. If you get hit, you're going to fall and die. And you're not going to be shooting any more non-whites. You're not going to be fighting anybody back anymore. There's going to be no more warrior, soldier, alpha male ass kicking for you. Your game is over. No respawn, no takebacks, no pause button. Okay? So to think that you're going to just, SOCOM yourself through the woods, mowing down non-whites in your way, you're a fool for thinking that. Okay? The Jays are going to arm the non-whites of the world way greater than whatever freaking rifle you're walking around with and whatever your 3 pistols you got on your belt. Okay, they're going to teach the non-whites how to fly our Apaches so that they don't have to use our white men to fly them. They're going to teach non-whites how to sit in the cockpit of our F-35s so that there's just a body inside it, but it flies itself. Asians are already in such numbers that, and I'm not telling you this because y'all want you to be cucked about being worried about Asians. Don't be worried about Asians. They are not our freaking problem. Jews and blacks are our problem. and any other non-whites in our countries are our problem, like Arabs and all other crap, and Indians. But my point of mentioning it is that the Asians, if they really wanted to, they could all gather together and they could each just make one drone, right? And then they could just drive a boat over here with all the drones on it. And each one of them with their VR thingy on could virtually drive their crap over here and attack us. You see what South Korea or North Korea is doing to South Korea right now, tying feces on balloons and sending them over. It's probably the Jays doing it. It's probably not North Korea. But, you know, things like these oddball types of warfare practice exist. And they will be used or could be used against us. There we go. And they could be used against us. So, not saying you have to worry about Asians, but I'm just saying that, you know, they're non-whites, we have cucked away our technologies to them. All right, so now they have abilities that they didn't have and they would have never had we not ever cucked our tech away to them. So, and guess who convinced us to do so? I'll let you take a wild guess. It's a coincidence if if you're having trouble trying to figure it out. But bottom line is, you know, we're in a situation now where we have cucked all of our technology away to non-whites, and the Jays have full control over us and our technologies, and they are actively teaching and they are actively recruiting non-whites into our government or into our military. They're actively teaching all of them as fast as possible how to use our highest tech weaponry, you know. And so as soon as they have enough non-white bodies that can just be filling the seats of these planes that now have new AI autopilot, or they teach the white pilot to fly from an aircraft carrier sitting in the comfort of his barrack, but they got the non-white in the plane, and so they can take pictures of the non-white zinging across by the aircraft carriers. So they get the picture of the non-white zinging by, and they go, look, Tyrone's flying jet fighter Tyrones and all that. But really, it'll be white men flying remote control. Or it'll be AI autopilot flying the planes, you know. Truth Freeze said, Hollywood put blacks on center stage. Influence fashion, rap, etc. Baggy pants, the whole deal. Yes, totally true. And of course, we know who owns Hollywood. So again, that's the same ones. It's the same ones who own them, still owned them back in the 1600s, are the same ones who still own them now. Vorpus 22 is here, y'all. Hello. I hope you're still here long enough for me to get to say hello to you. And he said, coming next, Colonel Sanders was a black. Yeah, they actually already claim to have created his recipe. I don't know if you know about that story, but blacks have already been telling themselves for the last, I guess it's been about 10 years now or so. The Jays gave them the story to start grifting around to each other about that Colonel Sanders had black slaves and he stole the recipe from one of his black slaves. Truth Freeze said, Russia, Holodomor, genocide, Bolshevism, killed upwards of 100 million white Slav Christians. That's absolutely true. 100% correct. So when they sit here and LARP at us about how we should, you know, capitulate to them over and over again and prostrate to them about their supposed imaginary 6 million. First of all, the 6 Brazilian never existed. Second of all, they've killed 100 times more of our people than we ever have of theirs. So more than 100 times more of our people than we ever killed of theirs. So, like my mom used to say, I don't want to hear it. Tom Meadows replied, and he said, keep in mind that blacks are not the ones replacing white workers. That is Indian men in IT, Chinese in medicine, and Mexicans in skilled labor. Well, I mean, I can't deny that those other races are filling in some of those things, but blacks are absolutely being forced into all fields of importance, if you will, as well, especially. If you go to a hospital now, you'll notice that almost the entire staff of hospitals are blacks, especially the nurses, because becoming a nurse, they basically dumbed it down. White women used to have to go through extensive training, and you had to continue training all through your career of being a nurse. You had to do constant, it's called continuous learning or continuous education or something like that, continuing education. And they had to constantly be learning new things. They have to constantly attend seminars and boring meetings and all these things where they learn new techniques, learn better techniques, learn, okay, we've been doing this for the last 100 years, but that turns out that was a bad idea. We figured out a way that's safer. We're doing this now. And we don't use these drugs anymore, we use these drugs. And we don't use this surgery procedure anymore, we do it this way. And they had to learn all those things constantly to be able to care for patients properly and in a modern sense, right? In a modern way of doing so. But because blacks will not participate in all those things and they won't achieve all those things, they wanted blacks to be taking care of white people in hospitals so that white people are having to say thank you to blacks constantly while we're in our most vulnerable state. And that's a huge insult to, in the Jays of mine, that's a big insult to us to have to sit there and be thanking blacks while they're taking care of us in our most vulnerable state. And so that just makes them roar with glee, knowing that all the blacks are in our nursing homes. That's the other thing. If you go to any nursing home, the entire staff is black. The entire staff is freaking black. They might have one white or Jewish lady bossing everyone around, but the entire staff is black. Angry black females that hate white people's guts. That's who's taking care of all of our elderly in the nursing homes. Slamming them around all day, pinching their genitals really hard to make them hurt really bad, punching them. The black males that work at the nursing homes literally rape the elderly women of ours. And of course, our elderly people, when they make the complaints to other staff members, they're just told that they're crazy and that they're making it up and that they're senile and they've lost their mind and that they're racist, and that's why they're just making up all this crap about the black staff. And don't think that's not going on at every single nursing home in our entire country. Thousands of nursing homes we have, y'all, with millions total of our elderly white people in them. That's going to be you someday, perhaps. So you have two choices. You either end up in a nursing home being abused and beaten every day by blacks who hate your guts, or you help us take our country back before you get too old to help us take our country back and end up in that exact position. And the only other option we have is to leave this country, white flight all over again, and go somewhere else where there are no blacks and try to start over yet again, where we invite zero cucked white people who will be like telling blacks, oh, we got this new place over here we're living. It's so nice. There's no crime. It's so awesome. You guys should come on over. You'd really like it. Come over for dinner one day. No. It will be only white people who are based. They've already done so in Africa. They have a place called Mauritania. And only based white people are allowed to live there. And you're not allowed to move there if you're one of these cucks who will end up telling non-whites about how great the new place is you're living. Or if you'll get online and be like, har har, where I live, we don't have any blacks, so that the Jews can locate your freaking location and end up sending 1 billion blacks there. You have to be 100% based or you don't get to move there. Otherwise, it's a pointless effort, just like this one in Baton Rouge. Those fools, those white people cucks who are doing that in Baton Rouge, invited all the blacks they just moved away from to come over to the new side and live with them over there and ruin that one. The stupid idiots. Tom Meadows said, so blacks basically bring nothing but parasitic dependency to our white world. Correct. There is no benefit to bringing black. That's how I recognize this in high school. I immediately recognized it. I'm like, what the F is our government doing, forcing these blacks to come to our once glorious, beautiful, peaceful, hardly ever a fight, never any cops there, never any ambulances there, never any problems, beautiful Beverly Hills 90210 school. Gorgeous white girls walking around everywhere, carefree, and you're going to flood it with blacks? For what? I knew all the way back then it made no sense at all. And that not only did it not make any sense, that it was an attack on white people. I knew it was. It was freaking obvious. You're going to flood an all-white school where we have no Asians, no Arabs, no freaking, dots. 100% white school, and you're going to flood us with busloads of angry black males? For what? The only reason is to attack our people. And I knew all the way back then. And so I was destined for this time in the future that I am now. I was destined to become an awakened white person like I am now. From all the way back then, watching my beautiful white high school and my beautiful white world suddenly be destroyed right before my eyes. Suddenly, all the white girls I know are under threat. Suddenly, every day, everywhere they go, all the blacks are salivating at them as they walk by, staring them up and down, eyeing them up and down, talking crap to them, threatening them, sexually threatening them. All of a sudden, all of our white boys, instead of focusing on school and being awesome in sports and doing great at whatever they're doing, awesome in music, whatever, now they find themselves having to defend themselves from gangs of blacks jumping them just because they're a pretty white boy. And all the blacks are envious, because again, it all comes back to they're just envious that they don't get to be white. And so they just randomly will attack white people that have nothing to do with their problem. They don't know them from Jack Adam, never seen them before. They could care less. All they're doing is looking for a defenseless white person to attack. They want an easy, effortless attack where they can murder a white person and then go on about their day without being harmed, without being caught, without anything. And that's why they pick our women, our children, our elderly, our toddlers, and we just allow them to live here. How effing stupid are we? Truth Freeze said Papal Rome, Germany, on genocided, persecuted millions upon millions of white Christians, crusades, inquisitions, Jesuit wars, plus communist Jew imposter persecutors, warmongers, right? All of that was under the Jewish umbrella, and still is to this day. Tom Meadows said, you can hate them, but they are braver than most of those MAGA guys. I'm not sure who you're referring to. Maybe you're referring to the blacks or the Jays. Maybe you're talking about the Jays and being based. But yes, well, maybe you're not talking about Jays because you're saying braver, and so Jays are definitely not braver than white people, but then again, a lot of people are more brave than MAGA cucks. I almost got to agree with you, no matter who you're talking about there, because pretty much the biggest cowards on the planet, almost right now, are the cuck-servatives. Lol, that's crazy, chimed in, and he said, bro thinks breed is based on color. Laugh my ass off. So you think breed is not based on color. I guess you think breed is based on some other thing. Feel free to chime back in and let us know what you think a breed is based off of. Truth Freeze said, Tom, doctors are almost never white. They are almost always Asian, Indian, or Jewish. But that isn't how it reads. It reads, Tom, doctors are almost never white, Asian, Indian, Jewish. Well, doctors are quite often white, Asian, or Indian. They're almost never Jewish. But nowadays, they are starting to force blacks into fake doctor positions, like Ben Carson. Of course, we cucked him into a fake doctor position clear back in the 70s or 80s. Same thing we did with Martin Luther King Jr. when he was a fake doctor. All of them are. There's no such thing as a black doctor, just so you're aware. Just so all of you in the chat are aware, there is no such thing as a black doctor. I don't care who you are introduced to. I don't care how long they've been at some hospital, 30 years. They're a fake doctor. They are a token doctor. They are not a real doctor. Period. Dot. LEQ 4000. Hello. And he said 111. That's exactly right. USA 111, brother. We need it right away. Truth Freeze said again, Calorie plan. Again, correct, 100%. And in fact, you could just put that as your comment everywhere on YouTube every day. Every time you see anything happening against white people, anytime you see white people viciously attacked by the blacks in a hate crime and it's being avoided by the news and all those things, all you got to do is put, again, calorie plan, calorie plan, calorie plan. You can just put that everywhere you go, calorie plan. Because that's absolutely true. That's everything you see happening is just a symptom of the calorie plan. Whether it's part of the direct calorie plan or not, it's still a symptom of. If it's something working against white people in any way, shape, or form, whether it's diversity hiring or showing black dudes with blonde women in all the advertisements, or affirmative action in schools, or any of these other things, anything that works against white people, it is the calorie plan. It's still a symptom of the calorie plan. Precision Netica said Bosnia and Herzegovina. Okay, I hope I said that right. Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina, if I said that right, have banned the Jays from holding any political power. That's confirmed. Okay, well, excellent. And I hope they actually kick them out. I hope they do. But if they don't, well, at least they ban them from whatever they ban them from. Government, and perhaps being able to vote, perhaps being able to become citizens there, or whatever else they've banned them from. I say God bless them and Godspeed to them. Unknown chimed in, and I'm way behind in the chat, I can tell now. Unknown said, conservatives were never on our side. They are simply enemies to the pro-white movement. If they are faced with our interests, they would find a way to squander it. Well, it's funny that you say that, because that is what usually squanders me into being banned for 24 hours from commenting on YouTube. Over and over and over again on YouTube. Every 24 hours, I pretty much spend being banned from commenting. And then when I'm finally freed up 24 hours later, I will start visiting conservative channels for whatever their daily post was. And I limit myself, or I should say I filter myself to only clicking on the conservative channels if they're posting a video about something that works against white people. In other words, for the last several days, Mark Dice, for example, has not been posting things that expose the Jays or expose the Bs or expose anything about anti-white, the anti-white agenda, the calorie plan, if you will. And so when he does not, when it's obvious from the title that he's talking about Joy Reid or Don Lemon or some other dumb crap, and they're not going to be specifically talking about white people. Now, if he mentions white people in it, or if it looks like it's going to be something where that person he's mentioning for the video is talking crap about white people, then of course I'll click it. But if the topic is not something against white people directly, or isn't exposing the nose. I was going to say the Jews, the Jays, the nose, and I end up saying the nays. If it isn't something exposing the nose, or if it isn't something exposing the blacks and their behavior, then I don't click on it at all. But if I can tell from the video that it is something that talks about one of those three subjects that do matter to white people and should matter to white people, then I go ahead and click it and I'll leave a comment. And when I do, that is when I get banned for 24 hours. It's always cuck-servatives who flag my replies to them. I go through their cuck-servative videos comments, and I find cuck-servative comments that are like super cuck comments, you know what I mean? Like ultra cuck posts. And when I find those are the ones that I reprove, right? And then one of those cuck-servatives is who reports me. Now keep in mind, these are the same fags that talk about being pro-free speech, right? And talking about, and they'll listen to people ridiculing Jesus Christ and ridiculing white people and ridiculing America and ridiculing our Christian faith. And they'll go, well, you know, I don't agree with what you're saying, but I'll die to defend your right to say it. What a cuck-servative, stupid, idiotic, suicidal, moron thing to say to non-whites or even, you know, self-loathing white people who are ridiculing white people, ridiculing our country, openly hating on Christianity and Jesus Christ. Why on earth would you ever tell someone who's loudly, openly your enemy, who wants you dead, that you're willing to die? You don't agree with what they're saying, but you're willing to die for their right to say it. And that's why free speech is gay and stupid and dumb. No one should have the right to ridicule Jesus Christ. No one should have the right in our, any right in our country to ridicule our white people or accuse us of outlandish, absurd crimes. No one should have the right, any right as they call it, to slander Christianity, to blame Christianity for things the Jews did. Nobody should have the right to demand that white people prostrate themselves to the Jews over an imaginary 6 Brazilian. Nobody should have the right to say we're coming for your kids whether you like it or not. Nobody should have the right to say that hate has no place here in your own white Christian fascist country. Free speech is stupid leftist Jewish garbage. What our white men, our founding fathers meant by free speech was that white men have the right, who are white Christians, meaning they are white men of good character, that white men of good character have the right to air their grievances if they see a leader mistreating the people, if they see a whole group of leaders mistreating a whole group of our people. They have the right to air their grievance. That's what freedom of speech meant. It didn't mean you get to say whatever you want, be as gay or vile or disgusting or anti-white or anti-Christian or anti-American as you want. And that you have some right to be allowed to talk like that. And the Second Amendment only applies for white people. No non-white should have any firearm in our country. All right, any non-white, first of all, non-white shouldn't be in our country. But if we were stupid enough to have them in our country, none of them should be allowed to ever be caught with a firearm. Any non-white caught with a firearm should be terminated instantly. Instantly, immediately, on first sight, by whoever armed of our populace notices it. Okay, that makes them an armed enemy combatant on our soil. Tom Meadows said something to Truth Freeze. We'll move on. Deborah McGee said something to Truth Freeze. We'll move on. A few things back to Truth Freeze. Then Truth Freeze replied, Kosovo was genocide. NATO of Orthodox Serbs. Allowing Islam to take over ancient religious land, churches. But who was behind it? Organ harvesting also went on. Yes, exactly. The Jays used their Arab cousins as a battle axe to go in and conquer areas. Remember, we're taught every day to hate Iran. All right? Iran used to be white people. All you have to do right now is get on Google Images and type in Iran 1960s women and see them dressed like white women. They are white women. They're standing around dressed like American. You would think you're looking at white American women in America. That's what you would think when you look at pictures of Iran women in the 1960s. So the Jays overthrow governments and set up their own people in those governments that they want in power. And they do this all over the world. And they make their way into each country by being a crybaby. They start off as a crybaby. Please help us. This boogeyman group over here, this boogeyman people over here, this boogeyman country that we're escaping from is mistreating us. Please help us. We're hungry. And they find a sucker country that doesn't know about their behavior or has lived too many good generations after hard sacrifices had been made by their ancestors to drive them Jays out. Now they've lived in a good life situation for several generations. Here come the Jays again, crying to come back in. And their women are like having sympathy for them because our women are designed with sympathy. And so they look to us and go, honey, just please help them. And we, being chivalrous for our women, not wanting to disappoint our women, we go ahead and throw a little food out for the raccoons that came up begging. And then, wouldn't you know, here come the raccoons the next day, and the next day, and the next day. And eventually, a bunch of the raccoons are there. And then the raccoons start demanding that they don't like the food we're giving them, and that they rather prefer raccoon-only food that's made just for raccoons, by raccoons. And then we gotta, instead of saying, okay, well then you can get the heck out of our country. If you don't like our food, you don't like what we're offering you, then leave. That's what we were supposed to say. And instead, they find countries that have been living too good of a life and have forgotten after several generations about their behavior. And so they go, oh, we're sorry. What can we do to make it right? What can we do to give you food you will eat? We don't want you dying of starvation. God forbid. And so we pander and we cuck to them, or some country will pander and cuck to them. And now they're bossing you around without you even realizing it. Once they refuse something that you've offered them for free, and then you go, oh, well, you don't want this for free? Well, what would you take for free? What can I offer you for free? Now you're working for them. In a blink of an eye, they've already started wagging the dog. And it just escalates from there. They turn from a crybaby to a cry bully. And then the whole group of them turn from crybabies to cry bullies. And the next thing you know, they're whipping you around, and they've got you wrapped around their finger before you know it, and you're doing everything they want, every which way they want. Do you know when Jays go to a hotel? I was told this by hotel staff people that had no interest in lying to me or making up the story. They were telling it matter of fact to me in disinterested conversation. They weren't even pro-white or anti-J, or they would want to exaggerate or make up the story. They were completely cucked, J-duped as all white people, like totally cucked white people who just happened to work at the kitchen at this hotel that I visited. And they told me that they had a big conference of Jays that came there, and they had a big anti-white think tank conference there at that hotel. And 2 weeks before they came, they sent a whole group, like a small bus, mini bus, a short bus load, appropriately, a short bus load full of, I would call them a mess, of Jayish rabbis to this hotel for them to walk around and inspect the kitchen and inspect the hotel. And everything in the kitchen had to be replaced. The stove, the ovens, everything that had ever cooked pork had to be replaced. So the hotel went out and bought like $100,000 worth of new kitchen equipment. All new make tables had to be purchased because the Jays refused to allow any of the make tables who have ever had that, because they've obviously all had pork cut on them before. They wouldn't even allow the hotel to cover the tables. They wanted new tables brought in that had never had pork chopped on them and laid on them before. Now keep in mind, the Jays push all of this so that you will be doing what they say. Okay, they don't really care about not eating from a table that some other time had pork on it and it's obviously been cleaned off and it's stainless steel, and they're not that dumb. They know that it doesn't really matter. But what matters is they're bossing you around. That's what matters. They're making you do extra special things that you've never had to do for any other race. And by you doing that extra special stuff that you've never had to do for any other race, that puts them, in their mind, in this higher level of echelon above you, where they're on this other higher plane of existence than you, where you're their servant. And that's exactly the way they think of you. And so this hotel staff was reporting to me all this over-the-top, absurd stuff that the hotel had to do. Otherwise, the Jays were going to cancel the entire conference. And keep in mind, the sales team of that hotel had already been preparing the hotel, had already set all the rooms aside for the whole hotel to be booked up. So they've been rejecting other people other potential customers who've been trying to book rooms. So the hotel would have got screwed out of as much money, right, by the Jays canceling the event as they spent on the kitchen equipment. So in order to keep the event and not lose the event and just lose outright, hundreds of thousands of dollars from the cancellation, they went ahead and complied, because financially it made more sense for them to comply. Also, they don't want to get sued by the Jays for any random erroneous reason. So of course they're going to cuck to them for that reason as well, just like they would a group of blacks. And so that is a tactic they use. They use their food and their food restrictions, as they call it. Like, oh, we can't eat that. We can't eat this. We can't that. They always make it out to be that it's they can't do something. But really what it is it makes you have to do something to accommodate them not being able to do something. And then, next thing you know, you're their shabo-skoy. Deborah McGee said to Tom Meadows, "We have a lot of the Indian residents at the hospitals. It's so aggravating taking an elderly relative. Can't half understand a thing they say." Yeah, they have a lot of the dots in the hospitals nowadays. In fact, years ago, I contracted scabies when I was in a hospital. I had suffered an injury, and I had to stay several days in the hospital against my will because I had been severely injured in a crash. I don't want to say severely injured, but I was injured pretty good. And so I was stuck in a bed for a couple, 3 days at a hospital until I felt well enough to force my way out of the place. And I had to force my way out, by the way. They were trying to keep me for an exuberant amount of days just to rack up a bill on me. And so after just several days, I was able to force my way out of there, but I did have to force my way out. And they made me sign papers saying that I was relieving them of liability for my early release and all this crap, that I was demanding my own early release and all this crap. And but basically, the bottom line is, while I was there, I got scabies from the hospital, bed linens or the gowns. Either the gowns or the bed linens. I don't know which one. But I started itching while I was in the hospital on the third day being there. I started itching at the fold of my arms and the folds behind the back of my legs, behind my knees. And eventually I started itching in my crotch and under my arms. And once all those places, I had already been home and started looking on the internet trying to figure out what was going on with me. I discovered that that's what that was that it must be scabies. So I went to a dermatologist, and he was the closest one to where I lived and closest to my work and everything. So I just went there, and didn't even do any research about who it was or how good they were or anything. I just went there because I was freaking out. And afterwards, I had to come home, burn all my clothes, burn all my bed things. I covered my bed in a plastic mattress. I mean, it was a nightmare. And so I went to this dermatologist, and wouldn't you know, it was a Pajit, And but he was an exceptional type, one of the more exceptional types that actually did the studies and knew what he was doing, and he was able to determine pretty much right away that that's what I had. And he gave me a topical cream steroid, which you know me. I've told y'all before, I'm all about the herbal, natural way of doing things. But in that instance, I didn't have any herbal, holistic people to talk to, and I didn't know what else to do in the moment, in the emergency back then. And plus, I'm talking, this was 20 years ago, maybe even more than 20 years ago by a little bit. And so I, just did I just used what he gave me, and it did work. It worked pretty much immediately. And there are such things as, real Pajit doctors that actually do go study and do attend the professional conferences that have everything to do with their field of study. In fact, I have attended many meetings and conferences and things where there are many dots there, intentively paying attention and absorbing the information. And many of them give talks and do know what they're talking about in their field of health. So there are some Pajits do exist that are legit doctors. I would say many of them are. I wouldn't say the majority of them are, but I would say there are a lot of them that are real doctors, because I have seen firsthand that a lot of them are serious doctors that really do try to learn maximum amount of information in their fields. Whether or not they are good doctors, whether or not they are successful at their craft when they work on people, that I don't know. But I can say, in my one experience, that the dermatologist dot that I visited did fix my problem in one visit, in one diagnosis. I never had to go back. He gave me one prescription. It was a tube. It was use half the tube first application, wait a few hours or a day or whatever, and then do the second application with the other half of the tube, and then that was it. I never had another problem. It was all gone. But boy, that's a roller coaster ride. And I got that from the linens of the hospital, from wearing the laundry or laying in the laundry of the hospital that I stayed at. Truth Freeze said George Carlin was in the club. Correct. I'm so glad that someone finally says that besides me. I'm always seeing cuck-servatives putting in the chats, or in comment sections, not the chat, but in comment sections of other cuck-servative channels. They love to use George Carlin about that. Oh, George Carlin told us, it's a big club and you're not in it, and they'll put his quote and then put his name. And then I have to come along behind him and remind him that he was in the big club and that he was just mocking the people in the crowd. He was telling them they weren't in it. He said, and you're not in it. Notice he didn't say, and we're not in it. He said, and you're not in it, to his audience. He was mocking them all that night, making fun of their Christianity the whole night, mocking their Christian faith. And they just sat there and laughed and thought, he's so funny. It's just comedy. Yeah, he's making fun of our Christianity, but it's just comedy. He's just a comedian. He's just doing what he's supposed to do, make fun of everything. They always had their conservative excuses, but yeah, George Carlin was a part of the club. He was in the big club. Tom Meadows said, same as the Jayish view of non-Jays. Tom Meadows also said, we are not human to them. Correct, but really, what's funny is it's a coping mechanism for them. Okay, the Talmud is a giant book of cope for them, is what it really is. So is the Toldot Yeshu. The Jays know what their fate is that's coming for them. They are highly aware of what the book of Obadiah says. And they are highly aware that in that book, God himself says what he's going to do to all the Jays. And that they will not escape it. They will not circumnavigate it. They will not be subverting it or perverting it or inverting it or commandeering it. God's judgment cannot be altered. It's already set. God already knows what his plan is. He already declared it in the book of Obadiah. And all Jays are highly aware of what their fate is that's coming for them in the future. And this is why they lash out against white people as well. This is why you see the Yentas out at the protests. And that's why the Jayish males always send the Yenta females out to the protests to lead the protests, because they know that their females are so angry that they aren't white people, and that they're so angry about what their future fate is that's coming for them, that they go out in the protests in the streets with the bullhorn and scream nonstop for hours and just rage as loud as they can for hours and chant endlessly for hours against white people. And the Jayish males are aware of the fact that their Yentas are so frustrated about their coming future fate that they will happily go out there and ventilate their rage against white people and against their coming fate out in the public at these protests. So they are the perfect minions for the Jayish males to send out to do more of their Shabbos work. And so the Yentas get duped, by their own males into going out and doing their dirty work for them at the protests. But the Yentas actually love doing it because it gives them a chance to be in charge of a bunch of non-whites and a bunch of white women and a bunch of cucked white males. So they actually get a huge kick out of it. So it's not a burden for them to lead the protests. And they get to scream all of their rage at the top of their lungs for hours and have all kinds of attention focused on them. So they actually gloat in it for the most part. Deborah McGee said they definitely have an extreme superior complex. Well, yes, but it's a coping complex. Now, they have over the time, and the more and more they've commandeered, and the more and more they've taken over of ours, and the more they've watched our people fall into doom and gloom that they've created for us, and more of the snares they've set for us. Nowadays, yes, they've become so emboldened that they're kind of trying to pretend they've forgotten about the book of Obadiah, and that they have kind of convinced them. I don't want to say they've convinced themselves, but they're kind of doing like the blacks now, where they're pretending to themselves that they are the superior ones, right? Just like how the blacks pretend to themselves that they created everything and civilized white people and all this stuff, and they were the original man on earth and all this crud. It's the same thing the Jays are doing for themselves. The Jays tell themselves in their Talmud, their coping book, that they are the only human beings, and all other anyone that's a non-Jay is just an animal. When really, what they're doing is they're copying our God's own word to our white people, right? Because that's what our Bible says to us about the other types. And the Jays are very upset that our Bible tells us that Jays are even lower than all the animals created on the earth, because they're hybrids, they're mongrels. And God does not allow any hybrids. He does not allow any mutts. He's not down with any mongrels. And he will be destroying all mongrels. Christ said he's going to smite mongrels with death. So we're not going to have mongrels being saved. And mongrels are an abomination in God's eyes. And anything that is in God's eyes is a fact. If God says it's wrong, it's wrong. Doesn't matter if you think it's wrong or not. It doesn't matter if you think it's mean or, hateful or bigoted or selfish or whatever you think of it. It doesn't matter if God thinks it. So when God says that race mixing is an abomination in his sight, that is, remember, an abomination means it's not redeemable. What is Christ? Christ is our what? He's our Redeemer. Okay? But if you commit a sin that is abominable, an abomination, that means it is not redeemable. That means Christ is not coming here to save you from that sin. That means that Christ did not die on the cross for that particular sin. And one of those sins that Christ did not die on the cross for is miscegenation, bestiality, an abomination. unto God. So, keep that in mind as we move forward in the future, that their Talmud book and everything in it is basically kind of a copy. It's like they take bits and pieces of what God told us about us, that we are the only mankind and all the rest are beasts. They've applied that to themselves in their Talmud. And they, the only difference between our Holy Bible and their Talmud, there's a million differences, but the major structure difference as far as the baseness part goes about the future of our people is that our Holy Bible says that all the non-whites and all the beasts, everything is going to be destroyed because this earth is defiled by them, and that we are going to be given a new earth and a new heavens to live in, and that we will build and another shall not inhabit, which means there will be no non-whites in our new world. For us to ever have to worry about white flight, for us to ever have to worry about moving out of, because they've invaded our area. And so that's how we know there won't be any non-whites in the future. We also know that because of Jesus Christ's own mouth, his own words in Matthew 15:24. I was sent not. That means he wasn't sent for. But that means except for the lost children of the house of Israel. That means he was only sent for white people. That means when he comes back, he's only returning for the white people. That means Isaiah 66:23's prophecy is absolutely perfect and in accord with all of God's word and truth. That in the new earth we will build and another will not inhabit. There will be no non-whites there to impose themselves into our neighborhoods, to inhabit our neighborhoods. Deborah McGee said, cow worshippers. Yes, that's the dots for you. Tom Meadows said, they are highly educated, though. Some of them are, believe it or not. Some of them are. Some of them are high-tech street shitters. Some of them are actually doctors and stuff. It's pretty crazy. But when you see a real doctor one of theirs, it'll be a real doctor of theirs. Not one that's a doctor but sucks at it. But, I mean, there are real doctors. So if you ever happen to see a real doctor one of theirs, you know he's probably a real doctor and probably halfway decent. But if you ever see a black supposed doctor, that's no doctor. Just know that. No such thing as black doctors. Based used to mean bad character, as debased. Well, that's what debased is. Based means it has a foundation. It means it has a base. Okay, like the Navy has a base. The Army has a base. You set up somewhere, that's a base. Headquarters, right? So if you are based, that means you are grounded. You are on a foundation. You're standing on a rock, a foundation, which is Jesus Christ. And that's why I'm always saying that truly based people, the first thing you have to be based about is Jesus Christ. And then from there, other cuckeries have to be shed. You have to become based about white people and our identity. And you have to become based about the fact that the Bible is an instruction book for only our people. And that it talks about the other types as being weapons that God uses to punish us whenever we are misbehaving or disobeying God. Now, keep in mind, the whole reason that the Jays want us to be forced to accept and live in and even desire to want to live in a multi-culti third world hellhole is because God wants us separated. So anything God wants, the Jays want us to desire and exercise and practice the opposite. And so that is why you have all this demand for white countries to accept non-whites and for white countries to become multi-culti hellhole. Because it isn't about, that we went to other countries and took their resources and all this crud that they use as anti-white grift for their excuses for invading our countries with non-whites. What it is it's to defy our God's commandments to us. And they know that once non-whites live in our country, that we start cucking to them and pandering to them. And eventually our women are sleeping with them. And then eventually every single crime is being committed that God told us not to do. Miscegenation. Allowing non-whites to rule over our people, allowing them to be in our country and living among us, practicing some of their things, eating their food. Okay, that's part of idolism. Did you know that? Maybe you haven't thought about that before. Eating their food is idolizing them. It's idolism. It's heathen worship. Okay, you have no business eating Indian food. You have no business eating authentic Mexican. We created Tex-Mex. That's white people's version. Now, white people are allowed to observe the rest of the world and see what the beasts are up to, and we're allowed to use a white version of something we see non-whites doing. And that's why Tex-Mex is totally legit. It was created by white people for white people. It was based off a couple of ideas that we saw the Mexicans doing, but we created Tex-Mex for ourselves, and it's our own type of food. Okay, tacos as you know them, they didn't know what tacos were. White people created tacos. If you went to Mexico in 1840 and asked for a taco, you'd have been given a burrito. Okay, because they didn't create tacos. Tacos are a Tex-Mex, a white man Tex-Mex food. Do you eat Chinese food? Do you go to the local #1 China Walk? Get your Chinese garbage food cooked in freaking sewer oil? Probably didn't know about that, but yeah, Chinese have been busted cooking their food in sewer oil. And if they'll serve their own people in China that, just think of what they'll serve American white people in America. Hollywood. Truth Freeze said Hollywood had black celebs as prominent, yet they hate them. Correct. The Jays hate blacks. The Jays look at blacks as the lowest creature on earth. But they are useful idiots for them, you know? So they use them as their weapons. Like you correctly stated earlier, they are used as weapons, but they aren't just weapons. They are enemies and weapons. Tom Meadows said, Google MTV Shower Rangers. Maybe he meant Power Rangers. I don't know. Google MTV Shower Rangers. Oh, he's telling me to do so. Okay, Google MTV Shower Rangers if you want to know what MTV's Jayish content creators are up to. Interesting. I'll have to check into that. Let me screenshot that. Try to remember to look that up later in the day tomorrow. Peter Morose is here, and he chimed in and said, yup. Well, hello to you, sir. God bless for you chiming in and stopping by. Deborah McGee said, they are educated in the book sense, but still so ignorant in many ways. I watched a show where they cow worship, or where their cow worship has them burning cow patties in their homes and wiping their kitchen. Yeah, it's it's hard to believe that there would be a race of people who would use excrement as everyday items. And especially household everyday items. And especially wearables like, makeup or cleansing products, topical wearing products. And they also like jump around in it and bathe around in it. I've seen them do that before too. Kind of like mud wrestling, but they do it in cow poop, like a giant pile, a huge pit full of cow poop, like the size of a large drain field, or a large septic tank or whatever. Not sure what that's all about, other than, obviously it's part of their faith and whatever, but very odd that we allow those types to become what we call doctors and practice being doctors for white people in our highly professional medical field, whatever. Deborah McGee also said, tops down with rags dipped in buckets of cow manure. They are nasty. They also have bad body odor. Yes. Tom Meadows said, I work in software and know hundreds of dots. They will tell you outright. By the way, they're not men. No non-whites are men, good sir. If you can shed yourself break yourself of calling non-whites men. They are males. They are not men. Um, but anyway, not trying to ridicule you or reprove you or anything. Just trying to help you out with how to converse online without working against us even more. Obviously you don't work against us, but without accidentally, inadvertently working against us by using words like men. Okay, if we keep calling non-white males men, then our people are going to stay cucked into thinking where they read our founding fathers' documents that all men are created equal. They don't realize that men in our founding documents means white people. It doesn't mean non-white males. It means white men, because they weren't cucked and they understood that men only means white people, and that the other males of the other upright bipeds are beasts of the field. And so that's why it's very important not to call non-whites men, because they are not men, and their females are not women or ladies. They are females, just like your cat or your dog or an orangutan. Anyway, he said, I work in software and I know hundreds of dots. They will tell you outright that they don't read or do anything on a cultural level other than education geared toward money making. Yeah, basically all they research is like, and of course money making means scams. That's what that means. Pyramid schemes, phone call scams, raffle scams, lottery scams, all that kind of stuff. That's what making money schooling is all about, is learning scam after scam after scam, and then learning what types of people to target, which is always elderly white people, which they call, quote, stupid Americans, end quote. Truth Freeze said, after Top's Buffalo shoot white replacement agenda came up, Tucker Carlson brought it up and was fired. How dare mainstream speak of anti-sim white replacement? See here. Tom Meadows said, I agree with everything this guy says, but where can it go? To the other nutty extreme of Christian evangelism? No, Christian evangelists are all just grifters. They're all just money hustlers and stuff like that. For the time being. But if we take over the SDA church, which really that's the only way I see us moving forward as people. The only way to get our people to uncuck as rapidly as possible about Sabbath and about our identity. You got to figure it has to happen in a multi-step process, right? Like you can't get them to just understand everything all at once. So the first thing you have to get our people to do is understand that Jays are not Israelites. Jews are not Israelites. They have to hear that for the first time. Their ears have to hear that. Their mind has to process hearing that. They have to read it with their eyes in comment sections. So please be putting that. That's the other thing. Instead of the Calgary plan, you could just put Jews are not Israelites in any comment section anywhere on YouTube or on any other platform. If you just put Jews are not Israelites, it don't even matter what the topic is. It could be anything. It could be Joy Reid or Whoopi Goldberg or whatever that some conservative's talking about on some new episode of his. But if you just put Jews are not Israelites in the comments of every video on YouTube everywhere, it eventually will start hitting white people's eyes for the first time ever. Conservatives for the first time ever will be seeing those words put together in that statement. Jews are not Israelites. And then from there, once we uncuck our white people to realize that Jews are not Israelites, because remember, they're not going to be, white people are never going to accept that we are Israel, and therefore, since we're Israel, we need to be keeping the seventh-day Sabbath. They're never going to accept that until they first accept and comprehend and accept that Jews are not Israelites. Because as long as the Jews keep white people duped into believing that the Jews are the Israelites, then white people will never accept or believe that we are the Israelites. And so the Jews will keep this permanent grip, this permanent stronghold, this permanent headlock around the neck of Christianity and around the neck of our people, unless we based pro-white people commandeer one of the Protestant churches. And the only one logical that makes sense to commandeer is the only one that's keeping Sabbath. It eliminates the whole process and battle and struggle and effort in us trying to convert an entire church worldwide full of millions of our white people to keeping Sabbath. Why not just take over and commandeer the church full of millions of our white people who already keep Sabbath, who already know all the arguments against Sunday, who already please our God? And then they will accept that we are Israel because they'll realize, wow, we've already been keeping the Israelite day. We didn't know Jews aren't Israelites. Now that we know that and know that we are Israel, we've been keeping the right day like our Bible told us to all along. And that will bolster them to feel more and more strength and gratitude about our faith. And then that will drive our people to go out and preach the word of Sabbath to more and more of our cucked Sunday-keeping white people. And eventually, we could turn all of our Reformed Christianity around to keeping Sabbath and to banning the Jays from commandeering or being a part of our congregations and our government. That you got to remember, once our churches all convert back to proper Christianity, then by default, our government will default back to proper government under proper Christianity, because proper Christianity has no place in our government. Like they like to say, hate has no place here. Well, guess what? Jays and non-whites have no place in our country or our government. So that'll settle that right there on the spot. Tom. Oh, no. Pause for Pot is here. And he said, amen. Hello, Pause for Pot. I hope you are well. Hope you're still here to manage to hear me get to say hello to you. Truth Freeze said, Christianity is why whites, Germans, Russians are persecuted. Yes, that's right. Jesus Christ said that we white people would be persecuted by the Jays and non-whites for his name's sake. Deborah McGee said, for me personally, it's support and education for those of us who are late to the game of being uncucked and trying to catch up on being educated in Christian identity. Truth Freeze said, by papal Rome as well, burning Christians at the stake, forming Jesuits to fight Luther and the Reformers and Orthodox. Yes, the Jays used the Jesuit order, which was Jewish created, ran by the Jewish-controlled Black Pope, to attack 60 million white people. And of course, by the time Luther came around, they were actually wrapping up their war against white people and Sabbath. And so that's why the Reformation did not become Sabbath keepers. If it was a true Reformation, that's why the Catholic Church laughs at the Presbyterians. They laugh at the Mormons. They laugh at the Assembly of God. They laugh at the Baptists. They laugh at the Jehovah's Witnesses. Why? They laugh at all of them except the Seventh-day Adventists. Why? Because all of them kept the mark of the Jewish-controlled Catholic Church. They all kept the mark of the Beast Day. They kept Sunday, which is a mark of the Catholic Church. And so they're always made fun of by the Catholic Church, that none of them actually protest the Catholic Church at all, because they don't protest the number one reason for leaving the Catholic Church, which was Sunday worship. And our whole country was founded, again, the United States was founded by white Christians who kept Sabbath, who wanted to flee the Catholic Church, who wanted to escape the Catholic Church. So when you see freedom of religion written in our founding documents, it doesn't mean that Hindus are allowed to come here and practice Hinduism. It doesn't mean that Arabs are allowed to come here and practice Islam. It doesn't mean the Jews are allowed to come here and practice Judaism. It doesn't mean that Catholic white people are allowed to come here and practice Catholicism. It meant that white people are allowed to come here and practice proper Christianity Reformed Christianity, true Reformed Christianity, Seventh-day Adventist Christianity, where we keep our Sabbath day again, where we recognize that we are Israel, where we create a country where our God's laws are the laws of our country, not some king who decides that whatever he decides is law is law. No. And not some church ran by the Jews who whatever they want to make law over us is law. No. That's the whole point of America. It wasn't that we were defying God's concept of monarchy, which is biblical. It's the fact that our monarchy was Jew-controlled through the Catholic Church. And so, since we knew that the Jews controlled the Catholic Church, and the Catholic Church was controlling our Christianity, and the Catholic Church was controlling our king, and making our king be vicious toward our people, and allowing the church to be vicious toward our people, we created America. We went all the way over here and created America just to avoid the Catholic Church and the king and the freaking other religions, that aren't white. And so America is a white Christian fascist country. That's what it is. And that's what it's supposed to be. And that's what all of you are supposed to demand that it return to and fight for it to become again. Not some democracy garbage. That's Jewish garbage. Not some communist republic. That's Jewish garbage too. Okay, it has to be a white Christian fascist nation. That's what it has to be. And anything else will cause us to just be conquered all over again by the cry bullies. Truth Freeze said Rhodes made his Masonic wealth garnering diamonds on Africa, as did the Musk family. Well, the whole thing about blood diamonds and all that boohoo, I don't buy into all that anti-white crap or evil whiteys over there just using the poor blacks and making billions off diamonds. None of that is really exactly the case. Just like everything else you've been told, that's a lie too. White people set up over there and started digging and mining and stuff in places where blacks did not exist. They may roam through the area once in a blue moon like a random wild bear does, roams through. You might walk across your neighborhood once every year, okay? But white people set up in areas where there were no people, or I should say where there were no beasts, upright bipeds, and they started building mines, started digging for diamonds, and digging for this and digging for that, digging for gold, digging for tin, digging for copper, we dig for all kinds of stuff. Blacks don't. Okay, but there is no such thing as a black created mine anywhere. All right. So white people created these mines and started busting butt in them. All right. And then blacks they stumbled upon white people's operation going on. And they started attacking us. That was the first thing they'd do is they'd throw spears at us. They'd attack us. But we quickly conquered them, from trying to attack us with our firearms and our, ability to thwart them off. But then we cooked a job to them. We're like, hey, stop acting like a wild animal. Come over here. Put this hammer in your hand and I'll show you how to earn money for yourself. You want nice things like we have? Well, you can have them. All you got to do is come over here and, work hard with this hammer in your hand. That's what we white people are doing here at this mine all day. You want to work alongside us? Cool. Here you go. Here's you a hammer. Here's some work boots. Here's you a hat to keep the sun off your head. Get to work right here beside us, and mining the stuff. Well, what that turned into is that there were no white people mining, and it was just blacks slaving away. Whitey's just standing there cracking a whip, like, the crackers we are, whipping these dudes around, making them slave away for our diamonds. And no, that's not the case. It's not how it went. White people that were there digging for the diamonds, and blacks simply ended up asking for a job along with the white people, and we cucked jobs away to them. Tom Meadows said, unsubscribed. Oh, no, he said something before that. He said, so I have no point in being here, but nice chatting with you. Stay safe. Oh, he doesn't believe in God either, he said. Okay, so he doesn't have a. Okay, he said, I don't know much about the Christian identity movement. I don't equate white identity with any religion. I don't believe in God either. Haha. So I have no point being here, but nice chatting with you. Stay safe. Unsubscribed. Well, toodaloo, bro. Don't know what else to tell you. Christian identity is our identity, and you're just still Jew cucked. That's all there is to it. Deborah McGee said to him, Truth in History with Pastor Charles Jennings, I think. Church of Israel on Rumble, correct. It's called Church of Israel, Missouri, on Rumble. And Peter J. Peter, which is Pastor Peter John Peters. Those are just a few that I have benefited from that are Christian. Truth Freeze said, Edom and the Khazarian, yep, 10 tribes scattered north and isles after the Assyrian captivity. Well, they aren't any of the 12 tribes. So there are no 10 tribes of Jews or 12 tribes of Jews or any of that. There is 2 tribes of Jews, Sephardic and Ashkenazi. And those are the 2 tribes, if you want to call them tribes. They're not really tribes. They're just mongrels. Remember, mongrels are stripped of all biblical titles. They're not any names, right, other than like Edom and Esau's kids and all the insults that Christ called them, like dogs, wolves, hypocrites, liars, thieves, serpents, children of the serpent, vipers, synagogue of Satan. They can be called all those things, but they're not men because they're mongrels. Remember, only white people are men, so they're not men. So they're Jewish mongrels. You never call them Jewish men or anything. And then another thing would be that they are not tribes, right? We don't want to call them tribes because then cucked white people will think that surely that must mean that they're one of the tribes of Israel. Okay, so I reserve the word tribes for only us. And perhaps if we're talking about some village or some little tribe of non-whites in some non-white country where we're obviously not talking about the Jays at the time. But when it comes to Jays, I would recommend us refrain from saying the word tribes. I also don't like seeing any of our white people calling them chosen or chosenites, or saying the word anti-Semitic, or calling them Semites. They are none of those things. They are not Israelites. They are not chosenites. They are not chosen. They are not Semitic. Their father Esau was Semitic. Their father Esau was a Semite. But a mongrel does not get to continue on carrying the title. Okay, a Semite is a pure-blooded white person. And so a mongrel, a Jay, obviously is not. And therefore, they do not get to carry on that title of either tribes or men or Semites. You know what I mean? Truth Freeze said, Edom and, Deborah McGee said, identity, I think she means Christian identity, and helped me understand the concept of why race matters. Truth Freeze said, Jesuits perfected Christian torture. Torture of Christians. Yeah, they absolutely did. Deborah McGee said, God is spelled with a capital G. That's true. Truth Freeze said, some say Sunday worship is a sign of papal authority. It is, absolutely. And the Catholic Church has many quotes from cardinals, archbishops, popes, where they brag about Sunday being changed by the church's authority itself alone. And he continues saying, funny, most Protestants follow Sunday worship. That's exactly what I was touching on earlier, and he probably typed that before I mentioned that. Truth Freeze said, Dance of Life, YouTube, good channel. Okay, Dance of Life. I'll have to check that out. Let me screenshot that real quick. Truth Freeze said, Papal Rome calls Sunday day of worship, which equals day of rest, which is always last day of the week, Saturday. Exactly. They know what day of the week Sabbath is, and they say it in their quotes that you can read where they brag about changing the day. And we know the exact day they changed it. They changed it in 366 AD at the Council of Laodicea. And the Council of Laodicea actually spent many months or years, I think it was, in debate, trying to hash out how they were going to implement it. And then they finally implemented it and codified it into church law, into the Catholic Church's law, in 366 AD at the Council of Laodicea, or that is the council who did it. And it was at Laodicea. So then Truth Free said, no, Deborah McGee said, does he promote the rapture? Talking about somebody, I guess the Dance of Life YouTube channel, I guess. Truth Free's answer saying, nope, no pre-trib, no dispensationalism. Good. Deborah McGee said, he has an ASMR voice and it makes me drowsy. Truth Freeze said, many KJV Bible-based churches, pastors follow the 501c3 Christian Zionism. Yeah, well, that's practically all churches. Basically all churches are 501c3. That's kind of part of the process of being an actual church, is doing the 501c3 stuff. That's why blacks have created so many churches, by the way, because blacks knew they could grift their own people out of money and then not have to pay anything to the Jays for it, you know. So, but nowadays they don't have to pay the Jays anything. So, except sales tax when they like buy stuff with our money that they're given, you know, they got to perhaps pay sales tax on stuff, but that's about it. Truth Free said, we are outnumbered if 200 million non-whites are here. Wow. That's totally true, man. I am way behind in the chat. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's 100% true, brother. Here it is. It's back. Yeah, 100% true, brother. There are about 200, or over 200 million whites, or 200 million non-whites in America now. And there are less than 100 million white people. So, and much, much smaller number of white people are actual able-bodied fighting age males. And then an even tinier number of those of our white people are able-bodied fighting age males, men who are willing to fight and capable of fighting. There are even some who are willing to fight but aren't capable of fighting. So it's an even smaller number, you know, who are actually capable of fighting. Deborah McGee said, that's because they have convinced our fighting-aged males that they are gay, female, or sympathizers. Yep, that's part of it. That was part of the process. That was one of many approaches they used to cripple our people. Truth Free said, don't forget AI and drones at desk. Yes, that's exactly right. I think he's referring to when I was talking about having nogs just flying around in the plane by just sitting in it while they fly them remotely with white men. Deborah McGee said, I am subbed to Chaplain Bob because of Stay White. Oh, wow. Well, that's quite an honor that I was able to show you Chaplain Bob's channel. I heard him recommend him in a video. If you have any recommendations, please let me know. She's still trying to communicate with the atheist guy who bailed on us there, Tom Meadows, I think he was. Truth Freeze said, wicked Satanists, Freemasons are the root of trouble, enemy. Ephesians 6, verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities in high places. Well, Freemasonry is a Jewish establishment whose passwords and explanations and symbols and origins are Jewish from beginning to end. And that's a loosely, that's a very loose quote, but definitely a quote of Harold Wallace Rosenthal. No, I'm sorry. That is a quote of Rabbi Isaac Meyer Wise. So you can Google that. Just type in another tab on your internet there while you're chilling, if you're on a computer. Feel free to do so. You can Google, put Isaac Meyer Wise, and then put in quotes, Freemasonry is a Jewish establishment. And then click Google Images, and you will see the whole quote. Many people have posted the quote in images, just like as a meme picture or whatever, Truth Freeze also said he had tons on YouTube. Just check some. Vorpus 22 said we was the first barbecuers. Yeah, Narco Longo's got the blacks all proud of themselves again. I tell you what, he was doing good there for a hot minute. He started seeming like he was going to become quite based about our identity and things. He started noticing that the Europeans are the actual Israelites. But then he still cucks non-whites into including them as Israelites. He tries to say that the feathers are freaking Israelites, and that blacks were here first in Florida and all this stuff, because he focuses on the state of Florida. So he says that they were here first in America down in Florida, and that and of course all of that stuff he's saying, the blacks are just gobbling it up, going, look, this blonde hair, blue-eyed white man's admitting that we was first, we was the original, we the natives, and he doesn't realize that he's wrong. All right, he's completely wrong, and B, he's being used by the blacks. He's just cucking away our stuff to the blacks without realizing. He thinks he's like uncovering secret, hardcore truths and stuff, but he's not. He's just basically buying into the Jewish narrative for the blacks that's been made up for them. And they're taking his info and running with it like hotcakes. They make their own videos showing his picture in their thumbnail, talking about white guy admits that we was first and all this, And so while he has based moments, he ends up cucking, our stuff away to the blacks, just like the others. It's kind of bizarre. But I'm still working on him, and hopefully we'll get him to come around. I've had to miss the last several chats of his, and I'm still trying to bring him around. And of course, he is way off base. He is not based. Okay, he is a tea leaf reading, vegan, freaking, he's basically grifting his audience with the Bible right now. But I think he has enough intellect that over time I can keep taunting him enough with the truth that he will eventually acknowledge that it exists, and then eventually accept it, hopefully. And then I think he would be a great addition to our army for the Lord. So I'm slowly working on him. Truth Free said, my Russian doctor friend kept failing medical tests to be a doctor by 1 or 2 points about 8 times. And then he said, yet almost no Asians in nursing homes. Few blacks also. No, the nursing homes are full of blacks now. I don't know what nursing home you went to. You must have been in Idaho, but no matter where you go, if you're in any kind of populated state other than like something, if you were in North Dakota or Idaho, perhaps your nursing home may have no blacks in it, but all the nursing homes in any major state, like, pick one, Philadelphia, Illinois, New York, California, Texas, any big state, every nursing home is packed full of black staff, angry black female staff. He put as patients. Aha. Okay. I did not catch that. My bad. If I just read the next little thing you said there to finish your sentence, I would have caught that. Yes, you don't see very many blacks in nursing homes, or Asians. You almost never see blacks or Asians in nursing homes. It's pretty much, our nursing homes are pretty much 95 to 98%, and most nursing homes are 100% white patients. And Truth Free said, I agree for the most part, but many blacks are Christian and ethical in general. Black neighborhoods are rife with crime. Well, that's because blacks can't be Christians. So that's why their neighborhoods are rife with crime, is because they're not real Christians. Christianity is the white man religion. Non-whites have no business being a part of Christianity, because non-whites are the weapons God uses against us. We're not supposed to be welcoming God's weapons to live among us, and we're not supposed to be giving our faith to the non-whites. That's called casting our pearls. You know what our pearls are, right? Our pearls are our faith, our religion, our God, our countries, our women, our money, our children, our technologies, all right, our advantages that we have of technology that gives us dominion over all the non-whites of the world. We're not supposed to cuck any of those things away. That's casting your pearls to swine. And so that is what we did by allowing non-whites into our countries, allowing them into our governments, and allowing them into our Christianity, our faith, our religion. Non-whites are beasts of the field. Why would they want to be a part of our religion? God created religions for the beasts. Okay, he created Hinduism for the dots, and he created, child eating and sacrifice for the feathers, and he created, 120 plus voodoo gods for the blacks, and he created, other things for the other races. Christianity is the white man religion. And so there are no such things as black Christians, even if they claim to be. And even if there are blacks who live their life praying to Jesus and they act humble and they don't commit crime against white people and they mind their own business around their neighborhood and whatever and live their whole life and die that way, they're still not actual Christians, because deep down in their soul, they're praying for and hoping for a black Jesus and black God, just like their whole neighborhood teaches them and has taught them since they were little. And so they're not praying to white Jesus. They're not praying to blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus to come save them. So, and if you go into black churches that are supposedly, Christian churches, you will see paintings of black Jesus. That's what you'll see. I don't know who paints them. Well, the Yiddy Diddlers must be who paint them, because blacks aren't painters. So it's got to be the Yiddy Diddlers who do it. Or they hire some of their Freemason sellouts who actually are good at painting to do it. But, yep, every black church has got black Jesus paintings on the wall, not white Jesus. So they are not praying to the same Christianity and Christian God you're praying to. Therefore, they can't be Christians. No non-white can. MAGA is the highest grade title in Satanism. Oh, is it? I don't know exactly what you're getting at with that, but I kind of get your idea you're going with, but I'm not sure if I've got the same thing in mind you're thinking. MLK Jr. card carrying commie. Labeled as a hero for blacks, non-Christian acting as a pastor. Exactly. He was a fake pastor. He was a fake doctor. He spent his evenings, even though he was married, he spent his evenings trying to get white women drunk so that he could defile them. Truth Freeze said no such thing as white racism. Ha! Yeah, I don't think I said that. If I did, I just was misspeaking or something and had something else in mind that I was trying to say. But whites absolutely should be racist. That's our whole problem, is that whites aren't racist. And that's the big conundrum white people have is, white people aren't racist, yet all the non-whites are 100% racist at all times. And so white people are playing a game against the entire world of non-whites who are playing by different rules than we are playing by. We play by morals and ethics and all these things. Non-whites do not play by those things. Non-whites are opportunists. Like I said before, they're like raccoons. They're a parasite. They will only come to consume what you have. They are not here to help you build anything or be American or be Christian or any of those things. They're here to grift you out of as much as possible and prey on your women. Truth Freeze said dispensationalism, Jews as chosen, has deceived massive numbers of Christians. Exactly. And that's why I don't like calling them chosenites or the chosen ones or call anything against them being anti-Semitic. Even if you put in the comment that they would say it's anti-Semitic, you still don't want to do that because you're promoting the word anti-Semitic. You're keeping in a conservative's mind, a cucked white person read your comment with saying anti-Semitism. I'm not saying you, Truth Freeze. I'm saying anyone listening. That keeps the conservative, the cucked white person into thinking that anti-Semitism applies to the Jews, or anything that's anti-Semitic applies to being anti-Jewish. In other words, Jews are Semites. It keeps that belief going in their mind. And the problem is Jews are not Semites and they are not Israelites. So we don't want to say things like chosen ones or chosenites, even though we're being tongue-in-cheek or being joking around, we're being sarcastic, like a meme level of sarcasm. We still don't want to use any of those words because it keeps white people cucked into believing that Jews are Israelites, that Jews are Semites, and all those things. So that Jews are chosen, Of course, we know that calling them chosenites is a joke, but a cucked white person does not understand that. And so they will see that and go, yeah, see, you're talking crap against God's chosen people. You just called them the chosenites yourself, you hateful bigot. And so you gotta avoid all the leftist words, You got to avoid using the words indigenous, like all the dumb Europeans are calling themselves. They call themselves natives. They call themselves indigenous. That's stupid. Okay, those are leftist anti-white words. You're not going to take back leftist anti-white words. They were created to be anti-white. They never were anything but anti-white. The word racist. You can't use the word racist. Just a moment ago, someone put racism. Yeah, Truth Freeze had mentioned racism. Racism is a word created by Jews to grift against white people only. The word was made, you could just consider the word racism or racist to mean the word anti-white. That's what it means. Because the word racist or the word racism is only an attack accusation against white people. And it's not made to slander any other race. That's why they tell you. That's why non-whites tell you straight to your face. They will tell you that non-whites can't be racist, that only white people can be racist. Why? Because that word was only created to slander and shame and pit shame and guilt against you. It's not meant to go against non-whites. It's not meant to call a non-white, racist. All non-whites are racist. So there is no racism among them because they're all racist. It was made to grift us. So it's not made to grift Indians. It's not made to grift Arabs. It's made to grift white people. And so for us to use that word saying, no, you're racist, or, oh, this racist black was out murdering white people today, or, oh, this racist Jews talking crap about white people. No, that word means anti-white. So if you want to say an anti-white, if you want to say someone's being anti-white, we'll call them anti-white. But don't call them racist if they're a non-white, because that word just keeps that word going. You know what I mean? And don't defend yourself as being not a racist. Never defend yourself against non-whites and say, I'm not a racist. You should be a racist. If you're not, you're a fool. Being a racist is exactly what you expect it to mean for the most part. It's putting your own people first and foremost and always, regardless of what country you find yourself standing in, regardless of whatever the circumstances are. You always put your own kind first and foremost and always. And that's exactly what we're supposed to be. Truth Free said college, university protesters, while usually liberal, protesting Palestine genocide organically, being facial recognized and targeted now. Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen. The Jays are going to use our white people's technology, which they're going to claim is Israeli intelligence, which just means stolen from Whitey stuff, Gibbs from Whitey. They're going to use Gibbs from Whitey and use facial recognition to, that's the same thing they probably did with the January 6 cucks and all the other stuff. And so that's why, using, face cameras and FaceTiming people and all that stuff was always a bad idea. You never really should have put your face on the internet even once, ever, on your cell phone to talk to someone in FaceTime or anything, because any voice or any VoIP chatting you've done now has now put your face and many different angles of your face and many minutes of your face in different positions on their database. So now they can do deep fakes with your face. They can put you in a place digitally that you really weren't, but they know you have no alibi to defend yourself out of, or they can just disregard your alibis and declare that their deep fake footage that they created about you is you saying a certain thing which incriminates you, or you doing a certain thing on footage that incriminates you. Same thing with your DNA. That's why I tell our people that we shouldn't be giving our DNA to anyone, or your blood, because they get your DNA from your blood too. Don't be donating your blood to the big red Jewish bus. Don't be, and also they use that blood to feed themselves. All right. So don't be, and they use it to create deadly diseases against white people and all these other things. So don't be donating your blood. All of your blood that's in your body belongs to your body for a reason, and you have no business giving any of it away. You need all of that blood that you have in your body that you can get. And it also gives them your DNA when you give blood. And it's the same thing as if you give DNA to one of the DNA sites. Either way, they get your DNA. Whether you give blood to the big red Jewish bus or you give DNA to 2, 3s and me, you're giving your DNA to the Jews. And then they have your DNA in a database. And then they can place your DNA anywhere they want in some lady's panties clear across the world. You could have all the alibis you want. You could have proof that you were in America, not some other country or whatever. And it won't matter. They will ignore all of your evidence. They will disregard all of your proof. And they will just use their one little piece of evidence they have that's erroneous, that they made up completely, to frame you and find you guilty. And so, but it's not just DNA and blood that we got to avoid giving them. It's our technology. Okay, it's our jobs. It's our positions of power over white people in our government and in our jobs. It's food and goods and services. They already get all that for free off of you. Don't be giving them anything on top of what they already get for free out of your pocket. And avoid using their words, avoid using their terminology. I wish I could think of more of the words. I had a small list started of words that we need to avoid. And I don't know what I did with that list. I know it's on my phone in a digital notepad or something, but I have so many notes that I don't know which, it's kind of buried right now. But we want to avoid using their terminology. Using their words keeps their words active in cucked white people's minds. And it gives their words power to white people who have not been cucked into their ideology yet, but who are cucked otherwise about general information, and then are susceptible and naive to being fully cucked into their ideology by use of continually seeing these words. It's no different than when they show a black male with a blonde white woman in all the advertisements. They know that most white people are looking at that going, wow, that's a stupid oddball made up couple that doesn't exist in typical daily life. But Jays don't care that you think that, because it's not meant for you. It's meant for the naive and the duped of our people to see and keep seeing every day, over and over and over again, until they're fully convinced and would fight to the death, give their life to defend that other way that's been burned into their memory. And as their proper, upright, that's what they think as proper and normal and decent life. And so it's the same thing with using their words. If you also use their words, they're going to keep using the words. They're going to keep saying racist and racism and bigot and indigenous and native and race and whatever the other ones were, you know. But if you're using them also, and I'm not talking to any one person, I'm just talking to the listeners generally. If you as a listener also are using those words back at them, you know, trying to defend yourself or whatever, or trying to ridicule them back with those same words, you're just like Nazi, calling your opponents Nazi. Don't ever call anyone a Nazi as though that's a derogatory statement, or calling someone that as negative. Okay, white Christian, happy, grateful people of the 30s in Germany are not an insult to call anyone. Okay, if you call someone a Nazi, you're complimenting them, if anything, because they did way more for white people than any of us will ever do put together. And they died trying to save our people, and we have not. They gave their lives they gave up everything to try to save white people, and we have not. We don't give up anything. We're a bunch of cucked cowards compared to Nazis. So don't ever get caught. Don't ever catch yourself or catch yourself if you do, but don't ever find yourself to be using that as an insult. And same thing with, what's the other one? Not just Nazis, but, gosh darn it, I had it earlier. We were talking about it earlier. But there's another one that they call us all the time. And then fascist. You know, don't be calling your opponents fascists. All right. Yes, they are fascists because their ideology, which is their God, which is their religion, is whatever its laws are of it, whatever their ideology, thus their God's laws are. That's what they want the laws of their country they live in to be, whether it's our country we're living in right here, or if they're over in Europe living in one of our European countries. That's what they want the laws of the country they are residing in to be. So they are a fascist as well. Everyone is fascist, okay? Everyone is fascist. Indians are fascist for their religion. They want their religion to be the laws of their country. America is a white Christian country. That means it's a white Christian fascist country where Christianity and the laws of Christianity, the laws of our God, of our religion, are the laws of our country. That's fascism. So everyone is racist and everyone is fascist. But our cucked white people do not understand that. Only you understand that. So, since you're trying to uncuck white people who are not as advanced and as far along as you are in discernment and in understanding and in knowledge and in wisdom, you have to type comments to cater to almost toddler levels of our people. Okay, you have to make the comment be so straightforward that it can't be misconstrued to mean something else. And one of the ways you want to structure your comments to help the duped of our people to be uncucked is to avoid the leftist terminology, so that they're not seeing it when they see based white people commenting. You know, they see a difference. They see a refreshing difference, you know, from the other side, from the anti-whites. Deborah McGee said, I was discussing this with family. Yes, some non-whites do believe and are followers of scriptures and man's laws, but this does not make them predestined or chosen by God. Truth Free said nons. He didn't know that we use nons as a shortcut for non-whites. Yeah, whenever you see NONS, that just means non-whites. It's just our short form version of non-whites. Truth Freeze said AIPAC runs America Congress, at least the Senate. Actually, they run everything they run our Congress, our Senate, everything, every single thing we have of the U.S. government. They run it. ADL and the ADL. Yes, they created the ADL to defend 40 rabbis who were busted in a child pornography sting and a child sex slave trafficking ring. The official story they tell you is they created it to defend one J who was, they admit, banging a 12-year-old or something. But really it was to defend 40 rabbis who had all been captured in a child sex slave trafficking ring. Jays would not fly with autopilot. I think is what he's getting here. He said Jays would not go to pilot, but I think what he means is they wouldn't trust non-white pilots. They would only fly with white pilots at the helm. Maybe I'm misunderstanding him, though. Deborah McGee said, they want new tables in the hotels, yet they have hog farms ran and worked by Jays in Israel. Wow, I am way behind in the chat. Oh, my goodness. Yes, that's very true. Truth Freeze said, Hurricane Henry, Texas, FEMA forced non-anti-Israel boycott to get FEMA help, sent collusion, dual, etc. Senate collusion, dual, etc. Dual citizens, etc. Yeah. Any disaster, the Jews use it to pay themselves more money through whatever the problem was. You know, they say that they're going to take the money and use it to help fix Houston or fix wherever, but they really just put a massive portion of it in their pocket. Truth Freeze said ivermectin would probably work with scabies. I don't know. I don't know much about ivermectin. All I know is all the gatekeepers and shills and stuff all promoted that as the alternative to the Trump vax. And since it's promoted by all of the I want to say the non-whites, but by the not-based white people who are basically shills for the yids, I don't trust ivermectin either. Not saying it's not legit. I don't trust it based on who all's promoted it. Deborah McGee said, talking about catching things at a hospital, have you ever seen them deep clean the body or beds at the hospital or clinic? I haven't. Just the bare minimum. Oh, the lobby, not the bodies. Yeah, I have never really seen a deep clean done of a hospital ever. No, not any room, not the lobby, not any hallway, never. That's a great observation you made there, dear. Let's see here. Truth Freeze said EOS on skin. Don't know what he means by that. Maybe you could clarify. He also said, hospital accrued infection, super high. Oh, EOS on skin. Okay, he's talking about the same. We're all talking about when I was talking about scabies. I don't know what EOS medically means, but you obviously were a part of that conversation there and understood what was going on there. Hospital accrued infection, super high. Yes, that's exactly what happened to me. And medical or hospital-induced illness is the number 2 cause of death in white countries. The number 1 cause of death in white countries is malpractice, misdiagnosis. And then the second highest cause of death is hospital care and hospital-induced illness. Now, they will tell you that those are actually number 5 and 6 or whatever on the list, but those are actually number 1 and 2. Truth Freeze said medical death is super high. Exactly what I was just mentioning there. Forget the term third leading cause of death, non-socomal. Permethrin, sort of toxic. Yes, permethrin, that is toxic. It is a toxic steroid, and that is what I had to put on my body to get rid of the scabies. It was called permethrin. Deborah McGee said, I'm shocked that those in the medical field are as healthy as they are being exposed to as much nasty mess as they are. Gross. Yeah, that's a good observation too. I have often pondered that as well because I don't even like stepping foot in a hospital. And if I do, I take a big breath before the doors open and then I freaking hold my breath until I get to somewhere in the hospital where I feel like I could take a slightly safer breath, which never is the case. Once you're in a hospital, you're in the damn thing. And I hate breathing in them. I don't like touching anything. I don't like being in them. I don't want to be around anybody that's in those places. So I have often wondered that same thing. How can these people go there 6 and 7 days a week, 5 to 6 days a week, every week of their lives, and somehow not contract all this crazy illness from all these different wacky third worlders? It's quite a miracle, honestly. Truth Freeze said many nurses are dying, partly why travel nurses. Promise to Abraham, father of many nations and tongues. Yes, that's us. And there's Tex-Mex, pause for pot mention. He said he loves this guy. Talking about me, I guess. I appreciate you, buddy. I love you too. And it's true. It's honest truth about Tex-Mex. If you found yourself in Mexico in the 1800s and you asked for a taco, you would have been given a burrito because they would have had no idea what the hell you're talking about. Truth Freeze said, dot red super dot, or Indian red. I don't like using the word Indian. That's another word I don't like using. But Indian red dot, super healthy. So he means dots are super healthy, many herbs in dishes. Yeah, they eat a lot of spices and a lot of herbs. And that's why Indians are able to just shit on the street and then they don't die all over Bangladesh from crapping in the street everywhere, because they have pretty strong immune systems built up from all the herbs and spices. They're probably the highest consumers of herbs of anyone in the world. Deborah McGee said, do not buy garlic from the grocery store. That is not farmed in the U.S. It's grown in China and they use human poop as fertilizer. I don't doubt that at all. Tyler James is here, everyone. And he said, yeah, Southeast Asians worship cow dung. The dots have the worst chip on their shoulder. Male non-whites. And Jays like to call them men, or Jays like to call themselves men, or people call them that, as he's expressing there. And then he said, based. And then he said, the only wealth created is by white men or white genius. The great generation sold out manufacturing, and that became automated by way of white genius. Also, is what he means. And that's true. But they didn't really sell us out. What they were trying to do is they were trying to create the future. You got to remember, our boomers did not see, they never dreamed of a world where we'd have hundreds of millions of non-whites in our country surrounding us on all sides, bossing us around. We lived in an all-white world all the way till 1990, and honestly, all the way till freaking 9/11. And anybody who doesn't want to believe that is welcome to go watch millions of hours of footage of 9/11 on the day of 9/11 in New York, and see how many non-whites you see standing around in Manhattan. Okay? Everyone standing around is white. And once in a blue moon, you see a random black. The entire fire department is white. Only one black in all of the thousands, millions of hours of footage of 9/11. You'll see one black firefighter. All the firefighters are black. All the cops are black. The only cops you'll see that are black, you'll see 2 black cops. The entire 9/11 footage. You'll see a female one and a male one. And that's the only 2 you'll find. All the footage, all the other hundreds of New York cops you see in the footage are all white. All the people you see standing around the streets are all white people. Our country has only just become flooded and enthralled with millions of non-whites, beginning in 1991. So, from 1991 till now, America has become this third world multiculti hellhole. But it was an all-white country all the way until 1990. Time magazine in 1990 has on the cover of one of their editions in that year, it says, America is still 92% white. That means America's all white. If we're 92% white, that means there's only 4% blacks, 2% Asians, 1% Indians, 1% something else, a half a piece of percent of feathers, and a piece of a percent of J's. And so our world was an all-white world all the way pretty much up till 2011, or till 9/11, till 2001. And then 9/11 was kind of like the F.U. Whitey, the big first blow to Whitey to let them know that they're beginning the full-blown Talmud conquering of us. And so ever since then, America has rapidly become less and less white and more non-white. Chicken, Allah King is here, everyone. Hello, sir, and I hope you're still here to get to hear me say hello to you. God bless you, and God bless you to Tyler James as well, sir. Thank you for stopping by and having such based comments. Appreciate you. Chicken Allah King said, I can't believe Zoomer Historian is allowed on YouTube. Funny enough, I'm surprised about a lot of these new based YouTubers popping up too. We have Zoomer Historian, we got Leather Apron Club, which I'm a little leery of his name of his channel. But seems very Masonic, like the apron they wear. But hopefully he has a better based explanation for the name than I'm aware of. But yeah, all these new YouTubers popping up everywhere are, and you'll notice you'll see Hitler in the title of tons of YouTuber videos now that aren't getting strikes, aren't getting taken down. I just saw one before I started the stream where a guy is smoking a cigarette and he's got a German helmet on and it says, I try a Nazi cigarette, so now and then just an hour before I saw that one, I saw one that was a guy talking about Hitler, and it was something about Hitler's, what was it? But there are billions and billions of videos about Hitler now, and they're not all necessarily talking bad about him. Of course, the videos are used as an excuse to talk bad about him, but some of them are actually talking about positive things about him, or that his war intelligence and different things, his expertise and in rounding or in riling up the people as far as generating patriotism among them and things like that. And so I actually, I think a lot of it has to do with it's mostly them putting out all this stuff to keep steering the narrative more and more that he's bad and always be bad and whatever. And even though they're giving him some proper compliments, they still use each video to demonize Nazis and demonize him. But also, I think it's because of this conflict they're allowing to be held against them by the lefty whacknuts that obey them. Now because they've allowed that, YouTube is one of their lefty whacknut outlets. So they have to kind of let people talk crap about them right now on YouTube because, they're the ones in control of the opposition against themselves. So they have to they got to let, people say stuff against them so that they can stay in victim status, for one, so they can keep claiming that they're receiving threats all the time. But also, and that allows them to keep doing their cry bully grifting. But also, it's to reinforce to the cucked white people that, you know, that Jays are Israelites, and that, you know, that they need to pick a side, either be a wackerdoodle lefty and side with the wackerdoodle lefties that the Jays have turned into anti-white, anti-Christian, anti-America, anti-straight, anti-normal sexuality and all that. You either got to side with them or you got to side with the Jays. See? So they have the conservatives pinned between a rock and a hard place. See here, Truth Freeze said Sunday sun worship, pagan, yes. Really Jayish imposed is what it was, but it was pagan also. Pause for Pot said, I'm always here. Well, God bless you, man. I appreciate that. I click your videos and give them a like. I'm not a video gamer, so I don't really watch that stuff, but I still give you a like because I support all my pro-white channels. Anybody who's pro-white, as long as you're not promoting things that are anti-white, that work against our people. If you have a channel and I have the time and I see you've posted something, I click on it and I give it a like. And I do that for Pause for Pot. I also do that for Vorpus 22. I've also do that for plenty of the other names. I visit y'all's videos when I can, give them a like, or when I see them and give them a like. Trying to think of the others. I just visited a couple other of my viewers today and gave them a like on their video. It wasn't either of you two guys, I don't think. It was someone else, but their name is escaping me now. But yeah, I just visited today a couple of different viewers' videos and gave them their likes. And again, before I move on in the chat and try to catch all the way up, I just want to stay on this one little point here, that make sure you folks are very racistly, if you will, even though we don't use that word, but among y'all I will right now because it's used against us all the time. Be very, I won't use it then. Let me just strike that word and use the word tribal. Be very tribal how you use YouTube, okay? Do not click things, please. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm giving you the best advice that our people could ever get. Please do not click on anything that has non-whites in it. Do not give it a view click. All right, YouTube already bolsters anything with non-whites in it, especially blacks, with free views, thousands, millions of free views, in order to fool our cucked white people into thinking that they are who are popular, that the blacks are who are popular, that non-whites are who get the millions of views on YouTube and who are dominating the world's largest media website, while in fact it's mostly white people who dominate YouTube as users. And we are the ones who caused all these movements that we have caused, the awakening of the earth's shape, and that taxes are a Jewish theft, and that Jews are who are controlling our country, and all of these revelations, Christian identity, all these revelations come through the avenue of YouTube nowadays, especially. And so for us to bolster our own selves, we have to be extremely tribal on YouTube. So anytime you see a new white group, you know, like a while back, a few days ago, you'll notice that I promoted a pretty white lady, young white girl who's a Christian singer. And I understand that Christian music that's played on Christian radio stations and played in a lot of the conservative Christian churches is like contemporary Christian cuck rock, but a lot of it is beautiful music, actually. And it is music being made to sing to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and to our God in heaven. So we should not be shunning our new generations of white people. You have to understand that we can't just demand that Christian music is only our older traditional music that we accepted as proper Christian music. We have to understand that our people, our newer generations, are going to create songs to our Father and to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And when they do, we cannot be just shunning their music and just saying, "Oh, you're just J controlled probably anyway. You're probably just a J shill and only wanting fame and money, and you're just grifting us for whatever." We still have to support our white people. Okay. Yes, once in a blue moon, one of them will be a grifter, just grifting white Christians out of money for fame or whatever their thing is they want out of white people. That is true. But there are also going to be many, many, many of our people, our young people of ours, who create brand new songs to Jesus Christ and to our Lord and Savior, and to our Father in heaven. And those songs are going to sound a little alien to us. They're going to sound a little worldliness to us. They're going to sound a little cucked to us. But we have to understand that all instruments are created by our people, and that every type of music that our people do and enjoy is our music. And we cannot be shunning these new generations of new music to our Lord and Savior away just because they're new and they're from cucked, naive white people. And so I say all this to say that when you see a new white Christian band on YouTube, when you see the Petersons, click their video, let the ads run, watch the whole thing to the very end, give them their like, leave them a comment telling them how good it was. When you see some new Christian band or some new pretty white Christian singer singing a song to Jesus Christ, singing a song to our Father in heaven, click her video, watch the whole thing, give her like, give her encouragement in the comments so that it not only encourages her directly from you to her, but also boosts her in the algorithm, When you see white people doing other things, that don't have token nogs in their crap, okay, whether they're a carpenter guy or they work on cars and it's a whole gang of guys that work on cars, or I don't know, whatever, diesel trucks or tractor pulling or anything you're into that white people are into. If you see it as you're scrolling along, you can tell they're new and up and coming, or maybe they're popular already, but support our white people on YouTube, please. Give them their likes, give them their views, let their ads run all the way through. It's a small price, it's a small sacrifice for you to give in order to help bolster our people on the algorithm and on in cucked white people's minds, to influence cucked white people's minds. And that is the manipulation we need to be practicing on YouTube. We need to avoid videos. Don't click on any video that you can tell they're showing a white as a criminal. Okay? Whenever you see, lady freaks out, turns, trespassing into a felony arrest, and it's some crazed white woman, don't click it. All right? Don't give it a view. Only give views to those crime channels when they show that blacks are the criminals. All right? Give them their view. Let the ads run all the way. Give them their like. Leave a comment to support them and give them an algorithm boost. These are the things we have to do. We have to be tribal. We have to basically look the other way when we see white crime being displayed on YouTube, and we have to zone in and focus and LARP and spurg out on all of the crimes that are reported on YouTube. And we need to support the YouTubers that report those crimes against white people by non-whites on YouTube. Okay, those are basically all these new YouTubers that are kind of popping up and starting to take the reins. They're having to fill the shoes of Colin Flaherty. All right. And so we need to support any of these crime channels who are not openly pro-white, but just so happens that every video they post, they're showing black criminals, black crime, non-white crime, Arab criminals. Those are the channels we need to be supporting, because that's when our cucked white people will come along and see these channels becoming bigger and bigger and being supported more and more, and they get more likes and more comments of support all the time. And they're going to go, dang, they're going to start realizing, wow, every criminal is always a non-white, And yeah, there are white criminals sometimes too, but the percentage of them is so minute compared to non-whites that we don't need to be focusing on or giving any clicks to any video that shows white people as a criminal. We already have our white people cucked bad enough into thinking that, quote, white people do it too, end quote, about everything. So we need to shed our people of that cuckery. The only way we're going to do so is by manipulation of the algorithm and by manipulation of our cucked white people themselves, by them seeing the likes, seeing the huge view counts, seeing the large subscription counts, and seeing all the comments of encouragement. Or rather than comments of encouragement, they'll click on the video and read in the comments, usual suspects. It's always them. It's always them. I guessed correctly. I'd like to solve the puzzle, Pat. All the memes we have for them, they'll see in there, and they'll realize that there is this whole world of us awakened white people. Over time, they might not have the epiphany instantly, but over time of seeing that in the comment sections over and over again, it slowly uncucks our white people into real. First, they become comfortable with accepting the reality and saying it out loud or typing it out loud in a comment. Then over time, it becomes fun to point out because they realize, wow, I'm actually noticing these things now, plain as day. I'm actually not cucked anymore about this. And it starts feeling good to them, and they start becoming a happy participant in the war against the non-whites who are waging the war against white people. So definitely use and manipulate YouTube all you can, It's small things, but it's things we can do, Stop going over to Odyssey and Locals and all that retarded crap that the shills, the cuck-servative channels want you to go to so that they make more shekels. They're just sheckling. They're just shecklers. That's what they're doing, And in order to, get them to finally stop being shecklers and start being more based of people, to where they actually benefit our people more than be in the way or counterproductive, the way we do so is simple. We support white channels only on YouTube, and we don't support any non-white channel on YouTube. We don't give any channel that has non-whites in it a click. If you see Postmodern Cuckbox post a video of an all-white band like they did the other day, you click that video. You let the ad run all the way through so they make the most money on that video, and they'll see that in their analytics. You watch the video all the way through, they'll see that in their analytics. If they decide ever to pop a noggin halfway through the song on you, hit the back button instantly. Take your like away before you do so. Erase your comment or put dislike for token noggism, or something, dislike for the cuckery, or whatever. And over time, they will realize, dang, the only way we're going to stay a powerful channel, a famous group that is known as decent, a real good band that's popular on YouTube, is if we keep posting an all-white cast. That's what our viewers want. based on what we see in the analytics here. That's what they say in the comments. That's what they show in their likes and view counts. That's what they want to see, is an all-white band every time. And every time we add a nog, or we show one in the comment or in the thumbnail, or we have one in the video, right then is where our view count for that video stops, or right then is where the time duration of watch time stops. They stop right when they see the nog. Look right here at 2 minutes 58 seconds into the song, the nog pops in. Boom, right then is when all of our viewership stops. They all hit the back button on us. We're going to have to, and eventually they'll come to the realization that, man, we've got to stop with the cuckery with having token nogs in our stuff. Our viewers don't like it. And so that is what you have to do with everyone, not just Postmodern Cuckbox. You got to do it with Salty Cucker or Elijah. I do the same thing with Elijah. When Elijah has a black on, I don't watch it. What do I need to listen to a black talk about for any reason? All right, let's go inside for a bit. All right. So, let's get back in the chat here. Let's see what's going on. Let's see where I was here. King Charles spoke 2021. He will need trillions to marshal in climate global control. Truth Freeze also said, he being someone at the summit like AC. Chicken Alla King said, diamond mines are owned by them. Wow, I am mega far behind in the chat. Wow, no wonder so many people have probably bailed. Blacks can't even dig a well, Chicken Alla King said. Exactly. That's the point is, you know, for these people to say about blood diamonds and, oh, the poor Afros over there slaving away for Whitey's diamonds, or even if it's for the Jay's diamonds, it's actually all BS. They wanted to work, you know, and Whitey was over there busting butt, digging diamonds in the mines. And so they said, oh, you want to work? All right, here's you a hammer, here's you a pickaxe, get to it, you know, and then they paid them at the end of the day every day when they're done. And so did they pay them a low wage? Probably, you know, but the white people were making a low wage too, so who cares? And did they pay them less than they paid the white people? Maybe, but who cares? We don't owe anyone equality. All right, we don't owe anyone the same stuff we have. We don't owe anyone the same technology and the same this and the same that. We don't owe anyone anything. So we don't have to pay non-whites the same money that we pay white people. We don't have to include them in anything. We don't have to hire them at all. And so, you know, for us to be doing all these backflips, trying to include other creatures, trying to insist that they act like us and be like us and think like us and care about what we care about, it's never going to happen. It's just a fantasy. It's a stupid farce that the Jews have duped many white people into believing is possible. But it is not possible. It never was going to be possible. It's not like it was possible at one point and then it didn't work out because of timing or circumstances. No, it's never going to be possible. Never. You know what the word never means. You know, it's never, ever going to be possible. Non-whites are here to take your stuff. They're here to be non-whites in our country. Okay? A Bangladeshi comes here to be Bangladeshi in America. An Arab comes here to be an Arab in America. A Jay comes here to take over America and be a Jay in America. And blacks, they just, wherever they end up, they just try to win, you know. So the bottom line is nobody is here to be on our side. Nobody is here to help us. Nobody's here to be American with us. None of that crap. So that's that's a realization that our people need to come to, that we're, that's our biggest goal and our biggest conundrum, is trying to get our people to see those things. So, um, let's see here. Chicken Alla King said, whites are the stewards of God's earth. That is correct. Truth Freeze said 10 tribes of Israel since Assyrian captivity scattered north and to the Isles. That's correct. White people are the 12 tribes of Israel, and 10 of our tribes left Israel. And what's funny is all 12 of our tribes, many people of all 12 of our tribes actually had left Jerusalem and left Israel altogether long before Jerusalem was ever sacked. We're talking generations before Jerusalem was ever sacked. So, for hundreds of years before Christ came to earth and walked as a man, many of all of our 12 tribes had ventured out to other parts of the world. And so we already had Europe being established, Like we talk about the trail of Israel being when we left Assyrian captivity and went over the Black Sea, north over the Black Sea, up into the Caucasus Mountains, and then down into what eventually became Europe. But actually, we already had people in those places, in smaller groups, who had long ago left Israel and had ventured out all around the world. And those are the ones that when Jesus Christ came along hundreds of years later and told us and told his apostles, told his disciples that they needed to go out and preach the gospel to all the world, to the four corners of the earth, however he worded it, he was talking about the European nations that we had already took off in small groups and ventured out all over Europe and started developing. And so then when the bigger bulk of our people who were still in Israel were conquered and taken to Assyria, and then eventually were, released, and then we were able to leave Assyria. And really, I don't even know if we were released or if we kind of won our independence from them. But either way, we were freed from Assyria. And that is when the bulk of our people made our migration into Europe. But we already had established Europe. It just wasn't known as Europe, and it wasn't known as all the names we know of them now, like Germany and England and all those things. We didn't have those names established yet. We had other names established for them back then. But we had people in Europe long before the big bulk of our people made the migration from Assyria. And that's why during Christ's time, when he was little, he was sent to England. He was up in England while he was a child. And that's why after he gave his sacrifice and left, Mary and Joseph went up there. And that's not Mary and Joseph, his parents. It's Mary Magdalene and then Joseph, his disciple. Went up there and established the very first Christian church. Deborah McGee said, I've had to take a break from Narco Longo. I know you have a little more patience with him than I do. Actually, a lot more. Funny enough, I had to take a break from him too. That's why. Because whenever I see, especially if I see one of his thumbnails where he shows a nog on a thumbnail or any non-white on the thumbnail, I don't even bother clicking it anymore. Because I just... When I first used to do that, and I used to basically hound him in the chat and hound his chat who's following along with the cuckery, that that there's zero non-whites are involved in whatever you're saying they are and whatever. And all it was doing was angering him to the point where he was never going to listen to me anymore. He was never going to give me any more time a day. And I didn't want to agitate him that far because he has given me the time of day and has let me say my piece on his show before. And he doesn't moderate me from the chat. He tells his mods not to moderate me. He used to acknowledge me But now he's starting to become a sheckler. So he used to say hello to me on when he would see me in the chat. Now he only says hello and acknowledges and reads and posts comments. He would even post my comments up on his screen sometimes, and let him stick there for a long time. But now he only does it for people who give him money. So he's basically gotten a taste of the get money thing. And so now, if you don't throw him shekels, he won't read your comments. He won't post it. He won't even acknowledge that you're in the chat. And so I've noticed that about him. Or he's perhaps mad at me from the last time I visited or something, perhaps. But seems like now he's taken on a new thing where if you don't throw me a $5, I ain't going to talk to you. And that's fine. I'll just keep ignoring that about him and keep, pressing him when the times come. But yes, I have taken a break from his videos too for like the last 3 or so. A couple of them I couldn't make, but a couple of them one or two of them I purposely didn't watch. Deborah McGee also said, I'm still praying for Narco though. His mystic ways annoy the Chinese fertilizer out of me. Yeah, the tea leaf reading stuff about him, the whole, all that mess. His whole life is vested in being a Gnostic, being into astrology and tea leaf reading and all that mess. So he's not just going to shed it quickly, that's for sure. Narco is definitely a longer project than he might seem like he would be because of all of that stuff. I mean, his whole bookstore is all about Gnosticism and astrology. His entire bookstore, his entire living is based off of all his ideology beliefs. So that's why he's definitely going to be an interesting project, a long-term project, but I still say it's worthwhile to try to win him over. I think he'll be a great warrior for our people if we just win him over and then he gets a fire under. Once he's won over, he'll have a fire under his butt automatically by default. And then all we got to do is kick back and watch the show, and he'll be an awesome soldier for our people. He makes nice videos, when he decides to make one of those like narrated ones and stuff. So he'll be great at making pro-white videos once he discovers our identity fully and accepts it and, whatever, and realizes the non-whites are not part of it. Truth Freeze said, guests for a minute. I'm running on my phone, so I can't do the whole guests thing. It gives you an option of it, but my phone don't have enough power to do it. For some reason, the processing power, it does not like allowing the option for that. And it also doesn't even have enough power to let me surf the internet while I'm live streaming. I tried that long ago on one of the first streams, and if I have the internet up on the screen for me to scroll around and show you things visually that I'm talking about, that I'd like to exhibit visually, I can't read the chat, and I can read the chat, but I can only read each thing someone writes for like 2 seconds. Then it fades away and it never comes back, and there's no option to make it stay on the screen permanently. Right now, in this mode, I can read the chat, and I can read all of the chat. I can scroll way back up in the chat all the way to the beginning if I want. And I can scroll wherever in the chat, and none of it ever goes away. But if I try to use the internet, the chat goes away within 2 seconds. Every comment made disappears after 2 seconds. And so it was very frustrating because I couldn't stay up with the chat. I couldn't answer anybody's chat before it would vanish. Or I couldn't answer anyone's comment before. I couldn't even finish reading their comment before it would vanish. And also the audio was glitching out really hard. The video was just, I guess the bottom line is my phone does not have the processing power to be able to do the guests thing or to even surf the internet while I'm streaming. So apologize for that, but perhaps in the future I will have guests on. That has shown to, I have observed other channels decide to have guests on, and it has never really turned out all that great for those channels, and they end up ditching that idea later on because a lot of viewers, though they may seem based in the chats and things like that, when they end up being on, when you end up giving them the floor on a stream, they tend to seem to not be quite the same like it seemed like they were in the chat. You know what I mean? Um, there's a lot of disappointing folks in our people, even in our based circles. So every pro-white channel I have seen that has invited guests to take the floor, um, it hasn't been all that great so far. So that's why I'm not in a big hurry to go out of my way to try to get that going. I did want to do that at first until I started observing that the other channels who do so um, just end up. It seems like I think what happens is I don't necessarily think that most of the ones that end up being like not very good on camera and stuff are their based viewers. I think what might be, I think a lot of times it might be Jays are the ones who, I'm not saying you are, I'm saying that in these other based pro-white people's forums or streams, I think that sometimes Jays are the ones that flood their call-in visitor thing. And so then they give us a bad image or a bad look because they'll get on there and, they'll have like things to say that are either nonsensical or off topic or they just sound like half brain dead. It's very odd, the call-ins that happen on pro-white channels. And it kind of makes our streams and our people look bad sometimes. So at least the way I do it here, I can just control it by reading the comments, and I don't moderate the comments, so anything can be wrote in the comments. But at least with me just reading the comments back and then replying, it kind of keeps a better level of control and optics for our channels. And I don't care about optics as far as non-whites or Jays. I care about optics for our cucked white people observing for the first time, perhaps, That's the optics I mean, caring about. But let's see here. And then he said, Link, would love to ask a quick question. I want to make sure you're not AI. Oh, okay. Kind of want to ask a quick cure something. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Never donate blood. Wow, I'm way behind. Yes, never donate blood. Nor do DNA, malarkey, ego test. Netanyahu bragged all Israelis are on database for pharma. Great point for genetic stuff. ADL killed a 14-year-old raped girl, or 14-year-old raped, killed. Let go through the court. Townsfolk lynched him. ADL formed. Yep, that is the official narrative, and that is a situation that happened. And they took that story and declared that that is the reason they formed the ADL. So that is even on their website. On the home page, they admit that story that you were mentioning there is the official story that caused them to start the ADL. And while that is a true event that happened, and that the ADL was in the middle of being formed and was used to defend that guy, it was already in the process of being formed, actually, to defend those 40 rabbis. And I'll find that story one day. I'll find that article and post it in the community post or something if I remember. Truth Freeze also said ADL, next one he said was, plus diamonds are a scam. Cuts glass, but not quite same as gold and silver. And then he said, though he is not Christian yet. I don't know who he's talking about, but he might be talking about Narco Longo. Vlad, the kebabber, stopped by. Hello. And I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, God bless. And he said, did you see the news about what happened to the white 3-year-old outside of the store in front of his mom in Ohio? absolutely disgusting. Yes, I did, and I actually mentioned her. Her name is Julian Wood. That is the name of the 3-year-old little white girl who was stabbed in the face to death today by an envious female nog. That same female Boone actually went around and murdered other white people in the same instance that day. She was basically walking around on a rampage, chimping out on any defenseless white person that she could attack easily without being attacked back. So she attacked obviously defenseless white people, like a woman with her toddler little girl, and the other white people that were victims of her attack. They haven't even mentioned them yet, but I'm assuming they are elderly white people or other white females. White women, sorry, other white women. Females are the critters. Vlad also said, I'm banned from a couple of crime channels, but I should maybe make an alternate channel, maybe. Yeah, yeah, definitely do so. That way you can still participate in those channels, and then if they've booted you off, you'll have to just go slightly more clever in your comments. That way you don't get booted from your get your backup channel booted from them. I tend to, since I have a channel and I put videos out and all this stuff, I tend to go ahead and just say whatever the heck I want, and I go just as crazy hardcore as I feel like going. But it's kind of because I also know that if I get banned from the from YouTube for 24 hours because of some conservative flagging my comment, I know I can at least post community posts and I could go live. I have other outlets to continue participating on YouTube. Whereas a person who is a comment warrior, a comment soldier for our people, but does not have videos and doesn't have a subscription list built up where they can do community posts or post a live stream, they are basically hosed. So if they post a comment and it gets flagged by some conservative, now they're stuck for a whole 24 hours. They can't do anything except give people likes on a video in the comment section. That's like all they're left able to do is give likes. So definitely, it's definitely, it's definitely beneficial to have an alternate account, I suppose, for those kind of folks. For me, if I get banned for 24 hours, then I just start posting in the community post, or I just spend my day giving likes to people, and I just have to eat it. There's nothing I can do. Once they ban you for commenting for 24 hours, I mean, you're just hosed. You can't do anything until it's over. And I managed to have about 3 to 5 hours per day of freedom before before some conservative bans or flags one of my comments, and then I get banned again for 24 hours. But on average of each week, I'm only able to comment about 3 hours every 27-hour period, So, if anybody could benefit from an alternate account, it would be me. But, but especially the folks who have no other outlet back into YouTube because of not having, the ability to do live streams or community posts. Y'all folks, well, I don't know if you may actually be able to do live stream and stuff, but for the folks who can't, you folks, it would be beneficial to have a backup account. That way, if you get banned by some, salty cuck or idiot or whatever in his chat, then you can just, use your alternate account and keep on going, So, Truth Freeze said, Vlad, everyday Palestine, but soon all us Americans went along with what all of us Americans went along with will come on to us, which is true. God help us. Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Kosovo, Germany. It's going to be ugly. I mean, I don't know. They're going to use all those factions against us, I doubt, but they will use, and I know, I guess you're just meaning in general of all the hell we've paid out is going to be paid back on us. And all that hell we paid out was paid out to those places. So I guess that is what you mean there, but it's hard to say. I mean, right now we're going through that hell, and the hell is going to get, the hell is going to get much worse, no doubt. But how much worse? We're not real sure. We just know it's going to be a lot worse. And for how much longer? We don't know that either, but we're trying to shorten it to as soon as possible. That we're trying to bring it to an end as soon as possible. So, as far as, all of the grief we've caused, I mean, and, you didn't even mention Japan there and some other places that you could mention as well. I think right now the hell we're going through is part of that. Even though it is not those countries getting to avenge against us, but it's the suffering and struggle we're going through right now is a punishment of some sorts for that, for our cuckery to the Jays, being willing to go and slaughter all these people for them. Now, granted, our boomers they did not know the Jays controlled us, okay? And a lot of our people don't, even to this day, know the Jays control us. So there are still white people happily signing up for the military right now, thinking that, they're going to go serve our country and they're going to be a hero and all this stuff for our people, not knowing that the Jays rule our country and not realizing, honestly having no idea that Jays are who have caused us to lose millions of white people by starting every war since the French Revolution. So to expect that our boomers would have known that, of course they wouldn't have known that. They didn't have the technology and the instant information at their fingertips that we have now. And so, they had a much greater excuse to go fight wars for the Jays than we do now. Now we know the Jays control our country. And so to go fight a war for them on their behalf, for their interest now, and sacrifice our people and our people's lives and families over it is foolish and stupid and suicidal and idiotic. So, Truth Free said, Smedley Butler and James Traficant. I've watched them both. I don't recall how based they are, but I have watched them both or read about them both, because I remember both those names vividly. Vlad the Kebabber said, I don't care much about Palestine personally, although I think Palestine has the right to fight back and have independence. I do too. I believe that area should belong to them now. Jays had no right to have Britain come in there and kick the crud out of any of them that didn't like it and move them out of the way and let Jays set up shop there. That was foolish and stupid and idiotic, and that's exactly what we're doing right now, by the way. We're over there wiping out these Palestinians for the Jays. The Jays aren't doing so. I just posted in the community post the other day, yesterday or something, where Matt Gaetz is admitting in congressional session, live to all the world on TV, that it's our troops that are shooting Gazans from our boats out on the water. We're long-range sniping civilians so that the Jays can then come in after we've wiped everybody out, and they can film themselves driving through the town mocking the conquered Palestinians that didn't get sniped by our troops. wearing all their gear as though they're the ones who did it. They're the ones over there kicking ass and taking names, when none of that's true. They're just filming themselves coming in after our troops have already dominated the area. And you can hear Matt Gaetz say that in congressional session in that community post I posted. Truth Freeze said Palestinians, 50% are children starving now, bombed and amputated children without anesthesia. Yeah, it's insane. I mean, it's just insane. And don't think that you're not next on the list. The Palestinians and what they're doing to them and what they're doing to Gaza is just their wet dream of what they want to do to white people. So all they're doing right now is using that as practice for what they fully intend on using non-whites to do to white people later on. And how far later on, I don't know. Is it 2 years from now, 6 months from now, 6 years from now, 26 years from now? I don't know. But it's coming, and that's their plan, and they're being open about it, and they tell you every day, they brag about it all the time. You see it in the behavior that they're doing right now. The whole world keeps condemning them and telling them to stop, and they go, and then the very next day in the news articles, Israel rejects the world's demands, and attacks Rafah and moves further in, all this. 15 new casualties, as Israel continues to ignore world court demands and all this. Keep in mind, they're the ones that created a world court to undermine all the independent nations' sovereignty. So, of course, they're going to ignore their own world court that they created. You know, they've got token blacks in there running things, and they've got, token Nigerians, and then they got some token, I think are Turkish, types or something in there. And so they're in there going, we demand that you guys stop. But they're not going to listen to their own court and their own minions in their own court. And that's why they just ignore it and keep on doing what they're doing. But meanwhile, if the Jays wanted to use that same international court to be against, white people or a white person or whatever, they consider that world court to be valid, and above all other countries and their sovereignty, as they do the WEF and as they do the UN and as they do all the other world and international, as they call them, organizations that they've created. They have other ones they boss all nations around with, like the Trilateral Commission, the Committee of 300, the Round Table, Tavistock, BlackRock, obviously the CIA and FBI and ATF and FDA and EPA, with the Federal Trade Commission, with the G20, all right, which is also the G7, the G6, the G whatever, the list goes on and on and on. It's so insane how many organizations. And keep in mind, every single one of them are pro-J, pro-non-white, intended and designed specifically to be anti-white. That's what they're for. So, it's just unbelievable how many. They've created like 450 anti-white or whitey grifting NGOs, Truth Freeze said, before Jesus walked, most of the 10 of 12 tribes went to North Judah, or north of Judah, he might mean. Benjamin left as southern tribe, with many Edomites in the mix. Later, imposter Khazarians, Ashkenazi. Now they're as Jews, Judah. Yeah, pretty much you've got it pretty close there. Basically what the deal is Ashkenazi and Sephardic are the two types of Jews. So it's not like they were already there, and they are the Edomites. So they didn't become the Edomites, and Edomites didn't become mixed in with them, and they weren't there mixed with Judahites, and then these Khazari and Ashkenazis came along. They are the Edomites. They are the Khazars. They are the Ashkenazi Jews. So all of those are all one and the same thing. They're all identical. There's no different sects of them. There's not like the Ashkenazi came in and there were already these other Jews there chilling in Judah. No, it's all one group. The Edomites are Ashkenazis. The Ashkenazis are Edomites. The Edomites are the Jews. The Jews are the Edomites. The Edomites, Jews, Ashkenazi. They're all the same thing. It's all just synonyms. They're literally just synonyms. They're not separate warring factions. They're not different groups of Jews. They are just one group, just one unified group, called many different things, but all one unified group. And Jays will always be one unified group. My YouTube app keeps freezing. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Mine actually locked up several times tonight for a brief moment, but it's been kind of behaving lately now. Vlad, the Kebabber, said, "You should read chat more often. Although your rants are good, most of us are here for the interactions." I know, and I'm sorry that I'm trying to get better about just staying with the chat nonstop. So I apologize. I'm gonna try to get better about that. Vlad the Kebabber also said, "I'm permanently banned from active self-protection, the channel." Oh yeah, that cuck. I know all about him. He banned me a long time ago. Well, not banned from the channel, but he's, whenever I comment on his channel, within a few minutes, I'm banned for 24 hours from commenting on YouTube, which means that either him or one of the cucks on his channel, reported my comment. Truth Freeze said, "Since French Revolution, all wars, banks wars." Yes. Guillotine. Trump loves execution history. Palestinians are being starved, holocausted. White settlers celebrate genocide. Well, it's not white settlers. Jews are not white, so it's Jewish settlers, and they're not settlers either. They're just Jews. They're just vagrant Jews invading Gaza, using white people to do so because we're cucked and duped into obeying them. But yes, definitely genocide happening over there for sure, as far as we know. Truth Freeze also said, "Russian Bolshevism, Holodomor, they love causing suffering and as well as genocide." That's absolutely true. Sleepy for the time for rest. You must have heard me yawn earlier. Yeah, I'm pretty tired, but I get up real early. I'm always up at like 4 a.m. So by the time I get to this time of night, I've been up pretty much 24 hours almost. Try is major, as is CFR, Roundtable in general. Bad TARFs have so many organizations. Yes, they do. Okay, cool. I finally did catch up here. Yeah, they have like 450 here in America. They have like 450 pro-J, pro-non-white, anti-white grifting, not-for-profit organizations. And if you count all of the, if you count them all up, I think there's like 1,600 of them, not 450. But there are 450 like pretty well-funded ones, I guess would be the best way to call it, like bigger ones, And then there are 1,600 total, if you include all the little tiny ones, a little random nog in some random ghetto neighborhood, and she's got some little tiny thing set up that only pays her, or whatever, but it grifts Whitey out of money. That's the kind of things that they add to those counts. And now it's going to go up really high, because way higher than 1,600, because just a great example or an exhibit of why is that video that all the based white channels showed, like Elijah and Fleckus showed in the last couple of days, where it shows black after black female at a graduation ceremony, and they're saying these ridiculous things that they have received their doctorate in or their master's in or whatever, right? And they're all ridiculous, made up, anti-white, 10-word freaking imaginary studies. And so because of all these new imaginary studies that they're just letting blacks graduate for free with, we will now start seeing way more than 1,600 non-white or anti-white, not-for-profit, as they call it, organizations. Because what most J-taught blacks do, if they are, one of the more exceptional nogs that actually wants to, go after big bucks and all these things, they learn these grifts from these imaginary college courses. These they're not imaginary college courses. It's just the concept that the college course is supposedly teaching. Like the guys that course is under are always just some multi-word made up nonsense. And when they're in the classes, the bottom line of the classes is to just figure out new ways to grift whitey out of money through the government, and to learn the existing practices to create your own not-for-profit and then grift the white governments, be it local or federal, whatever, out of money. And then you just live off that money. That black just lives off that money. It's just, she just puts it in her pocket and that's it. And all the while she calls herself some not-for-profit, Same thing the black church pastors do. And then Vlad the Kebabber said, "Yeah, I'm convinced Christian Europeans are Israelites. I had my doubts before, but no one else fits the script." That's absolutely true. If you look at any non-whites in the world, they absolutely, and especially Jays, they don't meet any of the criteria of God's chosen people. There are no non-whites who have had dominion over all the world and all that is in it. Only white people have navigated all the world's oceans, mapped all the world's deserts, navigated and mapped all the world's known cave networks, navigated and traversed and mapped all the world's mountain ranges, navigated and conquered the entire sky. Israel was told that we would be given we would form the mightiest armies the world, or the mightiest navies the world would ever know. And while all the non-whites of the world stood on the shore, white people had mega boats traveling the world, exploring the whole world, mapping oceans, creating maps of entire continents. And Truth Freeze said, especially Dan, Denmark, Danube, Danish. Yes, we are the tribes of Israel, and we match all the descriptions. We are the only race separated by all the world's non-white, black-haired, brown-eyed beasts with our 12 manner of hair and eye color combinations. One combination representing each tribe of Israel. The largest cache of bodies ever found in Egypt are all white people. The cache of ancient bodies they found, they believe to be over 1 million white people. And they were buried arranged by hair color. This is because we were buried based on our tribe. If you were part of this tribe, you were buried with your tribe. If you're part of that tribe, you're buried with that tribe. And so, because of that, when they started exhuming all of these ancient bodies, they took note that all of the blondes were in certain sections, all of the redheads were in other sections, and brunettes were in yet other sections by themselves. And that's because, on the whole, our tribes had different hair and eye color combinations that were distinct. And so, until all of us different tribes started mating among each other, and we kind of mixed ourselves up among each other, which is completely biblical and normal and healthy and okay for us to do. Um, our people were more separated by hair and eye color combinations back then, and you could tell. You could look at someone and be like, oh, they're from the tribe of Dan, or oh, they're from the tribe of Naphtali, or oh, they're from Manasseh, or oh, that's a Judahite, You'd be able to tell because of the hair and eye color combinations. So the Anglo-Saxon, Germanic, Scandinavian, and Celtic people are typically all a similar one of the Judahites. We are all Judahites, and there's a little bit of Levi mixed in there with us. And that's because Levites lived in Judah with the Judahites. And one other group did too, which was, and I forgot it in a chat long ago too, and somebody had to tell me Benjamin. I actually remembered it this time. Because of someone telling me in the comments, Benjamin. It was Benjamin. And that's what the other group was. So we have a few Benjamites mixed in with the Judahites and the Anglo-Saxon, Germanic, Scandinavian, and Celtic worlds. But for the most part, the Anglo-Saxons and Germanics, and the Germans and the Scandinavians and the Celts are all Germanic. Even some of the Norse are. It's weird because it seems like Germanic is almost like the root base one. Like the Judahites are kind of the base foundation, even though they aren't family wise as far as like family tree wise. It seems like spiritually and metaphorically, or so, if that's the right word to use, they are the figurative foundation of all 12 tribes. And now we know that Levi was like, Levi has a hand in creating or maintaining our laws or our governance. Another one of the groups is famous for carrying out carrying out the plans of our laws. And so I think that was Manasseh. I could be wrong. Could be Naphtali or something. But in any case, we are the 12 tribes. And we did create Denmark. Denmark is Dan's mark, the tribe of Dan. The Danish, the Dans. The Danes are the Dans. Britain, the word Britain means man of the covenant, or covenant, people of the covenant, And the covenant it's talking about is the covenant that God has with only Israel. God made two covenants when he finished flooding the world. He said that his first covenant was with Noah and his seed. That's white people. So his first covenant was a reestablishment of the promise that he made to Adam and all of his descendants. The second covenant he made was to the rest of the world, to the non-whites of the world and the animals of the world. And he promised them that he would never destroy them all again with a flood. He didn't say he wouldn't use fire. He didn't say he wouldn't use pestilence or some other means of killing people. But he said he wouldn't use a flood again, a world flood again. And he hasn't. He's kept his word. He hasn't caused another world flood to come upon our people since. Or the non-whites, for that matter, since. So those are the two covenants. One was a covenant directly for us only. And the other was for the rest of the world. It's non-whites. But for us, he told us that, Noah's seed were going to be the creators of kings and kingdoms, many kings and kingdoms. And so they did exactly that. And so Arabs are not from one of the tribes or any of that stuff of Noah's. They're not from one of Noah's three sons, Ham, Shem. That's where we get Semites, by the way, is from Shem, or Cush. Blacks are not from Cush. They're not Cushites. And they're not from either of the other two either. Non-whites were loaded on the ark, 4 of each kind, 2 females and 2 males of each kind. And that's how non-whites were spared. Let's see here. Truth Freeze also said, scattering to the isles. Yes, we sure did. He also said, some stand nation, amazing blue, green-eyed, blonde, and brown-haired, but amazing eyes. Yes, I agree. Truth Freeze also says, Southern tribe Judah, Benjamin Levi, Northern. Yeah, that is who it was. 10 northern tribes would lose identity, and they did. As generations went on, and they spent more and more time away from our people Israel in Israel. They started, using their surroundings to try to make sense of their faith, and over generations of time, the faith had morphed into who knows what, and so it was so corrupt by then that they were so corrupt by the time they'd spent several generations away from our congregation that they had fully cucked themselves into some made-up paganism or some Jayish issued by them visiting and selling goods to the white people. They'd get in their ear with some other anti-white ideology, some random one of whichever sort, They have many kinds, I'm sure. And so that would be it. Then they spent too much time away from our congregation, and they ended up having to start making up their own origin understandings, And so the idea that, oh, wait, let's see here. Vlad said, is it fair to say we don't know exactly which tribe we come from? Sorry, I skipped over that question. Well, it depends. It isn't that hard, honestly. And you do it through Ancestry, but you don't do it through Ancestry.com. You do it through genealogy websites. And there is a fantastic genealogy website maintained by the Mormons, funny enough, because Mormons are really big into genealogy. They're very big on knowing all of their ancestors. And that's because in the temples, if they become temple worthy, they like to pray for the benefit of their deceased ancestors. They pray and ask God to please save their deceased ancestors who may or may not have been saved by God before they passed, by Jesus Christ sacrificed before they passed. And so so they created this incredible genealogy website. I'm forgetting the name of it now, but it is awesome. And any of you who get on it will actually, once you get into it a little bit, you will actually really like it. You'll get to see, it shows you all of your family members in the past that you managed to find and link together and everything. And so like, say you put in your grandpa, right? It's going to show every known family member related to him, his brothers, his sisters, his parents, everything. And it will show it gives you a visual kind of a layout of where each of their lives in the timeline existed, and their however long they lived, the little bar will be longer or shorter depending on how long their life was. And they have them arranged where you see each person live and how long they were alive while another family member was alive in the same time frame. So they show it like a time frame and like a time chart. And there's no times. It's just comparing the other family members. So there's no like chart per se. But your grandpa, let's say he lived 80 years, he would have a nice long strip there representing his life. And let's say his wife was born after him and died before he died. Well, her life would be a shorter bar, and it would start slightly after his bar begins in the visual representation, and then it would end before his ends, if she died younger. So it's very neat because you see all of your family members listed and you see all of their lives represented as one of these strips of color. And not only that, when you click on one of their names, you can read every bit of information that has been put in about their name. You can also see documents if someone has uploaded documents. And by the way, you can upload documents about your ancestors. You can upload pictures of your ancestors. You can load information. If you see that you read something about your grandpa, your deceased grandpa, that you know is totally incorrect, you can actually get on there and type a message to the website, not being a member or anything, and say, this is incorrect. I know so because I'm the grandson named so-and-so. And the website, the people of the website will yield to your corrections. And they will make the adjustments and make the corrections. So it's a fantastic website. I wish I could remember the dang name of it, but it's really amazing. And I think a lot of you would really get a kick out of being on there. It may seem boring initially the instant you get on it because you don't have anything to look at yet. But once you pull up family members and you start looking at all your family members' lives there in a chart, and you see how, one family member outlived everybody else and how this other family member had such a short life, and you start seeing and realizing, and it really humbles you, honestly. It brings you to this other place you've never been before. It connects you with your family in a way you've never really thought about. And there are other things about genealogy that are a big deal, but the thing about the genealogy, the reason I mentioned it in the first place, is that's how you would discover your origin, whether you're Germanic or Scandinavian or Italian or Irish or whatever. You would on that website, you can trace your family members back and further back and further back until you find where your own family members came over here on a boat. And most of you will be able to find that information on the website. There are some people's families who don't have any records before the 1800s, so those folks, would have a harder time being able to determine from that method. But the majority of folks have their ancestors documented. And here's a fun one for you. For those of you listening here, still is a nice little bonus cookie for you of information. If any of your ancestors tie back to Charlemagne, the Charlemagne, then you are related directly to Jesus Christ. Directly. You are a part of Jesus Christ's direct lineage. Anyone who cannot trace their lineage to Charlemagne, you are a direct lineage of some part of our 12 tribes. But if you are related to Charlemagne, You are a family member. Jesus Christ is a distant cousin of yours. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. If you can, I'm sorry, I misworded. My apologies. Let me correct myself right now. If you can trace your ancestry to Charlemagne, if it just so, and the reason it's Charlemagne is because Charlemagne, when he was in power, he slept with many, many white women of many families. And so he put out many spawn in many different directions of our people all over, So Charlemagne has many great, 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 great grandchildren, white people running around and all over, the world. So here's the crazy thing. If you can trace if your family just so happens to trace back to Charlemagne, then you have an unbroken genealogy all the way back to Adam and Eve. That's crazy. Charlemagne's life is his entire lineage is documented all the way back to Adam and Eve. And that's well known in all genealogy study circles. Ask any genealogist, they will be able to tell you that if your family just so happens to come from Charlemagne, your family is traced all the way back to Adam and Eve. That's a fact. That is a real and true fact. All right, let's see what we got going on in the chat here. Truth Freeze said, he said, Mormons track birth certificates. Well, they track way more than that. They take any and all information you could possibly get, and they don't do it for any sinister reason. They're doing it to try to create records of every family member of white people. And they even do it for blacks and Spanish and everything. But they're doing it so that they know their lineage. Mormons want to know their lineage all the way back to Adam and Eve, as far back as they can learn it. And so they don't just accept birth certificates. They accept any piece of documentation that has your family member's name on it, someone's name on it. It could be a title of a deed to a land, or it could be a divorce certificate. It could be a marriage license. It could be anything. If it's legal document of some sort that has a name on it that, could be added to their database, they absolutely will add it to the database once it's confirmed, through a couple of cross checks of the rest of the genealogy that they're supposedly related to. And if that's confirmable, then they add it as part of the thing for your family. So right now, you could add your birth certificate on their website today for future generations after you to be able to see your birth certificate on there. You could add your parents' information, your grandparents' information, anything you want. They accept the info on their site. They do have some vetting they do of it, but they do it quickly, and they confirm that, all this, is copacetic. It all seems to coincide. And then if it all coincides, that bang, they put it up on the website, or they make the changes right away. They're very quick about it. And so they don't have any sinister reason behind it. They're actually just trying to document everybody's lineage all the way back to Adam and Eve. That is their goal. Vlad the Kebabber said, my dad was 100% German. Some would say I'm Judah or Assyrian. You are a Judahite. If you are a German, you are a Judahite. Now, your mom could be, of course, from some other tribe, and so that would make you half Judahite, half whatever her tribe was, but or whatever her tribe is. So you're half Judahite and half whatever your mother's tribe was. But say your mother was like Anglo-Saxon English, well, then you're 100% Judahite, because Anglo-Saxon English and Germans, though they scoff at each other and stuff and have word with each other aplenty. They are actually the same tribe, same people. Please tell the site name. Gosh darn it, I sure wish I could remember it. When I remember it, I will post it. I will post the website in a community post. I just can't recall it right now. I've slept too many times since the last time I was on there. But you folks will love it. It is great. There's nothing sinister about it whatsoever. There's nothing dubious about it whatsoever. It is 100% done by genuine people who genuinely just want to have everyone's genealogy documented. And the people are dedicated. The people who run the website are missionaries of the Mormon Church, and they are actually an active missionary to be operating. If they are one of the people operating the website, that means they are in an active mission right then. They are currently a missionary to be participating online on that website. And there are missionaries all over the world of the Mormon Church who spend however many hours per week working on that website, making corrections, adding new info. And then when you're a missionary working for that website, you have to put in, I think it's like 12 hours a week minimum. And keep in mind, it's all volunteerism. You know, their missionary stuff is all, you save up your own money to become a Mormon missionary, and you spend your own savings to be a Mormon missionary. So the Mormon Church, all they support you with is a place to live if you're out in a real mission as a real missionary, like when you see the guys with the name tag and they're riding around on bicycles. They saved up their own money as a teenager. They worked and saved their money and saved it away, put it aside, didn't spend it, and then spend that money to be on their 2-year mission. How many 18-year-olds do you know would have saved up all their money working from 14 to 18 or 16 to 18 and then spent it all to go on a mission for God for 2 years from the age of 18 to 20? That's what Mormons do. Way more dedication for our God than 99% of the white people, though, including ourselves. You know, I never did a mission. Vlad the Kebabber said, "Oh, well, let me see here. We have a visitor named Nix something, Nix Nax, I guess, or Nansk, and he put nigger, and then Vlad the Kebabber put, I already traced my ancestors back to the 1600s, though I already knew I was 100% European because my grandparents speak German." Awesome, dude. Yeah, and as you get into the 1600s there on that website, you know, some people's family just stops, like, as far as the info. You know, the genealogy websites, they don't have every piece of info in the world. So some families, you'll hit the 1700s and roadblock. Can't find anybody related to your great-great-great-grandpa. You might get to the 1600s or the 1500s or the 1300s before you hit a roadblock. But everybody hits a roadblock somewhere. And so, you know, the hope is that you just don't run into a roadblock for a really long time and that they have documentation of your ancestors going way back. But oftentimes they hit roadblocks in the 1700s and the 1600s and stuff like that. So, but there are people who have actually, who are traceable all the way to Adam and Eve, or all the way traceable to Jesus Christ. And of course, if you're traced to Jesus Christ, you're traced to Adam and Eve, which is why I accidentally said Christ first, because Jesus Christ can be directly traced all the way back to Adam and Eve. So, of course, if you're traced to Christ, you're traced to Adam and Eve, but you can also be traced to Adam and Eve through the other tribes. So that's why I had to make the correction, because you can be connected to Adam and Eve through other lineages. You know, it doesn't have to be through Charlemagne's lineage. But the reason Charlemagne is the thing that everybody looks for is because his lineage, his genealogy is documented all the way back to Adam and Eve. So if you happen to be one of Charlemagne's descendants, you are all the legwork is already done from Charlemagne to Adam and Eve. So all you needed to know was whether or not you make it to Charlemagne. And if you're related to Charlemagne, then you have a documented lineage all the way to Adam and Eve. So that's kind of a fun thing that a lot of people don't know about with genealogy, and you learn a lot more about genealogy as you go. And another crazy thing that you'll love about genealogy is you'll learn things about your grandparents. You'll see middle names of your great grandparents that you didn't know. You'll learn names of your family members that you might want to name your children. You have children coming in the future, or you hope to have children in the future, and you've wondered what you would name them. Now you can see your great grandfather's name and your great great grandfather's name. You have a girl, you can name her after your great grandma. You can pass on family names. And you'll also notice that a lot of your ancestors will have biblical names, especially in the Americans in the 1700s, 1800s, and the 1600s. A lot of you white folks will have ancestors with biblical names. John, Paul, Levi was a popular one, even in America during the 1700s still. David, all of the biblical names, all the big biblical names. You will see that a lot of our ancestors or people as ancestors and what will have ancestors with these biblical names. And so as I read further and further back the names of my ancestors, my great-grandparents, my great-great-grandparents, my great-great-great-grandparents, it reconnects you. It gives you a connection with your family and your heritage, your history, and your people that you've never had before. And so I really hope that y'all check that out. As a matter of fact, for those who are still listening, I'm going to hop on another device here real quick, and I'm going to pull it up so I can find what the name of it is. Because I can't use the device I'm streaming on right now. So let me pull up, use the old iPad turd here. And we will find it right now. Genealogy website. That's all I know to type to search because I don't know what it's called. But we're going to see if we can find it here. Let's see. It's called Family Search, you guys. FamilySearch.org. FamilySearch.org. That's your joint right there. Now, of course, it's going to want you to create an account. And now Mormons are cucking on the home page here. They got whites and blacks mixed together on here on the front page. And of course, they got a band of what looks like a black marching band that they're holding a picture up of. But Mormons know darn good and well that they are white people. And there are no black Mormons, even though they're using blacks on the website here. Even further down the home page, it shows some black hands typing on a freaking keyboard of a laptop. But this is a legit, Family Search is a legit website ran by the Mormons. And they have, whatever you click, you can just type search all records. You click further, you scroll down the page and there will be a thing that says search all records. And you can just hit that first and then you can just type in your name and there will be other people perhaps with your name. So you have to discern, go through it and figure out which one is you actually. And then from there, once you know which one is you, or which one is, let's say you start with your parents' name. It's better to start with someone, because you're not going to be in there yet because you're not deceased. So basically, you have to start with a deceased person in the family. So you find a deceased family member, or you pick one. You have one in mind that you want to start with. Usually a mother, a father, a grandparent. And then you'll just start going backwards from there once you've confirmed that you're looking at the correct ancestor of yours and that it's genuinely your ancestor that you're looking at with the name that you're looking at. As soon as you do that and you confirm that you're definitely looking at your ancestor, then you can just start going, okay, well, who were their parents and who were their parents? And you just start working your way backwards. And however far back you can get is however far back you can get, because they're limited on, it's a massive database, but it's still, they only have what they have. So, but you folks will get a huge kick out of it once you get on there and really start using it and start looking at your family. It's so, I think about, when I was sitting there looking at my grandparents and my aunts and uncles, and I'm looking at the differences in lifespans they had when they were born, how long they lived, how much longer they lived after other ones of my aunts and uncles had died, which were their brothers and sisters. And you see how short of a life some of your uncles had or some of your aunts had, and how long of a life one of your grandparents or aunts or uncles had. It's just and then you can click on one of your uncles and be like, oh, I barely remember that uncle's kids. I only saw them a couple of times. Those were my cousins, but I only ever met them a couple times. And then you can actually see like who else they had who may already be deceased. Maybe you have a cousin that's already died, whatever. He'll have him on there or whatever. But it's a humbling experience, and I don't want to say it's humbling in a way where it like humbles you per se, but it's like, maybe humbling's not the best word. Maybe I should be saying it's almost like invigorating. It's like, I felt like crying while I was sitting there looking at the chart of my family. And you'll have that sensation. When you finally have, the bulk of your family sitting there on that chart to look at, and you see the differences in length of life each one had compared to the others, and how they overlapped in time, and how long of each one of their lives they got to be with the others before, this uncle was lost or before that uncle was lost. It's honestly, it's fascinating. It really is to look at. So I encourage all of you folks to, I think it'll give you a new kindling inside your soul for your own family and your own people. It's a confirmation also that our people are who we say we are, and that you're not just living in some imaginary thing like the blacks do about, that they made the world and everything and civilized whitey. You're actually, you're looking at real reality, real facts that prove everything about our identity and ourselves as we being the people who came here and created this country and settled it. And here's our ancestors who did so. And it's such a nice confirmation, and an affirmation of our people, and that they existed, and that we're here for that reason, because they existed and because they came here and created this wonderful place for us. And it not only gives you a sense of belonging to your family, but also belonging to your country. And hopefully it'll kindle a little greater, a little stronger, a little hotter fire in your soul for our people and our nation. And so I hope that all y'all check it out for yourselves and see what you think. Truth Freeze said, some want to say German is Amalek, yet others say Judah is Amalek. Yeah, definitely no tribe of Israel is Amalek. Amalek was some of the enemies of particularly Judah, but all of Israel. And Amalek are descendants of, I want to say they were descendants of Ishmael, but they could have been. But they're either descendants of Ishmael or they're descendants of the Canaanites, the Edomites, the Jays and all that. So, um, Truth Free said not Judah but Jew. Yes, exactly. Amalek should have if I'd have to go in reverse here a long ways in my brain here to remember who he came from, but I want to say he either is the father of the Edomites before Idumeah and before they became Edom, because Esau is the actual father of the Edomites. Esau's name got changed to Edom by God, and so his descendants are the Edomites. But what I mean by him being a father of Edomites, I didn't mean Edomites, I meant Canaanites. And I realized Canaan would be the father of the Canaanites. But I believe Amalek was one of the mid-ancestors after Canaan that continued the Canaanite seed line along. And then eventually Canaanites became the Jews when Esau mated with 2 Canaanite females. So, but I could be wrong about that. If anybody wants to correct me, feel free. If I'm wrong about Amalek on that one. No one can trace back to Adam and Eve. Vlad the Kebabber is saying, although that's cool if you can trace back to royalty, 99.9% of us will only be able to trace back to 1600s at most. That is the case for a lot of white people. A lot of white people are only going to be able to trace back to the 1600s, but that's because of several factors. One is the Civil War. A lot of our history and records got destroyed in the war. And not just the Civil War, but multiple wars caused multiple of our documents and records to be destroyed along the way. And that's what we use to build genealogy records, is old records from, title deeds or, marriage certificate or death certificate or a sentencing at a jail or a court, fee or whatever we can find. Any piece of paper that has something of an ancestor on it, that's how we confirm their existence and where they were and where, who they were related to or what, So, but yes, there are people who can trace back to Adam and Eve. So that is a fact. You can ask any genealogist and they will tell you that if you are linked to Charlemagne is linked all the way back to Adam and Eve. He can be traced, every single ancestor, all the way back to Adam and Eve with no gap. So it absolutely is true. And there are many thousands of white people all over the world who are related, many tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of white people all across the world are descendants of Charlemagne. And any of them, if you do manage to happen to be one of the people who is descendant of Charlemagne, then you are already automatically traced all the way back to, all you got to do is make it to Charlemagne, and if you happen to be related to him, then that's it, because his lineage is already traced all the way back. And that is a known fact in all genealogy world. Vlad the Kebabber also said, my mom came from the same area, mostly German, but she has some Slavic, like Czech. So I don't know what tribe she would be. Yeah, the Czechoslovakian, I don't know what tribe they are. I don't know who they would be. I would assume they would be some version of the Russians type, sort of. And I used to know who the Russians were, too, of our tribes. I don't remember which tribe they are. But perhaps the Czechs are like the Russians. Perhaps they're not. Maybe I'm ignorant of the difference between Russians and Czechs. So, other than like the standard things, like, Czechoslovakia exists and Russia exists separate from each other. But I don't know what the real cultural differences are and historical differences are between the two. So, for all I know, they're polar opposites, but so you would know more about that for sure than me. But yeah, who knows? I mean, that's what's so great about the website. Just just start putting in your family members, and eventually you'll build, and you'll have your whole family there on the screen where you can see, like, okay, and you'll go as just go back as far as you can, um, and new stuff gets added every day. Maybe not to your family, but every day on the website. So over time, it may take a couple, 3 years. You might check on the website again, and wouldn't you know, they found something of your great grandpa's that now you got your great great grandpa's name from it, and boom, now you got another step backwards that of your family. So, Truth Freeze said, Nix, really? He also said, humans versus Nephi, but saved versus unsaved matters. Oh, humans versus Nephilim, but saved versus unsaved matters. I guess that's what he means. And then he put Michael afterwards. So yeah, I can't really discern exactly what you're talking about there, but basically, y'all check that out, and see what you think, and I think it will be a blessing for all of you to check out, and especially if you get to see things of your family that you haven't got to see before, but you'll definitely feel something when you're sitting there looking at all your family members on that chart. Your heart will connect with all of them. You'll feel like you're I don't know how to explain it other than just when you see their lives all there displayed in the different rows of, and you're looking at it and you're seeing the comparison of all their lives compared to the others of your family's lives. It's just a very it's a very interesting experience, and it will touch your heart in ways that I'm having a difficult time trying to articulate, but you will feel a connection with your family that you've never felt before. That's probably my best way I could express it to you, is the feeling you get will be a feeling you've never experienced before. And it just re-energized my love for my family, and it made me miss my ancestors that I remember from a child, my grandparents, my uncles and aunts that are passed. It made me think about all of them, and just really rejuvenated my love for my family, and my gratefulness to God for the family He gave me. And I hope it does the same for you folks. I really hope it does. And someday, all the things will be answered. But for now, we have to work and put forth effort and try our best to better ourselves, to learn more about our ancestors, more about our families, more about our history, and learn to embrace it, be thankful and grateful for our history, not be ashamed of it, not be ridiculed, not allow anyone to ridicule us about our history. Who is any non-white to ridicule us white people about our history? They would be in the jungle chasing baboon brains for dinner if it wasn't for us. So we don't have to care what any non-whites think about us. All that matters is what we think about our own people, and all that matters is what our own people think about us. What we think about each other as white people. And all that really matters is what our God thinks about us. And so, at the end of it all, as long as we're pleasing our God, which we can't do that unless we're putting our own kind first and foremost and always. So we have to shed cuckery and put our own people first. That's loving our neighbor as though it's ourself. And once we start putting our own white people neighbors first over the non-whites, and put our own country's well-being first as a people. I realize you folks as individuals already do these things, but once we white people get enough of our white people snapped out of their cuckery, where we start putting our own people in our minds always, first and foremost, and always and first, white people do not think tribal right now. That's our whole problem. So if we can get our people to start thinking tribal again, start, thinking, realizing that our people are our family. You folks are a part of my family. Even though we aren't directly related, we're all related by being white people. We are all one big white family. And we are the minority on this earth now. God had made us to be, and the order was supposed to be that we are supposed to number the earth like grains of sand. We're supposed to number the earth by the billions. And the non-whites are supposed to be kept in their small little worlds, in their small little villages of 10 and 20 and 30 at a time. And, they regulate themselves. God created them to regulate themselves, where they eat their own kids or whatever, and keep their populations down, through being just third worlders. And so they were meant to stay as small little groups, and instead the Jays have turned our whole world upside down, where now white people are the minority in the world, the smallest group in the world, basically, other than Jays. And so we don't number the earth like grains of sand at the beach anymore. Most of our population has been wiped out from wars beginning ever since the French Revolution all the way through to now. So the bulk of our white people are gone now. And we used to populate the world. We used to be the 90 percentile of the world population. The only other population that had many millions of people were the Asians. That was it. It was white people and Asians. The blacks, Arabs, Indians, they were all in small numbers. And India ended up exploding in numbers in the early 1900s, but they were a small country. They didn't have billions of people like they have now, basically. And it's only because of white people interacting with India in the last couple hundred years where we brought over technologies and medicines and all these things, and so they started living longer, and they started producing more kids and having bigger families, and now they have a large population. They've had a population explosion in the last couple hundred years. But before that, before white people were taken out and before non-whites were bolstered up by the Jays, we were the majority population of the world. And through murders and, mass poisonings like they just did to our people recently and all these other things, over the last couple hundred years, they've eliminated our population. And so now we're an upside down world. And, God told us that we are going to be the ones who are supposed to populate the earth, in the biggest numbers. And so if we can win our people back, uncuck our people, and get them to start living God's way again, He will drive out the invaders eventually on His own accord, however He decides to do so. It will work. It will be miraculous. It will be almost effortless on our part. We'll still have to put in effort. I'm not saying to kick your feet up and just let God do it, because that's not how God works. God makes us work for everything. But God will bless us greatly where our effort will go far. Every stride we take will take us far. Every motion or every action we take and put forth toward the effort will go far, will be profitable. And so it won't be a waste of our effort to do. God will be on our side, and God will miraculously allow whatever effort we put out to be effective. And over time, after all this struggle and effort, our children's children after us can pick up the pieces and start rebuilding our country. We will be passing on, and they will be left with the task of repainting our buildings and rebuilding our structures and putting a bridge again in a place where the non-whites let it go into rubble while they were in charge of our country, and all these things where cuckery has destroyed parts of our country in just in just 20 more years, we could have our grandchildren as the adults, the responsible 50-year-olds and 40-year-old people in charge of our country at the time, fixing everything, repairing everything, healing our nation, healing our land. That's what God tells us he will do. He tells us once we obey him the right way, he drives the invaders out and he heals our land. But how does he do so? He allows us the strength and might and cleverness to drive them out with our efforts, even though it's against all odds and seemingly impossible. And how does he heal our land? By now giving us plenty of time without non-white invasion and without conflict from outsiders, so that we have plenty of time to spend our own effort rebuilding our country. And so the efforts you and I and everyone are putting in now, the hope and dream and prayer to our God is that this effort that we put in now, this sacrifice and struggles and ridicule and all the things we're going through now, the pressures, which by the way are nothing compared to what any of our ancestors ever lived through, So what we're doing for our people is absolutely nothing compared to what any of our ancestors did. A typical coal miner has put more effort toward white people's well-being in his life of just being a coal miner, getting up faithfully every day at 5 in the morning and driving his little Belvedere down to the coal mine and working in the coal mine all day and coming home and having dinner with his family at 7 o'clock at night and then going straight to bed and getting up and doing it again, and did that 5 and 6 days a week his whole life and never did anything else, and then attended church on Sundays because he was cucked into attending on the wrong day, but whatever. He still kept church, pleasing God, went to work 5-6 days a week in the coal mine. That man did more for white people than all of us. He sacrificed and sweat and suffered and sacrificed and did without way more than any of us have ever done for white people. And he wasn't even working for white people, but he was indirectly, without realizing it, putting forth more effort toward the well-being and eventual longevity and sustenance of white people than we have done. So any effort we put forth, just remember that there are people, millions of white people, who've put 100,000 times more sacrifice and effort and struggle and suffering toward America's existence than we would have. So whatever we do, we need to do it with gratefulness to our ancestors, and we need to do it knowing that whatever we can do to make America better or rebuildable, restorable for our children's children and our grandchildren's children. Give them a country that they can at least put back together. All we have to do is conquer the invaders, drive them out. If we can at least accomplish that in our lifetimes for our children and our children's children, then at least by the time our grandchildren are the grown adults ruling and controlling over this country, we will have already driven out the invaders for a whole generation and a half or so, and we will have already started the process of rebuilding the country. We can teach them how to build the country by showing them how to rebuild it. Then they will know construction. They will know electricity. They will know electronics. They will understand painting and architecture and all these things. We can teach them these things as we rebuild our country in front of them and with them. They will be adults by that time. They will be well into, mature adults at that point. They'll be in their 40s perhaps by the time we manage to accomplish this goal. But at some point, the goal has to be accomplished, and it will. And when it does, we can use that time to teach our children how to restore the country. They will be the mature and able adults capable of doing it at that time, while we are elders and passing on and incapable of doing so. But we will have the wisdom and the knowledge and the know-how to tell them and explain to them what to do. And then we can go to sleep knowing that we have set our grandchildren off in the right direction with our country. that our country will have hope of giving God another 100 years of producing white people, maybe 170 years of producing white people who will eventually grow up and choose to be his friend. Now he will have hundreds of thousands, perhaps hundreds of millions more white people, friends with him forever in the new earth when the great day finally comes. So, whatever you can do, I understand that not everybody can do, big things. In fact, nobody can do big things on their own. So, I get that it feels like it's a mission impossible task and that we are outgunned enormously, which we are. And that the task is practically impossible, which it is. But that is how the whole reason white people manage to achieve all these impossible things that we have is because God is on our side. All right, that is, God gave us dominion over the whole world. He didn't give us dominion over the whole world and everything in it and then giggle and be like, watch this. There's no way. I told them a lie. There's no way they can ever have dominion over the world. I just fed them a bunch of hogwash and let's see if they believe it and try. No, he gave us dominion, and then he gave us the ability to keep dominion, have dominion, generate dominion, maintain dominion. And it's only our deceiving enemy that has come along and decided to shame and ridicule or try to convince us that we should feel ashamed and that we should be ridiculed for having dominion over the earth and all that's in it, especially in our own countries. It would be one thing if we were always constantly harassing God's non-whites in their own countries. Like if we were always over in China being like, hey, what are y'all doing? Hey, give me that, and whatever. And of course, non-whites do accuse us of that. But in fact, we've never done any such thing like that. We always have been bureaucratic and diplomatic with non-white countries. We don't just go there and kick the crap out of everyone and take all their stuff. We go to these other places. We observed that they were living in shambles and squalor and living like animals. And we actually had more empathy and sympathy for them than we had disgust. And so, being the empathetic type that we are, species that we are, we immediately went to showing them how to use, how to farm and how to use a musket. We showed them our muskets and how they worked. And before you know it, we were giving them muskets like a bunch of dummies and casting pearls to swine, But the bottom line is we're light years ahead of all the non-whites. Anywhere we went, we were literally millennia ahead, and we would have always maintained millennia ahead of all the non-whites. As a matter of fact, if we had never shared any of our tech with non-whites, if we had just patted them on the head and left their countries and never brought any of them with us and never let any of them come to our countries, and none of them had any idea about white people except when we fly over them in the sky, and they had no contact with white people whatsoever, all non-whites would still be living in squalor and be living like they are in the Stone Age. And that's including the Asians. When we found the Asians weren't living some high-tech first world. Everything they had was made out of wood and bamboo and paper. And that's why when we firebombed Nagasaki and Hiroshima, they both went up in a fireball like nothing, because it wasn't atomic bombs. It was we firebombed the dog crap out of them. We knew that everything in China and Japan, everywhere in Asia, was all made of wood and bamboo. Everything in Japan was flammable. All of Japan was just one giant pile. It was just one giant unlit freaking bonfire waiting to happen. So what did we do? We went in and we firebombed the dog crap out of it. And then afterward, they took aerial photos and said, look, we atomic bombed this place and whatever, And so we knew Japan was 100% flammable. That was the bottom line. So we just firebombed the dog crap out of it until it was all burned up, And so, the whole point of me mentioning it is just that we have dominion and we have technology, and we don't have to use it on people. We're only supposed to use it as defense. We're not supposed to go around pestering and bothering the non-whites in their countries. All right, and so we didn't, but we've been accused. We're being accused of that we did so, and especially by the blacks, and all that are always going to blame us about going to Africa. But in fact, when we went to Africa, just for the record to be corrected against them, when we went to Africa, we purposely found places where there were no people. Africa's a huge, huge place. Blacks were small groups, like 30 and 15 and 25 and 35 groups of people at a time that lived in tiny little areas where you would imagine 35 people can only amass. How much big of an area can 35 creatures, keep as their territory, right? And be roaming around and constantly and all this stuff when they have no transportation. They don't even ride horses, all right? So they have to walk or run everywhere they go. They're only going to have a certain small territory that they hunt in and roam around in every day before they make it back. Because remember, they can only go so far because they have to be able to make it back to wherever they live by nighttime. If they don't make it back to where they live by nighttime, they're dead meat. So, literally dead meat. So, they could only go as far as they could walk or run or walk back to camp before it's dark every night. And so that kept them very limited on how far out they could go. They were not explorers, so they would not figure out a way to pack food and things to take with them and tell the village, hey, we're going to go explore. We're going to be gone for multiple days while we go explore. There's no such thing as that in Black World. Everybody stayed put in their spot, and they go hunt during the day, and they all meet back there at night. It's like permanent camping, 24/7, because they had no technology. So they couldn't just go out and be explorers of the world. They didn't have the enterprise, and they didn't have the know-how to, pack things. They didn't have the sense to be like, okay, I'm going to be hungry tomorrow and the next day. The trip may take us a week, so we need to take a week's worth of food per person. We need to take a week's supplies of this or that per person. They didn't have any of that in their brains. All they know is, I got to be back here before the sun goes down or I'm dead. And so that kept their range of where they covered very limited. So when white people came to Africa, first of all, we didn't come there to get blacks. We didn't come there to harvest blacks. We never harvested any or brought any back with us. But when we got to Africa and we run across blacks, they would attack us first, And then after we would thwart their attacks and tell them, calm down, we don't mean you any harm, we would invite them to work, in the mine or the whatever thing, rubber tree plant, whatever we're doing. And they would willingly take a job because they wanted access to us and, the white gods thing all the stuff we had and everything. They wanted access to us and our things. So like any animal, they're going to be like, heck yeah. So they, joined aboard. But we weren't over there conquering blacks, taking their resources from give me that gold, you freaking blackie. Or give me them diamonds, you freak, get in the ground and dig over there. And there's no such thing as that. They were out chasing baboons. We landed in another part of Africa. There was no one around. We're like, oh, here looks good to set up camp. And we set up camp and we did the same thing we did in America. When we got to America, anytime we didn't see Indians, we were like, oh, okay, this is a nice area right here. We'll just set up right here. Set up. Next thing you know, feathers come along and they see us set up and they start shooting arrows at us and we had to thwart them. But each place Whitey goes, we don't just kick the crap out of the non-whites there and take their stuff. That's what non-whites try to do. But we don't do that. Instead, we just find an area that's uninhabited and we turn it into something awesome. And then here come the non-whites along later on going, hey, I want to play with that too, or I want to hang out in there too. It looks nice in there. I want to come along. And us white people were dumb enough to be like, yeah, come on in, and invite them in and welcome them and teach them our technologies and show them how we do all our things. And what that did was that casted our pearls to swine. And what are swine? Swine are ungrateful types. Swine are non-whites. Swine are the Jays. So you go giving our technology to what they call, what do the Jays call it? Israeli intelligence. That's the word that Jays have given. That's what they name all the technologies that white people give them. Everything white people give the Jays turn around and call it Israeli intelligence, as though they created it, as though it was their idea, as though they thought it up or invented it. And they want you to believe that they did. That's why they call everything that white people give them Israeli intelligence. Now, there could be a funny pun on that where their intelligence is that they're duping white people into giving our stuff to them. So I guess in that sense, that would be intelligent of them to be duping the smartest creatures on earth into giving away their stuff to them. But yeah, there's no such thing as Israeli intelligence for real. It's just stuff that Whitey gives them. And so like how Jays are in Gaza right now, destroying all the Gazans and the Palestinians so they can take that whole region and take all of its stuff and the whole thing. That's what Jays do. All right, that's not how we roll. And when white people get into wars, most of the time it's over really epic things like, people being mistreated badly by the millions by a certain king, or our particular church has become corrupted and the leaders are slaughtering people. I mean, it's got to be a big thing for us to go to war. Whitey don't just go around picking wars with people. You would certainly think so, the way our America has been operating the last 30 years, but it's really not true. It's just Jays dragging us into conflicts that we had no business in and had no interest in being in. And then they just decide to drag us into those things since they have control of our money and our gold and our military and our politicians. So, anyhow, I'm glad that some of y'all were here to hear about the family, whatever that was called, Family Search website. I hope y'all check it out. I hope it gives you a newfound love for your family that just rekindles the love you already have and strengthens it even more. I hope it gives you a stronger connection to our people. We certainly need that, Lord knows. And so hopefully, we just stick with what we're doing. We didn't even talk about Trumpstein tonight or any of his supposed things going on with him. I actually haven't heard much since the conviction on all the counts or whatever, but yeah, we didn't really mention him tonight. I don't really know if there's anything to discuss about the dude. I don't know if they've said anything other than he says he'll appeal, but I mean, of course he's going to appeal. Nobody's going to just accept 34 charges being found guilty or whatever. So, of course, anybody with money should be appealing that. But the whole thing, honestly, before I go, just to touch on Trump real quick, oops, lost connection there. The more I've paid attention and watched about this whole thing, the more I still say that dude is just playing a part. He's just playing a part. He doesn't seem worried. He doesn't seem nervous, People might say, oh, that's because he's confident. That's because he knows he didn't do anything. Oh, I already know what all the Trumpers would say. He's confident. He didn't do nothing wrong. He already knows that he's going to win in the end and all these different things. He knows he's got him running scared. I mean, I hear all the conservative things, and I can just hear him in my mind going right now. But I'm honestly not seeing any evidence that this dude is for real. I mean, let's think about Brett Kavanaugh, all right? When Brett Kavanaugh was being accused of all his stuff. That dude, whether he did a bad job of faking or not, he was practically sobbing during his freaking trial, you know? You could see the worry on his face every day. You could see that he was trying to express to the judge and the jury that he was innocent. You could see it by the look on his face. That he was like trying to express through his face, like, hey, you've got, you know, y'all have got me screwed up here. I'm not the kind of guy you think I am. You know, I didn't do this crap like I'm being accused of. And that was the look on his face that he had the entire time he interacted, or the whole time he was at that trial, you know, and the swearing in, you know, the whole trial before the swearing in and all that stuff. So, when you look at Trump, though, you know, he's got this like game, he's got a poker face on, but a poker face is not something you put at a judge who openly wants you buried, a DA who openly wants you buried, an entire jury of blacks that want you buried. You don't just sit there and mean mug everybody, you know, and then come out every day after trial, regardless of the corrupt judge that you know wants to put you in prison forever erroneously. You wouldn't come and is threatening you with contempt. You wouldn't come out every day all nonchalant with your anger attitude, like I'm still poker face all the time attitude, and be like, oh, they're all corrupt, they're all scamming, they're all trying to bring down the country. It just, he's way too, like, I don't want to say lackadaisical, but he's like, because he's not giving off the appearance that he's relaxed, that he's like nonchalant about everything. But what he is giving off the attitude of is that he's in charge, you know, and that he's mad that these people aren't doing what he's saying. And he has more of that kind of attitude. Like, how dare these turds, you know, come at me like this and whatever. But they're holding all the power and he's holding none, right? So for him to have that kind of attitude toward all of them who could burn him easily, and this is all going by the official narrative, of course, that you know, this is saying if it wasn't all a staged act. But if it's all real, like the Trumpers believe, then his attitude should be a lot different than it is. His attitude should have some form of concern in it. He should once in a blue moon have a little bit of look like he's worried. Instead, he never has a look of concern, never has a look of worry. Not saying he looks relaxed, just saying that he never has a look of concern or worry for his situation and how dire it is if you believe the official narrative. And so, you know, I just don't see the behavior of a guy who's really, truly being threatened to be locked up. I see a dude knowing that he's playing a role is what it seems like. What it appears to me, what I'm observing is the guy looks like he knows he's playing a role. He knows that his voter base, his 99.99999% white voter base, is going to vote for him whether he shoots someone in the street or not, like he's already said he could do before, and he wouldn't lose any votes. He's basically just acting confident, like he knows for a fact he's going to win, even though he hasn't won anything yet. And that And I don't mean that he's going to win the election. I mean, he's acting like he's going to win the trial against himself, even though he just got supposedly convicted on all the counts. I mean, he said he was going to appeal it, which we expected him to say, but he didn't say it with any zeal or any rigor. He doesn't seem to be too concerned about proving them wrong. He doesn't seem worried that they're trying to allegedly put him in jail. It just seems too... he just seems too confident still for me to believe that he really thinks he's under threat. And you certainly would be feeling like you're under threat if you have all these anti-white blacks, you know, in charge and in power trying to lock you up. Just doesn't seem believable. I just can't buy it yet. I just don't buy it yet. So anyhow, I haven't had any comment reaction in a really long time now, even though there's still people in the chat. So I'm figuring those folks may have dozed off because it is pretty late. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut her down. But God bless you all, to my kindred people. And sorry I didn't have a specific thing I wanted to LARP about the whole night, but just wanted to at least get some chat time with y'all tonight. Say hello to everyone. See if anybody had anything to talk about that I hadn't thought of to talk about. And thank y'all for chiming in and for your comments. And I always look forward to reading them and seeing what you folks are thinking and what's been going on in your minds. And just having the fellowship, you know, I enjoy the fellowship with you folks. And I'm really just, I realize I'm talking to people who are probably asleep now, but I'm just finishing it up for the people who might listen in after the fact. But God bless you all. Stay strong for our people. Remember to manipulate YouTube the way that YouTube manipulates it for the non-whites. We got to do our own version of manipulating it for our people. Only click on white videos, only celebrate, or only support, I should say, and only give likes to all white videos with no tokenism in them whatsoever. Fox News puts Byron Donalds on. Get on there and put in the comments dung huts, just like I do. Just put dung huts. You don't have to put nothing else. Just put dung huts. Eventually they'll figure out what we're doing, but they can't really just strike that comment for hate speech, because what does it mean? What does dung huts even mean? It just so happens to be we only leave it on every video that they post with a nog talking about white people's interests. So do those things. Give it a thumbs down, you know. If you see a nog on like Postmodern Cuckbox or any of those, don't even click it. Don't even give them a view. You know. And any white people you see trying to be, you know, a coming up white person in anything, whatever it is, give them a like, give them support, give them a, you know, a view. And you know, support our Church of Israel, Missouri on Rumble. They need your support. They are the only true Church of Israel of our people in the entire country left, who keep Sabbath and who know that white people are the children of Israel and teach it to their congregation. So, you know, be supportive in all the ways for white people that we need for our people. You know, no one else is going to support us. It has to be us. So take the effort to do it. If you use a VPN, stop using that piece of crap. Okay? Use regular ass YouTube. Use a regular old YouTube app. They already got all your info. They already know every. You think some VPN's keeping them from watching you? They own every VPN. There's no such thing as a VPN that prevents the government from watching where you go and knowing where you're surfing and knowing where you are on the internet. No such thing as that. You should know that by now. So forget your stupid VPNs. Get on the regular app so you can leave people likes, okay? Because that's what half of the cucks are, or half of the supposed pro-white people's excuse for not leaving likes on people's videos is that they use a VPN. Well, quit using it, you cuck, and start using the regular app so that you can give white people their likes, like you're supposed to be doing, okay? You don't do anything else for white people. Do that. Quit using the stupid VPNs. They're a waste of your time anyway. Just use the freaking app. The Jews know everything you say and do and where you are on the internet at all times. There's no such thing as a VPN. Okay, that is Jewish bullshit. No such thing as a VPN. You could think there is. You could think there's no way for them to track you. They know every step you're making. They know every keylog you're touching. They know everywhere on the internet you go. And it makes no difference about a stupid VPN. So stop using the stupid cuck VPNs. Use the regular app so that you, or the internet, so that you can freaking give your likes to the white people that you should be giving likes to. Please. Stop being cucks about it. Freaking use the app. The Jews are going to watch you no matter what. Doesn't matter what VPN you use. They know every step you make. So just stop with that cuckery. Get on the app like everyone else does and give people their likes who are supposed to be getting their likes. Give white people their view count. Give them their like. Take care, y'all. God bless. I'll see you on another one.